ones will already have to burn incense if they can make $1 million or so a year. After all, the market is so big, greening companies and more. And in recent years, with the importance of urban greening around the world, the demand for greenery is also expanding, which leads to the price of greenery is also rising, which in turn continues to push up their cost of goods. Originally, so many years down the road, we eat together with the green bowl of rice, each other have formed a tacit understanding, such as this project you take, then the next project to me, we all have to earn, you good I good everyone good. As a result, now, suddenly rushed in a dragon. The paid-up registered capital alone is more than all the other greening companies put together, which where will not attract their panic. In such trepidation, time passed and 2 more days passed. Just Friday afternoon, the Yongqing City Hall posted a message on its own official website and official microblogging site. The news shows that just this morning, Desert Oasis Technology Company, Ltd., in their jurisdiction signed a public welfare greening agreement with ALXA. MON, Desert Oasis Technology Company, Ltd., plans to invest no less than $1 billion over a 5-year period to plant more than 100 million trees in the ALXA region. When the gang of green company bosses in Yongqing saw this news, they were instantly relieved, because they knew that this Desert Oasis Technology Company Limited was the same reforestation and greening company that Shen Lang had opened, then laughed bitterly at the smallness of his own pattern. Originally thought that the other side is to come to steal the rice bowl with himself, but did not expect. People simply did not care about your acreage. Directly run to the northwest to plant trees. As this news from Yongqing City Hall reached the internet, it instantly sensationalized the internet. It's me who's shallow. I thought Brother Wave started his company to make money, but it turns out he ran away to do charity work. $1 billion for 5 years? This nigga, Brother Wave is too rich. Is this the world of the rich? If I were you, $1 billion would be directly deposited in the bank, and then 1 girl a day would take turns changing. Beautiful. Upstairs brother, you're not alone. You LSBs are truly hopeless. Look at Brother Long. He took out $1 billion to do charity work. And you guys? But you guys are fantasizing about getting girls after having $1 billion. To that I just want to say, take me one. Of course, while countless netizens marveled at Shen Lang's awareness and pattern, there were also people who questioned Shen Lang's source of funding. That said, am I the only one curious about Shen Lang's money? That $100 million before was fine, and his classmates have all already revealed that it was what he earned from buying Bitcoin before. But what about the $1 billion behind? Where is he going to earn it from? Is it hard to believe that it's still Bitcoin? Honestly, I think it's a question of whether Shen Lang has this $1 billion or not yet. Anyway, there are still 5 years to go. Who knows if he'll actually come up with this amount of money by then? As the saying goes, how bright the sunlight is, how deep its shadow is. Put it on Shen Lang, too. On the internet, how many people like to support Shen Lang? Accordingly, there will be a group of people either out of envy or out of jealousy, thus hating and rejecting Shen Lang, driven by people who are interested. The network immediately brewed a wave of questioning Shen Lang's financial problems. However, before the wave was finished brewing, Desert Oasis posted a screenshot of its account balance with China Merchants Bank on its scarf, and then also ate the official microblogs of the China Merchants Bank's Yongqing branch and the Yongqing Taxation Bureau. Please help the teachers to give a proof. The crowd curiously clicked on the screenshot to take a look. Instant brightening. Just the amount of the deposit on it. A series of zeros. Wah! 10 figures? That's $1 billion. $1 billion in cash? It's bullish. 1 foot. Someone just doubted whether Brother Long could take the billion. And then the next foot, he directly flashed the billion. My dad just asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone, and then I showed him this screenshot, and now he's on his knees with me. Just as netizens were shocked by the sudden $1 billion deposit sunshine, China Merchants Bank Yongqing branch and Yongqing Taxation Bureau also gave official announcements under their respective official microblogs in response. The announcement responded that after the National Banking System Center's examination and determination, Mr. Shen Lang's funds belong to the legitimate overseas investment income. When this announcement came out, it directly blew up the entire internet. What the? Wave Brothers cowhide. Who can tell me what Brother Wave is investing in overseas? How can you make $1 billion? Can you bring me along? I'm not that demanding. Just let me earn a small goal. Ah shucks. How can you say you're not asking for too much? I'm not that greedy. I'll be satisfied if I can make $10 million. Guys, remember when my dad was just on his knees with me looking at his cell phone? Now my mom is kneeling too. Just as countless people were shocked and curious about Shen Lang's wealth code, followed by a heated discussion. Shen Lang, who was the focus of the fishing wheel, was leisurely lying on the lazy sofa at home, and was drinking life spring water while teasing the Swallow family. After registering the company, Shen Lang handed over all the affairs to the professional manager to take care of, and became the boss himself. If these people are content to do their part, Shenlang will naturally not treat them poorly, but if they move the idea that should not be moved, then the only thing that will greet them is to drive them to extinction. During this period of time, as they drank the life spring water every day, the swallow family's intelligence was getting higher and higher, and even if Shenlang did not use the ability of the tree man's heart, they could accurately comprehend Shenlang's consciousness. Shenlang felt that if this continued, these swallows would probably really become a spirit. Just at this time, a message suddenly came from the trading space. A time and space merchant has matched to you. Do you agree? Shenlang then remembered that it seemed that today was another day to add time and space friends. Agreed. Shenlang moved in his heart and appeared in the trading space. Soon, a video invite was sent. Shenlang agreed again. The next second, a huge body appeared in the screen. Shenlang fixed his eyes and couldn't help but freeze, only to see that a huge stark black-covered monster was lying in front of the camera in the screen. That hideous appearance, with huge spikes all over its body and that long black tail, it was just like Godzilla in the movie. So, my fourth-time trading partner turned out to be a head Godzilla? Shenlang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, soon, Shenlang realized that the trading partner in front of him did not seem to be in a good state. Hello friend, nice to meet you. You can call me Mr. Wave. Where is this? Poof. The other party was just about to speak, but he sprayed out a mouthful of blood with a bang, and then crumpled to the ground. Shenlang, Sigma, eh? I just added this Godzilla. It's not going to die just like that, is it? Star. Chapter 82, Godzilla to be exterminated? I want peace bombs. The more the merrier. Through this blood-filled conversation just now, Shenlang had already judged that the other party was probably a trading newcomer. Seeing that the other party was dying, Shenlang immediately took out a bottle of life spring water from his ring. This is a hyperspace trading space, and you, like me, have been chosen by your respective time and space to become a time and space trader. As time traders, you can trade items with each other. This bottle of water in my hand is called life spring water. Just drink it and it will allow your body to recover quickly. I'm trading it to you now. You just need to choose a random item to trade over. After quickly finishing these words, Shenlang sent the life spring water into the trading channel, and then stared closely at Godzilla in the screen. Try. After gasping for breath for a while, the other stood up with difficulty, seemingly looking for something more to trade. Then as if he had found something, he leaned down and picked up from the ground a huge claw that was still dripping with purple liquid, and sent it into the trading channel. May I ask if you would like to confirm using a bottle of life spring water with the opponent one of the Planet Destroyer's claws? Confirmed. With a confirmation from Shenlang, the transaction was completed. Shenlang didn't care about the claws of that Planet Destroyer of whatever kind, but looked at Godzilla. At this moment, the other party had already extracted the bottle of life spring water in the palm of his hand. The bottle, which was 500 milliliters, was as small as a grain of rice in Godzilla's hand at that moment. Godzilla was seen to be eyeing the bottle in his hand suspiciously, as if he didn't know how to take a bite. Shenlang immediately slapped his head. Up. Ignore the volume of the Costa. Such a bottle of life spring water was probably not enough for the other party to stuff their teeth. Just then, Godzilla's claws were seen shaking, throwing the bottle that looked like the size of a grain of rice into his mouth, and then cracking his giant head open for a bite. LOL. The mineral water bottle cracked in response, and the life-giving spring water inside fell into his mouth with it. Soon, as the life spring water took effect, Godzilla gradually straightened his body, and his originally tired eyes began to become more and more alert. However, it was evident that this amount of life spring water was not enough to fully restore Godzilla's body. Thank you, my friend. I am feeling much better now, but pardon me if I must leave here now. My family is still fighting the enemy. I will return when we have repelled the enemy. After saying that, without waiting for Shenlang to speak, the pair conveniently left the trading space directly. Shenlang, just leave? Does this count as the kind of thing that you don't recognize when you put your pants on? Abominable. I didn't realize you were such a Godzilla. Of course, Shenlang was actually just entertaining himself with a little bit of trolling, not really blaming Godzilla. Judging from the message the other party had just revealed, it seemed that the other party was not in a good position right now. To be beaten so badly when you have a family, it seems that the enemy called Planet Destroyer is quite fierce. Thinking of this, Shenlang remembered the claw that Godzilla had just traded over. Mindfulness. A huge claw as tall as a two-story building then appeared in front of Shenlang. Shenlang, I'll be damned. One claw is already this big. How big must the whole body be? AI, scan it. Yes, master. Xiao AI responded by sending out a mechanical bee. Surrounding this huge claw was a scan, and then it reported the scanning results to Shenlang. Looking at the scanning results, Shenlang was shocked. From the scans, the skin on top of this giant claw was surprisingly tougher than titanium alloy, while the sharp nails on the four claws were incredibly sharp. In addition, Its blood is filled with all kinds of toxins, and ordinary creatures will die if they stick a little bit of it, not to mention eating it. But miraculously, the bones and flesh on the giant claw were indeed rich in various nutrients, with a very high content, and even more miraculously, the bones and flesh contained a very rich rejuvenation factor. Just like the starfish in the ocean, it can be copied indefinitely and then reborn, only under the laws of the trading space. These reanimation factors had completely lost their activity and could not be replicated. After reading this scanning result, Shenlang's face suddenly became grave. He thought of a very serious problem. Since there was a rebirth factor inside this flesh and bone, that meant that the enemy whose claws Godzilla had bitten off had most likely grown claws. As he was thinking about it, there was a sudden flutter in the screen. Shenlang looked up and saw that, in the shot that hadn't come off yet, Godzilla stumbled and fell in front of the camera. Meanwhile, his two front paws were firmly grasping a head. "Friend, can you?" Poof! Before the words were finished, another mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. Shenlang, Hey! Shenlang sighed. The stance appeared to be even worse than the injuries he had just sustained. Without saying anything, Shenlang once again took out the life spring water from the spatial ring. This time, Shenlang took out a 20-liter bucket. Considering that the other person still had family, he took 3 barrels out in one go. Looking at the 3 buckets of life spring water in the screen, Godzilla weakly said, "I have a sister, Shenlang." Another bucket was silently taken out and traded. Immediately after the transaction was completed, Godzilla extracted the 4 passes of life spring water and dropped a bucket into his mouth. Crunch! This time, as the amount of life spring water increased, the recovery effect also saw a significant increase. The original Godzilla's tail, which was all but broken, was also quickly restored as before. Roar! Godzilla couldn't help but let out a long roar to the sky. In this moment, it felt like it worked again. "Friend, thank you. I'll go save my family first. They are also seriously injured." After saying that, and without waiting for Shenlang to speak, the other party once again left the trading space. Shenlang, looking at the empty trading space in the screen, a thought suddenly appeared in Shenlang's mind. Come to me when you need something and leave without looking back when you're satisfied. Am I being INGPUA'd by a Godzilla? Ugh, disgusting. Shenlang shook his head vigorously, pushing this inexplicable thought out of his mind. Thinking of the item named ahead of the planet destroyer that had just been traded over, Shenlang immediately extracted it from the trading space. Next, a huge head that was 4 stories high then appeared in front of Shenlang, only to see its head horns. The top of the head at the top of these 2 sharp enough to be more than 2 meters long sharp horns. 2 eyes bigger than the lanterns are open angrily. The face is narrow and long, mouth full of fangs. Although it was dead, the entire head was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. A head that has been bitten off is still like that, so you can imagine how horrible it would be to have it alive outside. However, none of this had anything to do with Shenlang. Shenlang once again released the mechanical bee and let AI scan it, and then there were a lot of good finds. For example, those 2 horns, which were incredibly sharp, and the mouthful of teeth, which could be sharper than the nails on a claw. Shenlang estimated that by giving these things to Master Soul, he should be able to refine a lot of good things, then take the flesh and bones or whatever to K. With the technology over there, I wonder if they can develop any anti-aging drugs out of it. If it works out, then we'll have to talk to Godzilla to see if we can keep that planetary destroyer in captivity, and then we'll harvest a wave of it periodically. Beautifully. Well, the premise is that Godzilla has to win. Shenlang looked at the time. It was now 9 in the morning. Mom and Dad wouldn't be back for a while, so he simply stayed in the trading space and waited for Godzilla to return. That wait was nearly an hour and a half. Just as Shenlang looked at the fast approaching 11 o'clock, pondering that his old mom was going to call him to dinner, and preparing to leave the trading space first, the screen flashed. That PUA guru. Ah shucks, that Godzilla brother appears in the screen here. Put. This time, the other party did not fall down, but sat on his butt on the floor of the trading space. Friend, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my family and I would have all died in battle. You're welcome. Shenlang smiled. As fellow time and space merchants, we should help each other. By the way, how's it going on your end now? Did you finish off all the enemies? It's not that easy. Godzilla shook his head. They all have the ability to be reborn. If you can't destroy its heart, it can grow back no matter how many heads you bite off. Shenlang froze for a moment. You mean there are a lot of that planet destroyer? Where did they come from? According to the memories in our blood, according to Godzilla, the gang of planet destroyers come from the universe, and they like to suck the energy from the planets, and once the energy has been sucked out of them, the planets will completely disintegrate. They first appeared on Godzilla's planet 5,000 years ago, and then were driven off the planet by a group of Godzilla's forefathers who killed them. In the thousands of years since then, they have been repelled time and time again, and then come back again and again. Godzilla's people were killed and wounded in this one fight, and now only their family of 4 remains. The few heads that came this time are still just their vanguard. By the time their main force arrives, perhaps our race will be completely extinct. Hearing this, Shenlang couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Is there no other way? Right. What if I could provide you with plenty of life spring water? Wouldn't that help you defeat them? That life spring water can only help us recover our strength and injuries. There's no way to boost our power. And what would it take to raise your powers? It takes a lot of energy. Radiant energy. Radiant energy? Shenlang's eyes lit up when he heard it. That's nuclear radiation. If there's enough radiant energy, you'll be able to defeat them, won't you? Yes. Radiant energy promotes our evolution. The more energy there is, the higher the level of our evolution. As long as we evolve to our final form, we'll exterminate as many as come. Got it. Get some rest and I'll help you guys figure it out. After trading a few more buckets of life spring water to the other party, Shenlang disconnected the video with Godzilla and then immediately contacted K. K, can you get a peace bomb? I want peace bombs. The more the merrier. K, Sigma, A? Facing this sudden request from Shenlang, K was dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you trying to destroy your planet? Star. Chapter 83, Emptying Eagle Jam's Weapon Depot. Eagle Jam is confused. Where are my peace bombs? Wave. You've got to calm down. Seeing Shenlang asking for the peace bomb in a flaming rage, K immediately pacified. The power of this peace bomb is too great. You won't be able to grasp it. Looking at K's nervous face, Shenlang couldn't help but cry and laugh. What are you thinking? I didn't say it was me who wanted to use it. You're not the one who's going to use it. Then why do you need this? K couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Could it be that your country wants you to help get some peace bombs? No. Shenlang shook his head. It's like this. I just matched up with my trading buddy today, said Shenlang, and then told K about the extinction disaster Godzilla was experiencing. When K heard this, he screamed in excitement. What F***CK? It can absorb radiant energy to evolve? Isn't that Godzilla from the movie? Shenlang was not surprised by K's excitement. In the previous exchanges, Shenlang and K then discovered that the two sides of the world is highly similar. The cultural heritage is also the same source, and even a lot of cultural texts are exactly the same. Therefore, Shenlang was not at all surprised that there were Godzilla movies and television productions in the other world. Shenlang said, So can you help me get peace bombs on your side? The more the better. K gradually put away his excited expression and helplessly shook his head. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this. Ever since the federal government was established, they have sealed up some of the remaining peace bombs on Earth and the related manufacturing technology, and no one except the top brass knows where they are stored. This way Shenlang heard, could not help but frown. Then what to do? Looking at Shenlang's category, K couldn't help but ask, does your country have peace bombs? Of course there is. Shenlang nodded. But it's impossible for the officials to give me this thing. I can't go and rob. Just when Shenlang wanted to say that he could never go and rob it, he suddenly thought, one really can't go and rob one's own country of a peace bomb. But it's not like your own country is the only one in the world. Anyway, the principle of this peace bomb is the same, and there is no need to care if it is made in Xia. It doesn't make a difference which one you use. Right. That's right. That's it. Thinking of this, Shenlang couldn't help but be enlightened. I know. K. I'll get busy first, talk to you again sometime, K. After leaving the trading space, Shenlang called his mother and said that he had something to go out and wouldn't be home for dinner. Then he activated the nano armor dressing and left the room silently. AI. Search for the location of the arsenal where Hawk Jam stores the most peace bombs. Yes, master. Through 3 months of spreading and spreading, nowadays, Xiao AI's information tentacles had already spread all over the globe, and even 90% of the satellites outside the Earth were already under its control. In a matter of seconds, AI found Eagle Jam's secret arsenal where the peace bomb was stored. In the next second, Shenlang activated the rush mode of the nano armor, and in a terrifying sonic boom, Shenlang's movement speed instantly increased to more than 5 times the speed of sound, and it was still accelerating. An hour later, Shenlang arrived at a mountain located in the territory of the Eagle Jam country. Inside the belly of these mountains is the largest weapons depot in the Eagle Sauce country, where these thousands of peace bombs are stored. Shenlang immediately activated the mechanical bee and flew silently into the mountain, quickly finding the entrance and then flying in. In a short while, Shenlang had figured out all the layouts and defense forces inside. Out of trust in the surveillance equipment, there weren't too many soldiers with their hands on the entire arsenal, mostly infrared scans and camera surveillance, as well as a variety of armaments that were operated via remote control. If it were any other power, in front of such a defense force, it would indeed be one death to come and one death to come, and a group of death to come. But unfortunately, they had met Shenlang. AI. Invade all electronic devices. Yes, master. With Shenlang's order, Xiao AI immediately invaded the electronic equipment within a 1-kilometer radius. In just a few seconds, AI gained control of all the electronic devices within his range and hacked into the associated network through them, then silently took all the control. From this moment on, unless those soldiers saw Shenlang with their naked eyes, otherwise, no matter what Shenlang did, they knew nothing. After receiving AI's confirmation, Shenlang immediately strutted towards the base, and as Shenlang approached, one of the entrances within the base opened up for him, and in the monitoring room of the base, all the monitoring images and equipment instruments showed nothing about it. In this way, Shenlang went all the way to the location where the peace bombs were stored as if he was strolling through a park, and smoothly entered inside. Then, Shenlang saw a rounded warhead that was stored inside one of the compartments, and the markings of radiation made Shenlang's whole body tingle. That's the ultimate weapon that mankind itself has created to destroy itself. Shenlang shook his head, and then went up to his hands, sending these warheads into the space ring one by one. A few minutes later, Shenlang completely emptied the entire storehouse. Looking at this empty storehouse, Shenlang rather had a feeling of not having enough. Thus, in the next half an hour, Shenlang followed the distribution map of the base warehouses given by Xiao AI, as if he was going to a supermarket for a big purchase, and started the sweeping game. Those office workers who were sitting in the base office were leisurely opening their yellow mouths and handling all kinds of information never dreamed of it, right under their noses. Weapons that cost their taxpayers tens, if not hundreds, of billions of dollars to manufacture are disappearing from warehouse to warehouse. After more than 2 hours of sweeping work, Shenlang finally finished emptying the entire warehouse. He looked at the time. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. Oops, it's almost time for one to leave school. Thus, Shenlang immediately activated the spatial teleportation matrix. In the next second, Shenlang returned to his room, then immediately went out and picked up his niece from school. The other side. Half an hour after Shenlang left, a convoy appeared outside the base. After a rigorous vetting process, the gates to the base opened and that fleet of vehicles slowly rolled into the base. What are they doing here? A coworker asked in the base's office. They're here to pick up a rocket launcher that was just delivered a while ago. After passing through the layers of hurdles, this convoy eventually entered the hinterland of the base without any problems, and then handed over the documents to the head of the base. The person in charge, after carefully reading the document and confirming that it was correct, sent the men to prepare the weapons to be transported to. As a result, a few minutes later, the henchman came running over with a pale, stumbling face. It's no good, sir. The rocket launcher is gone. What is it? The person in charge frowned and shouted. What are you babbling about? How could a rocket launcher be missing? Really, sir, it's really gone. The other man looked like he was about to cry in horror. The whole warehouse is empty. Not a single rocket launcher. Head, get out of here. The man in charge pushed his men out of the way and strutted toward the warehouse. At that moment, the door barn of the warehouse that housed the rocket launcher was open, and a few guards were standing next to it with a terrified look on their faces. They have realized that great trouble is coming. When the man in charge rushed into the warehouse, he looked up. It was then seen that one of the rockets that had filled the place a few days ago had disappeared without a trace. Not only were the rockets gone, but even the crates in which they had been stored had disappeared without a trace. Is it hard to believe that was stolen? But how is that possible? Here, it's a place that's tighter than the 4 corners. Not to mention people, even a fly couldn't get in. Not to mention having to steal such a large number of weapons. The man in charge, who couldn't think of anything, let out a growl. What the is going on? Where's my rocket launcher? What are you waiting for? Find it for me. The man in charge yelled towards Aw, who was happening next to him. Get everyone over here. Go warehouse to warehouse for me. Find me that bazooka. But, it's not looking good. This search, something more serious happened. As each warehouse was opened, they realized that not only was the rocket launcher that had mysteriously disappeared not recovered, but even the weapons and equipment that had originally been stored in these warehouses had all disappeared. Among these armaments, in addition to a wide variety of rockets, missiles, armored vehicles, and tanks, there are also a variety of fighter bombers. In particular, the F-22 Raptor, which is currently the world's leading fighter jet, disappeared 12 times out of nowhere. Now everyone is mad. If this gets out, I guess everyone in the entire base will have to eat a bullet. The person in charge was even more completely frantic. Find it. Find them for me right now. Find them all for me. But they went through all the warehouses and didn't find a single hair, let alone a single bullet. The entire base's warehouse was clean and dry, just as empty as it had been when it was first built, and there was nothing there. Finally, all of them stopped in front of the warehouse where this peace bomb was stored. In the whole base, this is the only place left open. An adjutant trembled and reminded, Sir, according to the base manual, we are not allowed to open this warehouse without the order of the Supreme Commander. When the chief heard this, he kicked him to the ground, The base manual. What does the old man care about the base manual when his ing life is on the line? Open up for the old man. Upon hearing the order from the person in charge, several guards looked at me at you, and finally gritted their teeth and stepped forward to activate the barn door switch. With the activation of the switch, the warehouse, which was measured feet thick, was finally opened slowly. All of them looked slowly and hopefully toward the warehouse. This, their only hope of survival. As long as what was in here was still there, then they still had a chance of survival. However, with the slow opening of the hatch from the hatch, to the eyes, is still an empty scene. At this moment, the entire base fell into a dead silence. It wasn't long before Eagle Jam executives got the bad news. Something's happened to their biggest arsenal. All the guns, ammunition, weapons and equipment, and even the airplanes and tanks, have disappeared. The scariest thing is, gone along with them are thousands of peace bombs. Upon learning this news, the Eagle Sauce commander was instantly confused. What? The old man's peace bomb is missing? Chapter 84 Eagle Sauce Stock Market Blood Avalanche. Shenlang has earned hemp again. Losing a peace bomb is a dead giveaway. As a result, now, thousands of peace bombs were dropped at once. This is going to be a big problem if we don't get it back. Find me. Mobilize all forces. Make sure you get me all those damn peace bombs. With the commander's order, the Eagle Sauce Nation's ace intelligence and investigation bureaus immediately mobilized their agents spread across the globe and launched a search. At the same time, the Eagle Sauce Sea, Land and Air Forces were all mobilized to launch a tight blockade and inventory of the entire Eagle Sauce country's sea, airspace and all major transportation routes. Overseas, within Eagle Jam's military bases around the globe, aircraft carrier battle groups were also out in full force, cruising up and down the oceans. This abnormal behavior of Eagle Jam naturally caused the attention of various countries, especially the Woolly Bear country, which has never dealt well with the Eagle Jam country, declared that it had entered a state of emergency readiness, and at the same time, mobilized its own intelligence network to start investigating the reasons for this abnormal movement of Eagle Jam. Soon, the results of the investigation came out. The Woolly Bear leader took a look, sucked in a cold breath. The Woolly Bear commander knew it well. Although his own relationship with Eagle Jam is not too friendly, but at least both sides are decent people wearing shoes. No matter how big the contradiction is, in the end, it can still be negotiated. Basically unlikely to use the peace bomb. Both sides understand very well that peace bombs are actually safe in the hands of both sides. Now, however, 1,000 peace bombs have inexplicably disappeared. This would fall into the hands of some barefooted lunatic. Then the whole ING blue planet is probably a possibility to play with. The Woolly Bear commander was enraged. What the hell are those damn Eagle Jam guys doing for a living? How could they even lose a peace bomb? Thousands of them at once. Damn it, asshole. That's just plain anti-human. However, while cursing angrily, the hairy bear commander had to give instructions to the intelligence department. Check, cleanly mobilize all hands to find out where the peace bombs are. Never let them fall into the hands of uncontrollable forces. The Woolly Bear commander never expected that. At one point, he'd have to ING wipe Eagle Jam's ass, and yet it had to be rubbed. It's ING disgusting to open the door to disgust. Disgusting to the core. On the other hand, the Xia side had naturally already learned of this news through their own intelligence network. When they heard that the Eagle Kingdom had lost 1,000 peace bombs, their faces were all like, Sigma, eh? A look of confusion. While cursing, Xia's top brass had to make the same decision as the furry bear commander, to look. Soon, several other major world powers also got the information, and then eventually had no choice but to hold their noses helplessly and join in wiping Eagle Jam's ass. As the saying goes, there is no impermeable wall in this world. Soon after, the news that the Eagle Jam nation had messed up a peace bomb hit the internet, and then instantly swept across the web. For a while, netizens around the globe were enraged. Don't you Eagle Sauce claim to be the best in the world, the strongest in the world? I can't believe you can't even look at a few bullets. Eat. Then, global stock markets plummeted. The Eagle Sauce stock market represented by the New York stock market and the Nasdaq plummeted 50% in just one day, directly cutting the waist, and the global stock market was instantly plunged into a whale. The only exception is the Summerland. At first, with the news of Eagle Jam's lost peace bomb, the summer stock market was in turmoil, and northbound funds from overseas were the first to siphon off their own funds in the summer, bringing it directly to the brink of collapse. Just when Xia was ready to step in to bail out the market, a huge amount of money suddenly swam in from overseas again, quickly buying up the stocks that had been dumped by the northbound fund and going all in on all of the large cap stocks. As much as you have and as much as I want. The influx of this huge sum of money was like a C-pin, directly suppressing the turmoil in the summer stock market. This huge amount of money naturally came from Shenlang, under AI's operation, taking advantage of this global stock market crash. Shenlang once again made a huge fortune from it, other things aside, but that collapsed U.S. stocks. Shenlang made $4 trillion in one breath. Together with the previous $3 trillion, it added up to a whole $7 trillion, which, when converted into soft sister currency, was more than $43 trillion. And this year, the summer country's A-share stock market capitalization is only $44 trillion out. Without any hesitation, as long as Shenlang is willing, he can buy the entire A shares of SIA, with such a huge sum of money propping up the summer stock market. Just ask, how do you let the summer stock market crash? Even more marvelous, when those investors overseas saw that the SIA stock market, instead of falling along with the global stock market, grew against the trend, immediately as if they had seen the hope, and have brought their funds rushed in. So, while stock markets all over the world are falling and bleeding like crazy, the stock market in SIA is growing like chicken blood. Shenlang found that originally he was just to make up for the mistakes he made on the spur of the moment, for the country to protect the disc, and even have been ready to lose a few trillion or even a dozen trillion. The result is that now, he is not only a penny did not lose, but also exploded a lot of money. That would be magical. On the other hand, in the face of the domestic stock market's crazy upsurge, the SIA side immediately issued risk alerts one after another, reminding the nationals to speculate in stocks rationally, and implicitly told them that the current crazy upsurge is abnormal and not lasting, so that the stockholders must remain calm. Many shareholders in the official issued risk tips immediately comprehend, and then sensible to reduce the position processing, leaving only the surplus in it. But there is also a part of a leaf blinded by the immediate profits. Not only did not reduce the position, but throw all the money alone. For this kind of people, not to mention the officials, it is difficult for the gods to save them. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. That night, after his family had gone to sleep, Shenlang once again entered the trading space and sent a video invitation to Godzilla. With a flash of the screen, that huge hideous body appeared in front of Shenlang's eyes again. Well, friend, have you come up with a solution? Godzilla looked at Shenlang with an expectant face. I've already found the nuclear egg that can provide you guys with a large amount of radiant energy. Shenlang nodded. However, when the nuclear egg explodes, the energy is very huge. I don't know if you guys can withstand it? Godzilla laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha ha ha, my friend, we grew up by absorbing nuclear and radiant energy. The more energy we have, the stronger we are. Then I'm relieved. Shenlang nodded, looked at the big guy in front of him and said, by the way, I still don't know what your name is? Me? Godzilla cocked his head in thought and said, you can call me brother. Shenlang, _. Hurrah, look at you with your thick eyebrows. I didn't realize you were such a Godzilla. Not only did you PUA me twice in a row, but now you want to take advantage of me? Looking at Shenlang's strange face, Godzilla immediately explained, actually, we don't have a name. Since the moment I have memory, that's how my sister called me. You can't have to be like my father and mother and call me son, right? When Shenlang heard it, it was pretty damn reasonable. Well, how about, I'll give you a name? Shenlang said. Yeah. The other nodded excitedly. How about just calling you Godzilla? Shenlang said. King of monsters, Godzilla? The other guy cocked his head and pronounced it a couple times, then laughed. I like Godzilla. Ha ha, I love that name. As the other party confirmed the name Shenlang had given him, the other party's trading space nickname had finally changed from Spacetime Trader to Spacetime Trader, Godzilla. It changed to Spacetime Trader, Godzilla. My friend, really thank you so much. Not only did you save our whole family, but you also gave me a name. Godzilla happily waved his tail and said, and this time you prepared so many peace bombs for me, but I don't know what to thank you with. It's fine. You don't have to care too much about this. Turn around when you have time. You can bring over the things you find interesting to show me is all. If I like it, I'll trade something with you. Fun stuff? Godzilla gave a thoughtful expression. Then suddenly he could think of something. Wait for me, haha. After saying that, without waiting for Shenlang to reply, Godzilla disappeared into the trading space again. This guy is a hothead. Not long after, Godzilla returned to the trading space with a crystal clear item in his mouth. Friend, what do you think of this? This is one of our family's very favorite stones. It's very hard and I grew up using it to sharpen my teeth. It's even in my mouth when I sleep. Looking at the huge transparent-like item on the other party's claw, the more Shenlang looked, the more he felt that this thing resembled some kind of gemstone. Alright, then this is fine. Shenlang nodded, then thought of something else and said, Godzilla, I have another request. Godzilla said, you name it, my friend, as long as I can. Here's the thing, I'd love to be able to witness you guys take out those planet destroyers. So, I've got a couple of filming units on my side. Would you mind bringing them with you then? A filming device? Godzilla looked curiously at Shenlang's hand, the thing that was smaller than even his own dander. but I don't know how this thing is going to work. It's okay, I'll show you how to activate it, and when the time comes, it'll do the shooting on its own without your control." When Godzilla heard this, he immediately nodded. "Alright then let's trade now." Thus, Shenlang put a hive ring together with the 1,000 peace bombs and traded it to Godzilla. Shenlang, on the other hand, got a 1-ton Godzilla's grinding stone. After extracting this crystal-clear grinding stone, Shenlang let Xiaoai scan it. Soon, the scans came back. "Master, this is a diamond with a purity of 99%. According to the Blue Star Diamond Association's grading standards, this diamond is graded FL, which means flawless." Shenlang looked at the 1-ton diamond in front of him and couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. The other side. After ending the video with Shenlang, Godzilla immediately transferred all of these 1,000 peace bombs to the outside world. With their perception of energy, the Godzilla family could sense that these tiny particles contained a huge amount of energy inside. "Brother, this feels so delicious looking. Can I have one?" Godzilla's sister blinked her eyes and said with an expectant face. "Wait." Godzilla grinned a giant grin. "Wait for the bastards. This time, let's play a big game." Chapter 85, 1000 Core Blast. Godzilla Super Evolution. Call me Nucleus Leveler. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by. Just a week before the June 1st Children's Day, Godzilla once again sent Shenlang a video invitation. After connecting, Godzilla said, "Wave, can you give me some more life spring water? They're already here." Hearing this, Shenlang couldn't help but be mentally shaken. "Those planet destroyers, are they finally here?" "No problem." Shenlang waved his hand and directly gave the other party 10 whole 20-liter buckets of life spring water. Godzilla gratefully collected these life springs. "Thank you, my friend, Godzilla." Seeing that Godzilla was about to leave after receiving the life spring water, Shenlang shouted in advance. Under Godzilla's curious gaze, Shenlang swung his fist, ******** them. Hearing Shenlang's words, Godzilla couldn't help but grin, revealing those sharp fangs. "Well, wait for my good news." Leave the trading space. Godzilla looked up into the distant sky and silently released the mechanical bee. At that moment, at the end of the sky, a huge dark cloud was speeding towards where Godzilla was. If someone were to look a little closer at this point, they would realize, this is no dark cloud. Instead, it was a giant monster with 3 hideous giant heads and wings. They waved their wings, which were more than 5 meters long, and covered the sky as they sped in the direction where Godzilla was. In terms of numbers, there were as many as 300 heads. The wind force raised by those 300 pairs of giant wings tore up the sky and split the earth. Wherever they passed, countless forests were uprooted, the earth cracked, and mountains collapsed. They, the infamous predators of the universe, the planetary destroyers who take pleasure in destroying all living planets, they let out a roar of excitement when they saw the Godzilla family on the land in the distance. It seems to be flailing. Again, it seemed to be leaping for joy at the impending carnage. The disc growled along with the roar as the 300 planetary destroyers came closer and closer. The huge wings blocked out the sunlight above Godzilla's family's heads, casting a huge shadow that completely enveloped them. Hundreds of planet destroyers then circled high in the sky, constantly hissing provocatively at the Godzilla family below, and began to brew an attack. "Father, mother, sister," Godzilla let out a low growl. "All ready?" "Ready." The 3 family members raised their heads to the sky and let out a roar. "Have some balls. Come here." Looking at this only 4-headed arch-enemy underneath not only did not fearfully admit defeat, but even took the initiative to send out provocations to themselves. This group of planet destroyers were instantly enraged. Roar! At the roar of a commander, hundreds of planet destroyers let out a roar in unison. Then, fiercely swinging his giant wings, 100 planet destroyers instantly acted as a pop and viciously stabbed at the Godzilla family located on the ground. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Just as these planet destroyers were less than 20 meters away from Godzilla, Godzilla stomped hard on the nuclear egg triggers at his feet. Next, in a burst of light as dazzling as a solar panel, a nuclear egg from the Eagle Jam Nation exploded. In an instant, it was as if 1,000 suns had appeared out of nowhere around the Godzilla family. With that, a great heaven-destroying power was released from these rays of light. Shasta, the coast where Godzilla's family stood and the surrounding seawater were instantly melted by the high temperature to create a huge crater of several hundred meters. And in the sky above, the hundreds of planet destroyers that stabbed straight down had no time to react under the huge inertia, and then they stabbed headfirst into the huge mass of energy released by these 1,000 nuclear explosions. In the next second, it went up in smoke. Roar! Seeing this scene, the planet destroyers that were still hovering thousands of meters in the air immediately let out a roar of surprise and anger. They couldn't figure it out if they tried. Where did this opponent, who had been entangled with them for thousands of years and was about to be exterminated by them, get such a terrifying energy? Asshole. He had to kill so many of our people on his deathbed. The planet destroyers let out an angry growl. However, just as they thought the Godzilla family had died from the immense energy, there was a sudden rumble from the huge mass of nuclear blast energy below. Put, put, put. A heartbeat that sounded like the beating of a war drum spread out from the center of that raging energy. Hearing the loud noise, all the planet destroyers were stupefied. This is, right under their vigilant gazes, for gigantic figures slowly, step by step, slowly walked out of the giant pit that was several hundred meters deep. The planet destroyers saw that as those four huge figures breathed, all the energy that filled the area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers seemed to have been summoned and scrambled into their mouths and noses. Soon after, these four figures appeared clearly in front of them. Heck, it's the Godzilla family. They, surprisingly, are not dead? All the planet destroyers all looked at these four figures underneath in shock. They had never dreamed that in such a huge energy mass that had blown more than 100 of their kind to ashes, their worldly enemy was not only unharmed, but had even leisurely absorbed the energy? Simply unforgivable. In the next second, the planet destroyer commander let out a roar. The remaining 200 or so heads of planetary destruction suddenly unfurled their wings, and a huge wave of energy surged madly from their bodies. Roar! With a roar that tore the heavens and the earth, a huge strand of energy gushed out furiously from the mouths of their three-headed beasts, and then converged together to form a gigantic energy that fiercely blasted towards the Godzilla family on the ground. Meanwhile, above ground, at this point, there is a noticeable change in the form of the Godzilla family. Underneath the thick skin, a stream of red light flickered and continuously intertwined within them. The dorsal fins on their backs became more and more massive, cut sharp, and underneath the black lines, a surge of energy brewed and swirled inside, and their tails had grown a great deal. A path of energy entangled in their tails, constantly tearing the air around them. After absorbing the nuclear blast energy from the explosion of these 1,000 nuclear bombs, the Godzilla family has surpassed their ancestors and achieved hyper-evolution. Roar! At this moment, facing the destructive shockwave unleashed down by Shirshio, the Godzilla family let out a roar in unison. They flicked their tails hard. A great surge of energy pooled out of their tails and then continued along their dorsal fins and into their mouths. Boom! In the next second, four huge red shockwaves were wildly released from their mouths, entangling with each other to form a huge and incomparable shockwave that fiercely crashed towards the destructive shockwave that descended from the sky. Boom! In a sound that destroyed the sky and cracked the earth, two shockwaves met in the air. It was a mere 2 seconds of stalemate. The shockwaves from Godzilla's family were then like a train of speeding wagons, smashing the destruction shockwaves from the planet destroyers right into all directions, and then blasting them hard into their flying swarms. Dozens of planet destroyers were blasted by this energy. That tremendous energy directly shattered their torsos, leaving behind only a pair of wings and 3 heads. As the shockwave disappeared into the sky, the dozens of planet destroyers whose bodies had been shattered suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings, and ruthlessly smashed into the sea below. Roar! Watching the deaths of dozens more of their clans, the planet destroyers once again let out an angry roar. Roar! Below, the Godzilla family responded even more nonchalantly. Tear them apart for me, with a command from the planet destroyer commander. The remaining nearly 150 planet destroyers immediately unleashed an overwhelming attack on the Godzilla family. The battle lasted a full 7 days and 7 nights. The fight was like the sun and the moon, the sky and the earth. Countless small islands fell apart in the bombardment of a terrifying shockwave and disappeared below sea level. Countless mountains have been cut to the ground. Countless snow-covered mountains do not melt. The rising sea level once again submerged countless islands and even continents. In the end, Godzilla's family used up all the energy from the hyper-revolution as well as all the life-spring water they got from Shenlang, and finally won the victory. After tearing the last planet destroyer in 4 and swallowing it, the Godzilla family looked around at the tattered and broken heads of their enemies, all of them dead, and couldn't help but look up to the sky once again, towards the universe, and let out a roar that went all the way to the heavens. There are seeds, you guys come back to die again. May 31st, 10 p.m. Shenlang had just finished exchanging some notes on tomorrow's Children's Day performance event with Wenwen's kindergarten class teacher, Ms. Chi, when he received a video invitation from Godzilla. Receiving this message, Shenlang couldn't help but smile. Looks like a win. Shenlang immediately entered the trading space and connected to the video. As soon as the screen appeared, Shenlang saw a huge head coming in front of the screen, grinning at himself. Well, winning? Shenlang would smile and asked. Winning? Hey, didn't let a single one get away. Godzilla flicked his tail behind him excitedly. Wave, it's really thanks to you. You are simply a messenger sent by the God of the universe to save us. A messenger of God? No, dear Godzilla. I'm no messenger of God. Shenlang shook his head and laughed. I'm a peace-loving nuclear peacemaker at best. It's just a pity that Godzilla doesn't understand human harmonic terrain, which in turn deprives Shenlang of a lot of harmonic terrain joy. After a few moments of chicken talk, Godzilla gestured to the side with his little paw and said, "These are the spoils of war." Shenlang followed the other party's claws and saw a huge head piled up together, just like a high mountain. On top of that, there was a huge pair of wings, claws and teeth, and a huge torso. Looking at these things, Shenlang's eyes glowed, because, as early as more than half a month ago, Master Soul had refined a potion through alchemy using the flesh and blood from the giant claws of that planet destroyer. This agent can greatly promote cell division and the constant death of senescent cells, while at the same time it can supply the cells with enough energy and nutrients to give birth to new, healthy cells. In layman's terms, this potion can return a person to his or her old age. Chapter 86, Planet Destroyer Covered in Treasure. A monster blockbuster that blows away Hollywood. Are these all for me? Shenlang asked. Right, Godzilla nodded. Their meat isn't very good. My family and I don't like them. I saw that you seemed quite interested in them before, so I had my family help gather them all. Unfortunately, more than 100 more heads were blown to ashes by the nuclear explosion energy. Otherwise there would have been more. Ha ha, enough is enough. Shenlang nodded his head repeatedly in excitement. You know, last time, with just that one giant claw, Master Soul refined a whole 100 bottles of rejuvenation potion, and with this huge pile of piled-up corpses in front of him, more than 20,000 bottles of potions could be extracted from the giant claws alone. Plus there were even more gigantic bodies. Conservative estimates suggest that at least 1 million bottles could be refined in this wave, and this tiny bottle can return the body's cellular state to 10 years ago. I'm not buying too much. $1 million a bottle wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? So 1 million bottles is $1 trillion. Ha! It doesn't seem to be as lucrative as I thought it would be. It's still a brother compared to working in finance. However, finance is only good for screwing around with money, whereas this potion will keep everyone you care about youthful. For that matter, this potion can be much more important than money. Oh yeah, and this. Godzilla remembered something else and grinned, removing the hive ring from under his tongue. I had released all the mechanical bees before the battle, but then a few got too close to the center of the nuclear explosion and seemed to be destroyed, and only 13 ended up coming back. Shenlang smiled and nodded. It's fine, there are 13 that can capture. The image has greatly exceeded my expectations. Shenlang then traded these items with Godzilla using several buckets of life spring water. Wave, I'll head back then. After the transaction was completed, Godzilla exhaled, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. After all, after 7 consecutive days and 7 nights of fierce battle, even if there was the powerful recovery effect of the life spring water that could allow the physical exhaustion to be recovered, this mental exhaustion was not something that could be recovered by the life spring water. Shenlang nodded. Okay, you have a good rest and find me anytime you have something. Well, goodbye. After finishing the video with Godzilla, Shenlang immediately sent a video invitation to Master Soul. Within 2 seconds, the video was connected, and a spirited Master Soul appeared. The success of the development of the rejuvenation potion. The beneficiaries naturally could not be only Shenlang. As the refiner of the potion, Master Soul himself enjoys a 10% share of the potion. In fact, according to Shenlang's intention, the two should be split 50-50. After all, without Master Soul's alchemy, then the bones and flesh of these planet destroyers would at most be some meat rich in nutrients. Master Soul, however, refused. In his opinion, if there were no such materials provided by Shenlang, then it would be impossible for him to develop such a potion, much less allow himself to directly return to his prime physique. Seeing Shenlang, Master Soul immediately asked excitedly, Mr. Lang, is there another material arriving? Well, see for yourself. Shenlang pointed at the corpse of the planet destroyer behind him that had been extracted from the trading channel and said, there are actually so many? Looking at the carcasses piled up hundreds of meters high behind Shenlang, Master Soul was shocked, and after the shock, there was a moment of blissful annoyance. So much blood and flesh. How long will it take to finish refining it? It doesn't matter, just refine it slowly. Shenlang smiled. Master Soul nodded. Well, I'll get the first batch of potions made as soon as possible. Looking at Master Soul, who had already revealed a hint of urgency, Shenlang estimated that the other party was probably ready to start exploding his liver again. But a burst of liver is a burst of liver. It doesn't hurt to have a liver-popping artifact like life spring water in the mix. Oh right. Just then, Master Soul flipped his hand and took out 9 spatial rings and said, this is a batch of spatial rings that have just been refined. I added a little bit of this giant beast's fingernails inside the materials for this refining, and it turned out surprisingly well. The storage space of these rings has reached 500 cubic meters. What? Shenlang's eyes lit up when he heard it. Expanded space by 10 times? Master Soul exclaimed. This behemoth is full of treasure. Next time I'll try it with those 2 horns on its head. Shenlang nodded and encouraged. Okay, there are plenty of horns anyway. You let go and use it. After chatting with Master Soul for a while, Shenlang confirmed the deal with him. After ending the video with Master Soul, Shenlang exited the trading space. Look at the time, 10:30 p.m. It's still early. I am. Master, extract the footage that mechanical be captured from Godzilla World. Yes, Master. As Xiao AI uploaded the images captured by the mechanical bees stored in the hive ring to the smart glasses, Shenlang leisurely watched. Shenlang saw that the entire scene should have started right after Godzilla left the trading space. As the mechanical bees lifted off to shoot, Shenlang saw the black dark clouds in the distance at first glance. But soon, as several mechanical bees rose sharply into the air and approached that dark cloud, Shenlang saw it clearly. That's not a dark cloud. That's a bunch of planet destroyers. Through the screen, Shenlang clearly saw their hideous faces, and even every piece of scale armor on their bodies. Looking at the 300 behemoths that came from the sky in front of him, Shenlang could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. He hadn't felt it before when he'd only heard Godzilla dictate it. Knowing that this matter was seen with his own eyes, he truly realized how terrifying this gang of planet destroyers really was. Right under Shenlang's gaze, those planet destroyers in the picture soon arrived over the Godzilla family. Then there was the blast of 1,000 nuclear eggs. Shenlang then saw that there were several images that instantly lost signal right at this time. And these images were from the footage of those several mechanical bees that were destroyed by the nuclear explosion energy. However, although they were destroyed by the energy, the footage they had previously captured was nonetheless transmitted intact to the hive ring and preserved. Then, Shenlang saw a monster battle of epic proportions. The Godzilla family that had absorbed the energy of 1,000 nukes, 4 against 200, had practically crushed its way through these planetary destroyers flat out. Even later in the battle, many planet destroyers grew wing to fly away toward high speeds. As a result, the Godzilla family blasted them all down in a straight round of flurry fire. Seeing this, Shenlang knew that this group of planet destroyers must not have taken military education classes. Taking off without having dealt with the land-based air defense weapons is a suicide mission. However, Shenlang didn't watch the entire video all the way through. After all, it was a battle that lasted 7 days and 7 nights. To really watch the entire battle, even with triple speed, it would take more than 2 days and 2 nights in a row to finish it. Then again, battle scenes like this are actually boring to watch for too long. After all, whether it's Godzilla or Planet Destroyer, it's just the same moves back and forth. Growl, fling, shockwave, and then it's gone. But that's understandable. After all, this is Godzilla, not Kung Fu Panda. After watching the most intense hour at the beginning, Shenlang then began to skip around and finally watched the ending scene of Godzilla's family roaring up to the sky amidst the corpses of planet destroyers all over the place. After reading it, Shenlang let out a long breath. It's awesome. It's 1,000,000 times better looking than that stinky, long foreplay Godzilla that Hawkmaster did. It was only a pity that he hadn't thought of it himself when the Shepherd Tree People clan had fought the demon worms. Otherwise, it was estimated that that battle was also very exciting. AI, do you have a video clip making function? No, Master. But I retrieved that there is a lot of video software as well as video production instruction on the internet that I can learn. Then learn. Okay, Master. You wait a moment. Less than a minute. Master, AI has finished learning. May I ask if you need video editing and production? Why don't you edit out all of that hour and a half or so that I just watched? Oh yeah. And for the soundtrack you can refer to those monster movie ones. Okay, Master. 20 seconds later, AI's voice sounded again. Master, the video has been made. Do you need to open it? Open up. So, Shenlang spent another hour and a half watching the finished movie produced by Little Love Clips. This look, what the? Why does it feel even better than the original artwork you just saw yourself? This stern picture, full of impact scenes plus a few familiar BGM, made Shenlang, who had obviously seen it once, have a feeling of boiling blood. This Nima, it's a surefire way to beat all the Hollywood blockbusters. After watching this 1 hour and a half monster blockbuster with relish, Shenlang couldn't help but exclaim, AI. You're simply a genius. Master, if we're talking in terms of computing power, I should be more than 100 million times more powerful than a genius. Shenlang, you make so much sense out of it. Shenlang looked at the time. Without realizing it, the time was already 1:30 a.m. Now, it's June 1st. Looking at the date, Shenlang suddenly had an idea. Chapter 87, Hawksbane, I think I know where the nuclear egg went. June 1st, 1:40 a.m. Huang Haodong, who was an online author, uploaded the chapter he had just written to the website, then got up and went to the restroom, washing his face in the process, before returning to the computer. Just as he was about to pick up where he left off with another chapter, there was a sudden belly-aching sound. After hearing the protests from his stomach, Huang Haodong immediately went to the kitchen to make a packet of instant noodles, and then picked up the cell phone on the side and opened the scarf interface, ready to take advantage of the effort of making noodles to brush the scarf for a while. As an online writer who writes soft sci-fi, Huang Haodong usually focuses on tech bloggers and those who have been famous online bloggers for a certain period of time. In their opinion, if these big verses can be hot, then there must be something worth learning. Entering the scarf interface, Huang Haodong slid the page down a bit in his hand. As the interface refreshes, the first scarf that comes to your eyes is from the official microblog of the Desert Oasis Company. For this company, Huang Haodong was still very impressed. Of course, this impression was not directed at this company, but at the boss behind this company, that is, that retrograde man in the sandstorm, Shun Lang. Huang Haodong still remembers the kind of emotion and admiration he felt in his heart when he first saw that video. For the first time, he truly felt that an ordinary person could become so great. He then became an honored member of the TAP of the then heated event, dedicating a sliver of himself to the retrograde's hot streak. Later, Shen Lang set up Desert Oasis Technology, and he was also one of the first fans to follow this company's official microblog on Weibo. However, at this time, Huang Haodong was curious. You, an administrator of the official microblogging site, are not sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you running to post on the scarf? After all, this official micro and will not be a personal account. Want to post whatever you can. All the content must be nodded by the boss can. However, at this point in time, the boss of that company will let his employees on the official microblogging message While puzzled in his mind, Huang Haodong looked at what the other party had posted. June 1st Children's Day is here in Desert Tech wishes all the big kids and little kids a happy holiday. By the way, I made a video. Hope you like it. Underneath that paragraph is a long video that is an hour and a half in length. Seeing this, Huang Haodong couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile. This couldn't be a public service video done by Wave to promote reforestation and ringing, could it? Although Huang Haodong didn't have much interest in all the public service videos, but in the spirit of loving the house, he still clicked on the video by hand. Next second, what F***CK? Huang Haodong's eyes directly widened, only to see that what came out of the video was not what he had imagined to be a picture of green mountains and green water, but actually 4 monsters with hideous and horrible faces. It's like Godzilla. Why does it look like Godzilla? As he was thinking about it, the screen suddenly soared up and then aimed at the end of the sky. Why is that dark cloud so big? And it's floating so fast? It's not right. Soon, as the image pushed closer, Huang Haodong immediately realized, where the hell is the dark cloud? It's a bunch of flying monsters? Looking at the monster with 3 heads and huge wings, Huang Haodong, who had always enjoyed watching monster movies, immediately felt his entire body tremble. Right under his excited gaze, the beast standing on the ground suddenly stepped on a nearby detonator. Then the nuclear bombs planted around the area exploded instantly. Looking at the mushroom cloud that instantly exploded with gas, Huang Haodong was dumbfounded. What the? This isn't a nuclear bomb, is it? How many nukes must there be in this dense mass? That's not right either. Why would Godzilla use a nuclear bomb? Where did they get the nukes? At this moment, however, Huang Haodong obviously had no time to think about these issues, because, after a bout of raging nuclear explosions, the battle between the 4 Godzillas and those flying giants had officially begun. This fight was a full hour and a half. Huang Haodong, on the other hand, watched in dumbfounded amazement for a full hour and a half. At the end of the day, when he saw those 4 Godzilla roaring up to the sky, making deafening noises, he finally couldn't help himself and slammed the table hard, his entire body directly leaping up from his seat. Bullskin, that's a big one. This sleep, directly sleep in the next door of the co-tenant roommate woke up. What are you screaming? This big night. Still not let people sleep. I want to die. I'm sorry. Sorry. Huang Haodong immediately and carefully compensated, then scrunched his head, looked at the Nas head monster in the screen, and excitedly whispered a few more times, "Cowhide." With such excitement, Huang Haodong immediately moved the screen and prepared to go to the comment section at the bottom of the scarf to comment. The result is a look. He just realized that someone down here had already left a comment long before him. Woohoo! This is what you call a monster fight. This is what you call a blockbuster. Can anyone tell me where I can see this movie in its entirety? It always seems like it's not complete with just the fight scenes. Right. What the hell kind of movie is this? How come I've never seen this movie before? Crap. Didn't you read what Desert Oasis Bib says? It's a video they made themselves. Wah. You mean to tell me that this is actually a video produced by a silviculture company? This video shot is too real. The textures and scales on those monsters are simply as if they were real. And those claws that were bitten off, they will still thump. Just like the real thing. More than that, and the scenes when the nuclear bomb explodes, that's too real. It's no worse than those Hollywood special effects blockbusters. What's not to compare? It's obviously a complete blowout. I damn well just wanted to kill some time swiping a scarf while I was on the toilet, but I ended up unknowingly squatting on the toilet for an hour and a half, causing my wife to think I'd been flushed away by the toilet. This is actually a video produced by a reforestation and greening company? I think more than 90% of the movie and television companies in China have to humble themselves. Dude, the pattern is bigger. It's 100%. A little bit bigger. It's 100% of the world's movie studios that have to humble themselves. Compared to this video, King Kong, Godzilla, and Pacific Rim are all younger brothers. Looking at this large wave of comments, Huang Haodong realized that everyone felt the same as himself. He immediately typed in a line of text and sent it out. Wave brother cowhide. Brothers, blow him up. Underneath is instantly a wave of keeping the formation copied, while blowing up. This first batch of netizens who saw the video immediately shared this video link. Come see the best monster fight ever. Tooth and nail. Wahahaha. Come see the blockbuster. The monster movie that blew away Hollywood. You'll regret missing it for the rest of your life. The product of Brother Wave is a masterpiece. Don't regret not reading it. Intrigued by the hyperbole, many were curious to click on the link and take a look. Then, instantly there was another shock. And so, as time passed, more and more netizens received a link shared by a friend to watch the video. At 4:30 a.m., several topics related to the video appeared on the Bib hotspot without a doubt. Hashtag the most bombastic monster blockbuster of all time. Hashtag better than Hollywood monster blockbuster. From the land of summer. Hashtag thousands of nukes topple flying monsters. Hashtag Wavego crossover for a monster movie. It's awesome. This one topic attacked the hot search list at an amazing speed, and in a moment it all rushed into the top 10 of the hot search list. This has brought it to the attention of more and more night owls who are still awake and then click in with curiosity to take a look. Amidst a wave of woo-ing awesomeness, the heat of this video released by Desert Oasis is growing. Soon, such a high level of enthusiasm naturally attracted the attention of some overseas media. At this point, across the ocean in Eagle Jam, the time is mid-afternoon. Some media people who were fluent in the summer language even subconsciously let out a burst of ridicule when they first saw the hot text on the summer bib. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. The summer internet is actually saying that they've made a monster movie that's better than a Hollywood blockbuster. This Summerlander eye is getting good at blowing. They probably think they're still dreaming. After all, they're still at night. But mockery aside, these editors followed the relevant comments to find the link to that video and clicked on it. They intend, first, to see the movie and then write a good story satirizing it. Let those summer people know that when it comes to making movies, holiday will always be their ancestor. But when they opened the video and took a look, instantly, everyone's scalp went numb, and that's an hour and a half of numbness. Finally, all the editors came back to their senses with a startling roar. They looked at me, I looked at you, and there was silence. After a long time, someone finally spoke up. Is this really a movie made by the Xia people? Hate to admit it, but it seems like it. I don't recall us at Hollywood having this movie in theaters. This is incredible. With this marvel, these editors immediately went into action. They quickly edited together screenshots and video selections from this movie along with their own comments and sent them out. Soon, various reviews of the movie appeared on the Western web. Then, the entire Western web blew up as well. Wah, is this really a movie made by someone from Xia? Nope, I don't believe it. This special effect, it simply finished our Hollywood. I'll go. The sight of these 1,000 nuclear eggs exploding is just like the real thing. It's horrible. Soon after, the intelligence service in charge of cyber surveillance in the Eagle Kingdom was greeted by an alert sound from the system. Sensitive word captured. Thousands of nuclear eggs. Explosion. The intelligence officers who were already busy searching for the 1,000 missing nuclear eggs took a look at it and their spirits were suddenly shaken. They immediately followed the system's prompts to find their way there. And then they happened to see that footage of those 1,000 nuclear eggs exploding that had been edited over by some of the media. Watching this terrifying explosion scene on the screen, the head of the intelligence department immediately dialed the commander's phone. His Excellency the Commander, I think I know where the nuclear egg went. Chapter 88, Waking Up, sweeping the world's hot search list. As a matter of fact, if this head of the intelligence department had been able to scrutinize this lead a little more carefully, he would have realized that in fact, this so-called video of the explosion of 1,000 nuclear eggs was nothing more than a clip from a movie or television production. It's just that, due to the tremendous pressure from the top and public opinion, they haven't had a good night's sleep for a whole week, and every day they are in front of the screen searching and listening to all kinds of information all over the world. The long hours of high pressure and overloaded work had long since made their nerves completely numb and their brains completely inactive. Therefore, upon seeing this video, especially after analyzing the data comparison and confirming that the power demonstrated by the explosion of this nuclear egg in the picture was consistent with the data of the expected destructive power generated by the explosion of those 1,000 lost nuclear eggs. This person in charge immediately dialed the unified leader's phone without even thinking about it. He didn't have much else on his mind. He just wanted to end this nightmarish search as soon as possible. Really? Great. Upon learning that the intelligence department had found out where the nuclear egg had gone, the Eagle Sauce commander was so excited that he kicked away the secretary who was kneeling in front of him. Where is the nuclear egg? It's gone. His Excellency the Commander, the head of cyber intelligence said as he looked at this video in front of him. All 1,000 of those nuclear eggs have been detonated. Eagle Jam Commander? Upon hearing this, the Eagle Sauce commander was dumbfounded. 1,000 nukes have been detonated? Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how destructive 1,000 nuclear bombs detonated at the same time would be? It could have destroyed the entire planet dozens of times. But now Blue Star is clearly fine. The Eagle Sauce commander asked angrily. Colonel Richard, do you know what you're talking about? 1,000 nuclear eggs have been detonated? Why didn't our satellite surveillance department realize that at all? I don't know about that, but the system on my side captured a leaked video of those 1,000 nukes being detonated, and after comparing and analyzing it, that is indeed the destructive power that can only be achieved when 1,000 nukes are detonated. What video? You send it over and I'll take a look. Yes, Your Excellency the Commander. Please wait. Within moments, the head of intelligence sent that video to the Eagle Jam commander. The Eagle Sauce commander opened it. Hiss. The Eagle Sauce commander immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This mushroom cloud, it seems to be a real sight of 1,000 nuclear eggs being detonated. Just then, the secretary, who had just straightened up her grooming, came over the side wiping her lips with a wet wipe. When she saw that video clip in the screen, she couldn't help but let out a soft eep. Isn't this the opening clip of that Xia-produced monster movie? Eagle Jam Commander? What monster movie? Commander Eagle Jam looked at the secretary with a puzzled expression. That secretary immediately took out his cell phone, skillfully opened a video, and then placed it in front of the commander-in-chief. It's this movie. The entire internet is talking about it now. The filming is really great. It's just like the real thing. The Eagle Sauce commander fixed his eyes. Then there was the spectacle of a giant Godzilla crushing a controller with 1 foot. In the next second, 1,000 nuclear eggs exploded around it. The rising mushroom cloud that followed was identical to the video that the head of intelligence had sent to himself. Seeing this, the Eagle Sauce commander couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Immediately afterward, an uncontrollable rage exploded violently from his heart like a volcano erupting. I only saw the Eagle Sauce commander pick up the phone and roar into the microphone. You asshole. How dare you fool me with a movie clip? You are humiliating me. Humiliating a great Eagle Sauce commander. Asshole. I am now officially informing you. You are dismissed. Immediately. You're going to jail. It wasn't long before news of the head of Eagle Jam's Cyber Information Intelligence Department stepping down and also being arrested for malfeasance appeared on Eagle Jam's network. Then, according to informed sources, the person in charge went so far as to report a clip on the internet of a nuclear egg exploding from a Xia monster movie as a clue to the recent disappearance of the nuclear egg to the Eagle Sauce commander, thus committing the crime of dereliction of duty. When the news hit the internet, the netizens of Eagle Land were the first to get taught. Oh my god, that's the funniest joke I've heard in years. How dare someone take a movie or TV clip and use it as evidence? And it even happened in our Eagle Jam country? Ha 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 ha. Is this going to kill me with laughter? So this is the idiot who has been in charge of cybersecurity in our Eagle Jam country? This is a big joke. Say, what kind of video? How could it make a head of the intelligence department dare to take it to fool the commander-in-chief? Where did he get the confidence that this video could fool the commander-in-chief? You still don't know? It's just a monster movie made from Xia. Very well made indeed. It's not really accurate to say it's a movie, because there's some no beginning and no end. And to be precise, it would be an incomplete monster movie or television production. Just do a random search online. There's tons of them. Okay, I'll take a look. Oh my god, I just finished watching it. The monster is just so real. It's just like the real thing. Now I finally realize why that person in charge dared to fool the commander-in-chief with that clip. It's very real indeed. Very quickly, major overseas media outlets reported the news that the head of the Eagle Sauce Country Cyber Intelligence Department attempted to hoodwink the Eagle Sauce commander with a clip from a movie or television production produced in Xia, and ultimately failed and was sent to jail spread throughout the entire overseas network. At the same time that the Eagle Sauce Country was once again reduced to a global laughingstock, countless overseas netizens were curious about that Xia-produced movie and television production in the media's mouth, and sought it out in droves. And then, wow, this is too good to be true. If I hadn't realized that the media had told me that this was a film or television production from a summer production, I really would have thought that this was a blockbuster made in Hollywood. Cut. Don't give Hollywood a good face, okay? Can Hollywood make such a great picture? It's impossible to make this special effects without $2 billion. This not monster blockbuster is simply excellent. It's simply amazing that Xia can make a movie like this. I'm curious, does anyone know which movie company actually made this movie? Are there any others out there? I still want to see it. Some media have said that this doesn't seem to be produced by any professional film or TV company. It seems to be from a reforestation and greening company? What did you say? An afforestation and greening company? Are you kidding me? This joke is not funny, but this isn't a joke. It's a fact. You only need to go to the internet over in the summer country to see that. That reforestation and greening company is called Desert Oasis, and they're the ones who posted this movie and television work on their Scarf platform before it spread. So a reforestation and greening company made a monster blockbuster that even Hollywood couldn't make? For a moment, overseas netizens were all shocked. Summer Empire time, 7 in the morning. As countless Xia people woke up from their sleep, they picked up their cell phones placed at the bedside and opened the newsfeed app, ready to look at the hot list of the day's 24 hours. As a result, he was shocked to find that the entire hot search list was ruled by the summer monster. Oh no, not the Summerland monster. It's a movie and television production by a summer company that makes monster battles. Take another look. Nice guy. Not only were all the domestic hot search lists ruled by this not monster movie and television production, even the hot search lists of overseas countries were all swept away. What the hell is going on here? In a moment of confusion, the netizens of the summer country clicked on the relevant news to take a look. That's what makes sense. It turns out that just in the early hours of this morning, a summer company called Desert Oasis uploaded a video that captured the scene of a battle between two camps of monsters. Because the filming was so good, then it first swept the domestic hot list, then it was found by foreign media to reprint and share it over, and then it swept the global hot list. This is too exaggerated. A monster movie made by a summer company has swept the world? It's not like they're getting paid to operate, is it? Are you crazy? That's sweeping the hit list of every country's network around the world. Do you know how much it cost? Without a few $100 million, it's simply impossible. Would you spend hundreds of millions to promote a movie? Not to mention the fact that people are still giving it away for free. Say, that Desert Oasis seems to be a reforestation and greening company, right? Why did it suddenly cross the border to make a movie? What? The Green Company? Have you got it wrong? Yeah, I remembered it too. It's the Green Company. It's run by Brother Wave. It's one of the retrograde heroes from the Imperial Dust Storm. That's right, that's him. Are you guys telling me that such a monster blockbuster that swept the global hit list was actually made by a green company? Ha ha ha, if you guys don't believe me, go to Desert Oasis's official website. That movie is still hanging around, but the scarf seems to be a bit stuck right now. I'll see to it now. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a large number of netizens flocked to the bib, found the official microblog of that Desert Oasis, and then clicked on that video to take a look. Wah, bullskin. 2 minutes later, the bib went down. Star. Chapter 89, My Niece's Children's Day Performance. Shen Lang naturally knew all about this happening on the internet, but didn't care. At 7:10 in the morning, Shen Lang took his niece downstairs and drove to Shadow Show City. On the way, Shen Lang received a call from Dai Fei. As soon as the phone was connected, Dai Fei opened his mouth with, "What F***ck? Wave brother cowhide." Shen Lang immediately scolded with a laugh. "Watch what you say. One is in my car." Dai Fei let out an ah and immediately laughed. One. Good morning. Happy Children's Day. Thank you, Uncle Airplane. One responded nicely. Happy Children's Day to you too. Ha ha, thank you, Dai Fei said. When you get out of school this afternoon, Uncle Airplane will take you to Intai City to play, okay? To celebrate June 1st for you. Hearing this, One's eyes lit up and looked at Shen Lang with considerable interest. Uncle, is it okay? Shen Lang smiled and asked, you were able to get off work so early today? You know, kindergarten ends at 3:30. Dai Fei said with a dejected face. You say that. Your brother. I'm at least a leader now. If I leave work early, is there anyone else who will dock my paycheck? Just last week, a second shipment of 2,000 tons of high-purity chrome powder arrived at the dock. With this batch of chrome powder in place, Dai Fei's reputation within the Yongqing Iron and Steel Group reached its peak. Now, from the chairman of the board of directors down to the ordinary employees, all of them were smiling and frowning when they saw Dai Fei. Not to mention just getting off work a little bit earlier. Even if Dai Fei didn't go to work for 10 days, no one would dare to have any objections. If you have a problem with it, can you also get me too? 500 tons of high-purity chrome powder back from outside at the general market price? But the good thing is that Dai Fei himself is very sober, not inflated. Weekdays are on time to work, on time off. Even if something goes out will also be reported in advance. In the group's internal reputation is also as good as ever. At this moment, listening to Dai Fei's pretense of dejected words, Xinlang immediately laughed. Yes, 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 Manager Dai is mighty. That's fine. See you this afternoon. Okay. 1-1. I'll see you this afternoon then. Okay day. Uncle Daffy. See you this afternoon. He. 10 minutes later, Xinlang arrived at Shadow Show City. This is the largest theater in all of Hokuriku, and with the increase in cultural activities at various schools in recent years, it has become a venue for many schools to hold cultural performances. This year, it is the 10th anniversary of the establishment of Wenwen's kindergarten, and it coincides with the June 1st Children's Day. So the kindergarten rented the place and prepared for a kindergarten's June 1st performance and the kindergarten's 10th anniversary celebration. By the time Xinlang parked his car and brought Wenwen to the entrance of Shadow Show City, many parents had already lined up outside in an orderly manner with their children. Wow, look, it's Uncle Wenwen, Uncle Magician. Wrong. It's Uncle Heroic Magician. Good morning Wenwen, good morning Uncle Wenwen. Seeing Xinlang holding Wenwen's hand and coming over, many children immediately greeted the two enthusiastically. Some of these children were in Wenwen's class, but also in other classes or even other grades, since these little guys became Xinlang's little fanboys and girlfriends. Wenwen, who was his niece, was also loved by them. Every time after class, children from other classes would come over to play with Wenwen and give her all sorts of goodies and fun from time to time, so that every day Wenwen went back with an empty school bag and came back with a full one. Good morning Xinlang smiled and greeted this group of little fanboys and girls, then smiled and gestured to their moms and dads. 1-1. Just then, a brittle voice came from the side. Along with the voice came around. Cute little girl. I only saw her hug Wenwen and happily kissed her on the cheek. Why did you just come? I've been waiting for you for a long time. This enthusiastic little guy is naturally Wen's number one little sister. Gao Gao. Sorry Gao Gao, I slept in today. Faced with her little sister's complaints, Wenwen said in embarrassment. In fact, the main reason is that, just yesterday, Wenwen heard that Xinlang is also going to participate in the kindergarten's cultural performance today, and also to perform magic tricks, so she pestered Xinlang to perform a few for her in advance. As a result, because the magic performed by Xinlang was too wonderful, she was so excited to watch it, and then she had been tossing and turning until very late at night before falling asleep, which resulted in her not being able to get up today. Ha, it's alright. I actually like to sleep in too. Gao Gao laughed, comforted Wenwen, and took a lollipop from his pocket and handed it over. This one is for you to eat. Your favorite strawberry flavor. Thank you Gao Gao. Seeing that her little sister not only didn't blame her for sleeping in, but also gave her a lollipop, Wen immediately revealed a happy smile, then also took out a wine heart chocolate from her pocket and gave it to Gao Gao. The two little ones exchanged gifts and then had a good laugh. The arriving parents and children were quickly guided into the theater by the teachers, who then took the little ones backstage to put on their makeup. They all had a show to perform today, while the parents went to the area where the children's classes were seated. However, since Xinlang also had a performance today, he also stayed backstage. Thus, after almost an hour's work, the little children's makeup was painted. Uncle Wenwen, sit over here, let me help you put on some makeup. At this time, Wenwen's homeroom teacher, Ms. Chi-Chi, waved to Xinlang. Ha, do I have to put on makeup too? Xinlang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Yeah, you're going to perform on stage yeah. Teacher Kiki explained with a smile. There's a lot of light on the stage, so if you don't put on a bit of makeup, the light hitting you will set off your skin tone in a very dull, very unattractive way. When Xinlang heard this, he couldn't help but wipe his nose. He suddenly had some regrets about taking this business. However, it seems to be too late for the opposite to happen. Then put on less makeup. I've never put on any makeup in my life. In the end, Xinlang could only resign himself to sitting in front of the makeup table, looking at Xinlang's look as if he was about to go to the guillotine. Ms. Chi-Chi couldn't help but giggle, then picked up the foundation on the side and scrutinized Xinlang's face, preparing to give Xinlang a foundation first. As a result of this close look, Ms. Chi-Chi suddenly realized that Xinlang's skin was simply too good to be true. Wow, Uncle Wenwen, your skin is so good. Ms. Kiki couldn't help but let out an exclamation. It's almost as fluffy as a child's skin. As a woman, especially on the 24-year-old woman, every year older, the importance of skincare will increase 1 point. As long as the conditions allow, their dresser will be full of a variety of skincare products. As a result, Ms. Kiki's remark immediately attracted the attention of the several female teachers and female parents next to her. They all looked at Xinlang in unison, and a few of the outgoing ones even came up to take a look. Wow, really yay, Uncle Wenwen, your skin is so delicate too. It seems like Wenwen's mom has great skin too. Yeah. I saw Wenwen's mom the other day when I went to her dessert store to buy desserts, and that skin is just like a young girl in her early 20s. Oh right. I even asked her at the time what kind of skincare products she was using, and she said she didn't know, that her brother gave it to her. Hearing this, the eyes of all the big and small girls in the dressing room couldn't help but light up, and all of them looked at Shenlang in unison, their eyes full of heat. Uncle Wenwen, can you tell me what brand of skincare products you gave your sister? I'll go buy a few bottles to try it out later. Shenlang blinked. I'm sorry, this product is not officially open for public sale yet, so my friend asked me to keep it a secret so as not to get him into trouble. Is that so? Hearing this, the group of women immediately revealed a lost expression. Then you must let us know when it's available. Shenlang nodded. Okay, no problem. I don't know if it was because Miss Chi-Chi was too careful, but Shenlang always felt that she took a little too long to put makeup on herself. Seeing that the teacher next to him has finished painting the makeup for the 3 parents who are going to perform this side of the doubt, there is still a small half of the place is not painted. Shenlang was a little tired. Stealing a glance at Shenlang's tired but helpless face, Ms. Chi-Chi's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of cunning, and then but her pretty face flushed, a little shy. This time, in addition to the on-site kindergarten children and parents watching the cultural performance, it will be synchronized with the live broadcast on the fast-shaking platform. This live broadcast, although for the community, but more mainly for those who have been enrolled in the next semester will be enrolled in the kindergarten children and parents to see, so that they can feel the kindergarten and the children's cultural and artistic program and the cultivation of a result. At 9 a.m., the kindergarten's cultural performance officially began amidst a burst of cheerful music. As time passes by, one program either performed by teachers, students, or teachers and students together takes the stage amidst enthusiastic applause, and then walks off the stage amidst the applause and laughter of the crowd. Without realizing it, 2 hours passed by. Right after the last kindergartners performed, Ms. Kiki, who was the host, walked on stage. This time, in order to celebrate our this June 1st Children's Day and our kindergarten's 10th anniversary, we've also invited a very impressive guest. This guest of honor is very special. He is both the uncle of one of our kindergartners, but at the same time, the uncle of all the kindergartners. Even on the internet, there are so many people who call him uncle too, just because so many people call him uncle, that he has a special nickname, National Uncle. Our little friends, however, prefer to call him Uncle Magician. Then next we have our special guest country, Magician Uncle Shenlang, to bring us a wonderful magic show first. Welcome, everyone. Hearing Ms. Chi-Chi's words, on the scene, a lot of big friends and children all stared with wide eyes. What? Uncle Magician is actually going to perform magic for us? Wow, I'm not dreaming, am I? Yes, I can see my magician uncle's magic show again. The next second there was thunderous applause. Stepping on this thunderous applause, Shenlang stepped onto the stage with a smile on his face and light steps. Star. Chapter 90, Longo does magic tricks. Show off. Amidst the warm applause, Shenlang walked to the center of the stage and bowed to the audience. Good morning, everyone, big friends and children. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Shenlang. I'm the uncle of Shenwenwen of Luna Class 2, and I'd like to wish you all a happy Children's Day on June 1st first. As soon as the words were finished, the group of little fanboys and girlfriends below immediately applauded very facetiously. Thank you all for your enthusiastic applause. Next, please ask my assistant to bring up the props. Shenlang reached out his hand towards the stage preparation area next to him, and everyone looked over expectantly. After a few seconds, no one came out. What's the situation? Shenlang also looked over there with a puzzled face. Hey, where is my assistant? Ms. Chi-Chi, have you seen my assistant? What assistant? Ms. Kiki, standing in the stage preparation area, shook her head in bewilderment. I didn't see it. No way. Shenlang was anxious when he heard that. Then see if there are any props for me over there? What props? Looking at Shenlang's anxious face, Ms. Chi-Chi looked around in a panic, and as a result, she didn't find anything. Nothing. Just then, a cell phone ringing sounded from Shenlang's body. Shenlang took out his cell phone and answered the call. Hello? Air Dogsy, what's your situation? Where are the people? A voice that held back what seemed to be exertion came from the microphone. Brother Wave, I'm sorry, I'm in the toilet. I had a bad stomach this morning. Hearing this, a burst of laughter couldn't help but come from the stage. No, are you reliable or not? I'm already on stage ready to perform, but you as an assistant even ran to the restroom? Shenlang complained with a depressed face. What about the props? Where did you put them? Props? A bewildered voice came over the microphone. Then suddenly, as if remembering something, no good. Brother Wave, I forgot the props at home. Hearing this, Shen-Lang on the stage immediately revealed a look of exasperation. You, just stay in the restroom and don't come out for me for the rest of your life. Ha 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 ha. Now, the laughter from the stage got even louder. Who would have thought that a good magic show would suddenly turn into a skit? Right in the middle of the crowd's laughter, Shen-Lang hung up the phone with a huff, and then with both hands spread out, he helplessly said, "Everyone, you've all heard it. Not only did my unreliable assistant go to the restroom, but even the props that I'm going to use have been left at home. Now, I can't change the magic I've been preparing for over a month with great difficulty. Why don't we all disperse today?" Hearing Shen-Lang's words, many people believed them and showed a disappointed expression. Some of the kids just screamed, "No!" Also some of the adults seemed to realize what was going on, and someone immediately called out, "No way! Refund your ticket if you don't perform." Hearing this, everyone froze. What the hell? Bounced checks? Did we buy tickets? Refunded tickets? Before they could react, Shen-Lang on the stage immediately snorted coldly and said, Shen, sold the tickets with my ability. Why should I let you refund them?" Upon hearing this, parents basically came back to their senses. Then another parent shouted from below, "If we don't get our tickets refunded, then show us a few magic tricks. I want to perform too, but I don't have any props." Shen-Lang clapped his hands and said with a helpless face. At this time, a child called out, "Uncle One, can't you do magic with cardboard boxes? I want to see a cardboard box turn into an orange." Yeah. Cardboard boxes into oranges. Cardboard boxes into oranges. And cardboard box flying. A bunch of little ones screamed, "Ooh!" Looking at the little ones under the stage, one by one, chirping and shouting, Shen-Lang couldn't help but laugh. "So you guys are satisfied just by performing such a simple magic trick? If I had known, I wouldn't have had to go through all the trouble of preparing. Good, since you guys want to see it so badly, I'll fulfill your wishes." Hearing that Shen-Lang was going to perform a cardboard box into an orange on the spot, the children and big friends on the spot suddenly applauded enthusiastically again. After waiting for the applause to fall, Shen-Lang said, "However, it's a bit monotonous to keep changing oranges with cardboard boxes. Let's play something different today." "Well, that handsome guy, can you lend me the duck tongue cap on your head?" Shen-Lang looked a line toward the front of the stage, then said to a parent sitting in the third row with a duck-tongued cap, "Yes." The other immediately removed his hat and prepared to send it up. No, you don't have to come over. You can just stand there directly." Shen-Lang reached out to stop the other party, and then said with a smile, "To be honest, in fact, in addition to magic, I also know the supernatural ability of picking up things from the air. I don't have to come over here to space out this hat of yours." Ooh! Upon hearing this, a gasp of surprise erupted from the scene. "What? Don't believe me?" A group of parents on stage shook their heads cooperatively. "Not convinced. Good guys, since you don't believe me, I'll show you guys what's in front of your eyes today. This handsome guy, just put your hat on your head and watch how I can pick up things from the air." Right under the crowd's expectant gaze, Shen-Lang assumed a posture of dribbling power, and then gently pointed his finger toward the hat. Up, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the hat rose straight up 2 meters. "Come here." As Shen-Lang hooked his finger, the hat flew straight toward Shen-Lang again and then landed steadily on his hand. "Well, are you convinced now?" "Wow!" Accompanied by a gasp of surprise, the scene instantly erupted in applause. Some of the kids were even clapping their little hands in excitement. "Wow! Uncle One is awesome. Uncle Magician is awesome. Mom, I want special powers like that too." Waiting for the applause to die down a little, Shen-Lang took the hat with one hand and patted it lightly, treating a cry. "Well, I'm a little thirsty after all that talk just now. I'll have a drink first, haha." Under the gaze of the crowd, Shen-Lang reached into the hat with one hand, and then slowly, took out a bottle of mineral water in a 350 milliliters bottle from inside. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was once again stunned, especially the parent who contributed the hat. He knew very well that he was not Shen-Lang's trustee, and the hat was a plain duck-tongue hat. How the hell did this mineral water turn out? In a burst of applause, Shen-Lang unscrewed the lid and drank a few mouthfuls of water, then got it above the hat and loosened his fingers. The bottle of mineral water immediately fell into the hat, and in the next second, Shen-Lang threw the hat violently into his hand. Pop! With just a soft thud, the bottle of mineral water miraculously disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened. Wow! So many people couldn't help but let out a gasp, followed by a thunderous applause. Holy, how did this happen? Right, where's that bottle of water? Where did it go? I don't know. It obviously fell into the hat. It suddenly disappeared. So that hat was actually a prop? Which parent wouldn't be the one who got the props in advance, right? No. That parent I know. It's the parent of the kid in the class next to my son. He wears that hat every day when he comes to pick up his child. It can't be a prop. Ouch I go. So how did this magic trick work? After a round of applause, Shenlang then began to perform the magic trick of changing oranges. Once again, everyone was shocked as they watched him pull orange after orange out of that hat. Where did he hide the oranges here? Right, he's just wearing short sleeves. There shouldn't be anywhere to hide an orange, right? This orange isn't supposed to be made of props, is it? Perhaps hearing the murmurings from the stage, after pulling the last orange out of the hat, Shenlang directly copied Ms. Chi-Chi standing in the corner and waved. Ms. Chi-Chi, please help me take these oranges down and share them with everyone. Ha! Hearing this, the crowd froze once more. This orange, it's still real? Soon some of the children and parents sitting in the front rows were given oranges. They have peeled back the orange peel to reveal the orange-red flesh inside. I can't believe it's a real orange. Not a prop. My God, how did he do that? Meanwhile, some small children and parents standing at the back looked at the front row with envious faces. Hey, I'm so envious that they can eat oranges. Yeah, I also want to eat the tangerines that Uncle Wenwen changed. It's just a shame that there are only a limited number of oranges, so it's ultimately impossible to distribute them to everyone. At this time, I only heard Shenlang say, hey, I seem to have just heard some children downstairs saying that they also want to eat the oranges I changed, right? We all want to eat it. Down below, some of the older kids who didn't get a share of the oranges shouted, that's a lot to do. That's all the oranges I brought. Shenlang spread his hands and made a difficult face. Hey, there. Suddenly, Shenlang seemed to have thought of a note. Anyone who just ate an orange core? Is it okay to give me an orange core? I have. Uncle Wenwen, I have it here. A small child sitting at the edge of the second row immediately rushed down to the stage waving his hand. Thank you, little friend. Shenlang smiled and bent down, pinching the tiny orange core from the other party's hand. Since everyone wants to eat it, I'll plant an orange tree out for everyone on the spot. What? Planting orange trees on site? Once again, all of them showed their shocked gazes. Then, without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Shenlang ran a pot placed on the side of the stage, and then took out the plastic flowers inserted in it. Guys, do you know how to grow oranges? I'm going to teach you all right now. First dig a hole, then put the seeds in, then bury some soil, and finally pour some water, Shenlang said as he stuffed the seeds into the soil of the flower pot, then took out the bottle of water that he had just drunk from his hat and poured some in. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. As Shenlang's voice rang out, everyone saw that a tiny seedling began to rapidly stretch out of the pot. Under everyone's astonished gaze, this orange sapling quickly grew to more than half a man's height, and then began to pull out shoots, grow leaves, and blossom small flowers. Eventually the petals fall apart and an orange appears quickly from small to large. Boom! The scene instantly exploded. Chapter 91, Longo YYDS. It's on the hot spot again. On the scene, all the parents stared wide-eyed at the half-human tall orange tree on the stage. At this time, an orange the size of a child's fist hangs on the branches. The tender skin, illuminated by the stage lights, glowed yellow-orange like a tiny light bulb. This is fake, right? Someone muttered. It should be fake. Someone swallowed his saliva and responded. After all, this magic was all fake in the first place. Just then, Shenlang on the stage said, please come to a few parents and friends, and together we'll pick these oranges and hand them out to everyone. All? What? You want people to go up there and pick oranges? Aren't you a magic prop? If we ask someone to come up and pick it together, won't it be a cover-up? Even if you're looking for a trustee, you have to say hello in advance, don't you? Parents aren't professional actors, so even if they wanted to prop you up a bit, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. Seeing that no one moved, Shenlang said again, hurry up and come. There's still the next batch after picking. What? There's another batch? The crowd was once again shocked. I'll do it. In the next second, many parents on the scene raised their hands, and what's more, a few guys sitting in the front row had already started to walk towards the stage while raising their hands. Some of the children seemed to have raised their hands and called out, pick me, Uncle Wenwen, I want to help. In the end, Shenlang picked a total of 8 people up from the 4 big and 4 little ones. One parent's eyes glazed over the moment he grabbed an orange and blurted out, it's really an orange. This exclamation of surprise also caused a gasp of amazement to come from all the big kids and little kids at the scene. Soon, these 4 big and 4 little ones quickly picked all the oranges on top, then took them down and started to distribute them one by one. Meanwhile, Shenlang on the stage gently slapped his hand on the orange tree and said, come on, next batch of oranges, come out. As Shenlang's words fell, on the orange tree, a tiny orange blossom bloomed again, and then the small petals fell, and the second batch of oranges rose again from small to large. Then the third installment, fourth installment. Watching this orange tree magically grow oranges over and over again, the parents and children at the scene burst into thunderous applause over and over again. This is simply a miracle. in the monitoring room at the very back of the theater. Several teachers from the technical department who were responsible for filming and recording today's cultural performance let out bursts of amazement. How in the world did this happen? After a teacher finished marveling, he subconsciously glanced at the Quick Shake live interface next to him, which was still in the middle of a live broadcast. This look, steep eyes widened. Lee, quick, come see and shake. He excitedly pointed at the live screen and patted the colleague beside him. What's wrong? The teacher called Rico peeked over in confusion and took a look. Hiss. Instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, only to see that at this time, within the fast-shaking live broadcast room, it was clearly displaying more than 3,168 million people online, and within seconds of their shock, the numbers increased by tens of thousands. What is this? The two were completely shocked. They clearly remembered that right at the beginning of the show, there were only a few hundred or so people in the live room. After all, it was just a kindergarten's cultural performance, so who would spend their free time to come and watch it? Except for some parents who would be interested. Because of this, they didn't pay much attention to the live broadcast, so much so that they didn't even know that there had actually been such a large number of people since when. It's damn near comparable to some of the previous platforms' online spring fling. Right, quickly turn on the pop-up. At this time, Lee suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Oh, The coworker responded instantly, reaching out and tapping on the pop-up feature in a hurry. In the next second, a white flurry of pop-ups surged from right to left like a river breaking its banks. Ouch, I'm going. Brother Long is invincible. This magic trick is simply amazing. Where the hell did this orange come from? It can't really be growing out of an orange tree, can it? You're silly. This is magic. Do you understand magic? It's fake. If it were real, it wouldn't be magic. It'd be called fairy magic. I heard that Brother Wave is performing magic here? I'm not late, am I? Ha ha, you're almost out of oranges. It's late. After watching the pop-ups for a while, it dawned on the two kindergarten technology teachers. Obviously, this group of people were attracted by Shun Lang. However, how did these people know that Shun Lang was over here? In fact, it all started with a random act by a parent. Just as Shun Lang took the stage to perform, a parent down below casually snapped a photo and posted it on his scarf saying, "Thanks to my daughter's blessing, I can watch my national uncle's magic show live." And it also tweeted the official Twitter handle of Desert Oasis. The Desert Oasis staff took a look, and hey, isn't that our own boss? The tweet was retweeted immediately, and at this time, there were already countless netizens who were frantically leaving comments under the Desert Oasis scarf because of that video of the monster fight. Seeing that the Desert Oasis suddenly had a new update, they immediately went up to take a look. Then you see Jing I'll let you or Desert Oasis retweeted a passerby's scarf. And that microblogging, surprisingly, is Shun Lang performing magic on the stage? A closer look. The stage also hangs New Lake Kindergarten June 1st Children's Arts Performance. So, with a little searching, they found the kindergarten's live stream, and then they flooded in. It turned out to be only a few hundred goodbyes when I went in. Seeing this scene, the netizens were instantly reluctant. What's the situation? My brother Long performs magic and there are only a few hundred people watching online? This is not scientific. With just this many people, how can they be worthy of our Wave Brothers brand name? How can we hang another 10,000 characters on the back? That's right. Those female anchors have hundreds of thousands of people watching online when they twirl their waists, but only a few hundred when my brother Long performs magic tricks? Not to mention my brother Long. I can't even afford to lose this reputation. Brothers, go to the Angolans for the wave. Let's go. Then, countless amounts of traffic started pouring into the kindergarten's live stream. And finally there are these tens of millions of people online now. Meanwhile, above the stage, after confirming that everyone in the room had been allocated oranges, Shun Lang gently patted the orange tree. It's been hard for you. You can now turn back into a seed again. Generally speaking, Shun Lang pressed his hand down on the top of the orange tree while pressing it down, seemingly trying to press it back into the flower pot. Seeing this scene, the audience in the scene as well as in the live screen were all happy. Ha ha, Wave Brother, this is too funny. Such a big pot of orange tree. How can it be pressed down? Ah, crap. Just when the audience still thought that Shun Lang was brushing off his humor, they only saw Shun Lang fiercely exerting himself. Then, everyone just watched, as his hand pressed against the orange tree, and landed in the planter with a single press right to the bottom. Just like that, in front of thousands of people on the floor and more than 30 million people on the live screen, Shun Lang actually really pressed that orange tree back into the flower pot. Just before everyone could react is even, Shun Lang pinched out a tiny orange core from the flower pot and placed it on his fingertips, then bowed deeply toward the stage. Thank you all viewers, Sigma, eh? The whole scene was silent for a full 2 seconds. Next second, the scene was instantly mountainous. Thunderous applause. Wow, that magic is awesome. Wave Brother Bullskin. Longo is invincible. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Would dash asterisk 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 asterisk. Ed up. How the hell did that happen? Wave YYDS. Very quickly, the video of this magic trick performed by Shun Lang on the stage was recorded by netizens and posted on the internet. Instantly, once again, the internet was on fire. 4:30 in the afternoon. Imperial Capital. Inside one of the offices of the Central Moms TV station, the director's team in charge of next year's Spring Gala program is intensely discussing the layout of next year's Spring Gala program. Director Lu, look at this. Just then, a staff member excitedly handed Shun Lang's magic video to the leader. How do you like this magic trick? That director Lu took a look and couldn't help but have his eyes light up as he nodded. That's fine. What's the situation with this magician? He's the Shun Lang who's been all the rage on the internet lately. That retrograde hero in the sandstorm. It's him. Ha! Director Lu was surprised. He's even a magician? After pondering for a while, Director Lu said, "Can you contact him and ask him if he's interested in coming to the Spring Festival Gala?" Okay. The other party nodded, and with a face of success, he found someone to consult Shun Lang's contact information. As far as he was concerned, it was the Spring Festival. Who could possibly refuse an invitation if they could receive one? As a result, to his surprise, after receiving an invitation to the Spring Festival Gala, the person asked the question, "If I can attend the show, can I bring my family along to see it?" This probably won't work. Then forget it. Bye. Springer staff, Sigma, eh? He never dreamed that there would be people who would still refuse to go to the Spring Festival Gala because they couldn't bring their families along to see it live? This is simply great. On the other hand, inside Gintama City, Shun Lang looked at Wunwun, who was happily playing in the amusement park, and hung up the phone with a bland expression. For him, whether or not to go to the Spring Festival Gala has no practical significance, compared to which he cares more about the time he spends with his family. Can't bring the family along to the site, so what's the point of going to the Hammer Spring Fling? It's not like he lacks that fame, much less lack of money. What? Which TV station wants to invite you to a program again? At this moment, Dai Fei, who was on the side, asked with a smile. This was already the ground 5 calls that Shun Lang had rejected in the past hour. It's Central Mom, Shun Lang said lightly, wanted to ask me to participate in this year's Spring Festival Gala, and I refused. Central Mom Spring Gala? Dai Fei looked at the bland Shun Lang with a shocked face. Abominable. There are loaded to. Just at this time, Shun Lang received a micro-message from MS Chi-Chi. The other party sent a paragraph to thank him for today's hard work performance. Not yet sent a link. This is this year's Yongcheng Education Bureau organized by the Yongcheng Campus 10 Best Cultural and Artistic Performances Program Selection Activities. There is time to go to vote for yourself. Oh, I've sent it to all the parents. Shun Lang couldn't help but smile, and then clicked on the link. Next, Xiao AI suddenly sent a warning. Master, a virus has been detected on the linked page. Do you need to remove it? Shun Lang, the official web page has a virus too? Star. Chapter 92, the ransomware virus that went wild. Who did this? Dig him out. Clear it. Shun Lang did not care. Directly let Xiao AI will invade the phone's virus to remove. And then in that interface left a web page has a virus comment and retreated. Considering that there may be quite a few teachers and parents over at the kindergarten who have been infected with the virus, Shun Lang immediately asked Xiao AI to create a virus-killing app and send it to MS Chi-Chi. MS Chi-Chi, there is a virus on the link you sent me. And this is an app that can kill the virus exclusively, so you can let all the teachers and parents who have already been in to cast their votes to install it and kill the virus. Ha, Sigma, okay. MS Kiki immediately downloaded that app file to install and launch it. Soon after, the screen will show that the virus has been detected. May I ask if it is removed? MS Kiki hurriedly clicked clear. After removing the virus, MS Kiki immediately sent the app file to the kindergarten teachers and the parent population and told them about the situation. What? There's a virus? No way. Yeah, that's the official website of the Education Bureau. How could there be a virus? It can't be a mistake, right? Facing the skepticism of some of her colleagues and parents, MS Kiki immediately said, "It's true, there really is a virus. I just checked and killed it." MS Kiki, where did this software come from? How come it doesn't even have a name? Someone asked again. MS Kiki said, "This was sent to me by Uncle Wunwun. He was the one who told me the page had a virus." Ha, it's Uncle Wunwun. Okay, I'll download one then. I'll try. Under Shun Lang's personal charm, teachers and parents who were still skeptical immediately clicked on the download and installed it. One run. Ha, there's actually a virus? My God, where did this virus come from? So the Education Bureau's official website was also implanted with a virus? Who has the contact information of the Education Bureau? Notify them and hurry to get rid of the virus. A number of teachers and parents have called through the Department of Education's publicly available contact information. However, at this time of the day, the Education Bureau has long been off duty. In the end, it was the kindergarten principal who personally called the secretary and told the other party about the virus infection on the official website of the Education Bureau. When the director heard this, he immediately notified the technical department. After receiving the call from the director, the technical department immediately launched a careful scanning of the server and web page, and the result was that there was no such virus as the other party said. What? No is good. After receiving the technical confirmation, the director couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, followed by a hint of dissatisfaction towards the kindergarten director. However, considering that the other party is at least the head of a garden and a backbone of the city's education, the director didn't pursue anything, and sent her a reply afterward. The technical department has already checked it out. It's fine. After receiving this message from the director, the kindergarten director just assumed that the other party had already checked and killed the virus, and put his heart down. Okay, it's good that it's okay. On the other hand, Shen Lang didn't take this little episode of the virus to heart. After all, nowadays, the internet technology is so advanced that someone will come up with some kind of Trojan horse virus in 3 days or so. Shen Lang also did not want to do what the internet scavenger. There are so many internet technology professionals and the wheel cannot take his turn to is not it? After accompanying the little one to play in Intai until 5:30, followed by a Western dinner treated by Dai Fei, Shen Lang took the little one back home, probably because he had been out too long today. The little one came home, took a bath, and went to bed early. Shen Lang, on the other hand, chatted with his parents for a while, and then went out to Riren Ufu. Su Yating was already waiting for him here. After a heated exchange, the two fell asleep, and just as Shen Lang fell asleep, a huge crisis pounced on the summer internet. For in the morning, just when a bunch of night owls were still enjoying watching live broadcasts, playing games, and chatting with heterosexual netizens, all of a sudden, the screens of their computers and cell phones went steeply black. A black dialog box then popped up on it. Please be sorry to inform you that your device is locked. You can purchase the unlocking secret key for 10 bitcoins. Here is the link to purchase. When the crowd saw the dialog box, they couldn't help but freeze. What the hell kind of airplane? What is this? Why can't I get anything? What the hell is this? It actually locked my computer? Someone disbelievingly performed a forced reboot, which turned out to be useless. Then some of those who know a little bit about computer technology went back into safe mode and attempted to use antivirus software to uninstall this inexplicable thing, only to find that even safe mode was locked. What the is this virus? The crowd was dumbfounded. Soon, with the passage of time, some overnight business internet cafes, convenience stores, nightclubs, hotels and even hospitals, television stations, broadcasting stations and so on, one after another. The staff found that their own used-to-order settlement of all the computers were locked by an inexplicable program. This one, the whole internet blew up. What's going on? A dialog box popped up on my phone saying that my device is locked. It told me to spend 10 bitcoins to buy the unlock secret key to unlock it. I can't believe you're locked up too? Me too. Asterisk in hell. This is blackmail. Whoa, our side of the internet cafe blew up. All the computers are locked up, even the one with the webmaster. Now everyone's clamoring for a refund. It's killing me. We were just going to have a snack at Hai Di Lao and the computer they order from got locked up. What's going on here? Then later, someone noticed that the bibs were opening slower and slower. It's getting stuck. At the end of the day, it just won't open. What is this? Soon, a screenshot of a Circle of Friends notice from a Scarf executive was sent out. It said that the servers and computers of the Scarf company had suffered a malicious attack. 60% of the computers including the servers had been implanted with a virus that couldn't run normally, and now the engineers were making every effort to crack the virus. Finally, the executive also issued a notice that from now on, never log onto the Scarf or you risk getting a virus. Everyone was shocked to see this. The Scarf was even planted with a virus? Doesn't that mean that all the ones that have just been on the bib are poisoned? Woohoo! I just went on a ING bib 3 minutes ago. Luckily, my cell phone is working fine now. Please, should I disconnect from the internet for a while now, just to be on the safe side? Soon after, some netizens who had previously been on the Scarf realized that their phones were also locked by the virus. The other side, faced with this sudden virus, all the internet companies have been like an enemy. They immediately notified all the company's technical gurus to rush to the company to bail them out. A technical Dana with a wake-up call because of the sudden wake-up call, but also very much a temper. The company has raised so many technicians to do what to eat, it's not just a virus, they can't handle it. However, when he heard that the Scarf company's entire server was paralyzed due to the attack of this virus, he instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. I'll come over right away. At the same time, The Summerlin Network Information Security Center had also detected the anomaly through network monitoring. They took it very seriously and immediately contacted all the internet technology companies to find out the details. When the center summarized all the data reported by the major internet technology companies about the situation of this virus, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. In just 3 hours, more than 20 million computers and 13 million cell phones have been infected and forcefully locked by the virus across the network. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Quickly, hurry up and notify the technical department. Crack this virus as soon as possible. At one time, all the experts and scholars in the field of computer and internet in the whole summer country were alarmed and got up from their blankets to rush to the relevant units. But, this computer virus is actually like a biological virus. To break it, you first need to understand its structure and working mechanism, and then you can compile the appropriate program to check it. This process, in turn, consumes a certain amount of time to explore and be wrong over and over again. But, time waits for no one. It's clear to everyone. The longer it drags on, then the greater the chances of loss for the country and society as a whole. You know, in today's internet age, it's really hard to get around without a computer. And just when the entire SIA internet was in a frenzy because of this sudden virus, far across the ocean in the land of Eagle Jam, inside a luxurious suburban villa, a group of young white men with a full head of blonde hair were slumped in front of their computers, each intently tapping away at the keyboard. After a short while, the youths finished tapping the last letter and then smiled in victory. Done. Let's wait to get rich next. Ha ha. This wave is going to make the Summerlanders come out of the blood well. That's for sure. Unless they want to go back to a primitive society. Ha ha. The crowd let out a burst of gloating laughter. Say, the Gold Master this time is so powerful. It's amazing that they were able to get the chip vulnerabilities of Pennycom, Intel and AMD. Unfortunately, the other party only allows us to attack the equipment within SIA. This would really make us rich if we could attack a wave globally. Alright. One SIA kingdom is already enough for us. Since that Gold Master was able to get his hands on this loophole, he must have a way to solve it. If we piss him off and directly plug this loophole, we won't make a dime. Say, who do you guys think? Who could this Gold Master be? Since he contacted us through the dark net, he must be unwilling to expose himself. As long as he pays the money, who cares who he is? Fair enough. The next day, Xin Lang woke up from a sound sleep and wanted AI to report on today's weather conditions. Results. Master, due to a virus invasion of the official weather forecast website, it is no longer able to provide data properly. Xin Lang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What about other weather sites? After scanning, 70% of the public networks in the entire country of SIA have now been invaded by a virus. Xin Lang's face sank. In a deep voice, he asked, who did this? Dig him out. Chapter 93, Behind the Scenes, An Eye for an Eye, Attacking the Eagle Sauce Internet. In terms of hacking skills, those few hackers who had put the virus in place were undoubtedly considered to be the top in this world, or else they wouldn't have had the guts and confidence to extort the entire SIA country. In fact, if by virtue of the summer country's own computer talent reserves and technology, to solve this virus is not difficult, is only a matter of time, but want to trace the roots of who did it, that is basically very difficult, because all the paths and trajectories of propagation have been destroyed by them. But unfortunately, they met Xin Lang. True, their hacking skills had already stood at the top of this world, but facing Xin Lang, who possessed advanced artificial intelligence, there was only one result, and that was being hung. Master, found it. It only took more than a minute for Xiao AI to recover the path and trajectory that had been destroyed by the other party, and traced all the way back to the root straight to lock their location and send it to Xin Lang. Xin Lang took a look. Heck, it's right here in Eagle Jam country. AI, can you hack into their computer? Don't let them find out. Yes, Master. Soon, AI took control of the permissions of these dozen of computers and found the source code and all the programs related to this virus inside, and also found all the real identity information of these hackers as well as their accounts and conversation records on the darknet inside. Xin Lang immediately swept through the conversation record, and immediately his eyes stared. It turns out that behind the hackers, there were fingerprints. This point man went so far as to reveal the design flaws of the Pennycom, Intel and AMD chips to this group of hackers, and demanded that they had to confine the virus to the Summerland. In other words, this is a conspiracy against the Summerland network. Just then, AI suddenly detected a sudden extra 1,000 bitcoins in the Bitcoin account of one of the hackers. Currently, the price of Bitcoin has fallen from $17,000 to $5,000 apiece, which means that the value of these 1,000 bitcoins is worth $5 million at the current time. At a time like this, the only person who would send 1,000 bitcoins to this group of hackers would be the one behind it. Contacts are made using anonymous accounts on the dark web, and then transfers are made using a Bitcoin account that also doesn't reveal your identity. It was obvious that the other party was just deliberately hiding their identity. Ha! The guy who hides his head. AI. Check the source of the account for this Bitcoin. Yes, master. Just a few seconds later, AB checked the detailed path of this Bitcoin transaction. The other side was clearly wary, and even when trading in Bitcoin, still used a full 5 accounts as a jumping off point. It's just a shame that in front of AI, all cover-ups are futile. Eventually, AI directly targeted the source of the transaction of the 1,000 Bitcoins inside a mansion in Beverly Hills, California. The owner of the mansion, according to the California Center for Real Estate Management database, is a senior executive at Pennycom. So it's you rats. Shen Lang smiled coldly. Shen Lang asked, Xiao AI, how did they manage to confine the virus to the territory of Xia? They implanted a location activation program in the virus program, which will activate the virus as long as the program detects that the communication network is in the territory of Xia, and the virus will fall asleep once it is detached from the Xia network. So that's why they're coming for summer. Yes, Shen Lang asked, AI, can you create a similar but more advanced virus than this one? Master, how many levels higher do you need the virus? What? Shen Lang, what do you mean? The level of this virus is too low. In my database, there are more than 1 million computer viruses with a level higher than it, and the ones with the highest level are 2 levels higher than it. Shen Lang blinked. What is the concept of 2 levels higher? AI, according to Blue Star's computer technology, it would take 5 years to break it. Shen Lang, Sigma, A? Then follow this rank. Give me a direct lock on Eagle Jam Nation. In addition, a glint of severity flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. Give me priority to lock down the IDs of Pennycom, IntelliEar, and AMD. Yes, master. At this time, across the ocean in the land of Eagle Jam, in the party room of the Waldorf Astoria Lodge Hotel, California's most prestigious 7-star hotel, the executives of the 3 chip giants, Pennycom, Intel and AMD, are gathered together, enjoying a lavish meal and laughing and joking, a rare reunion for them in the past month or so, drinking until the wine was full. Someone raised his glass and said smilingly, come on, everyone, for the Xia network, cheers, ha 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 ha, cheers. The group laughed and raised their glasses. Mr. Robert, you still have it. Yeah, how do you say it according to the Xia people? Kettle the potatoes. Ha 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 ha. Let those hackers drop a virus in Xia first. Then after this virus has tortured Xia's network to the point where it's almost gone, we'll step forward as saviors and save them. At that time, we'll go along with the situation and ease our relationship with them, so that we can continue to sell the chips to them. That's right. In this way, we have taken care of our face as the leader of the chip industry, and at the same time, it perfectly matches the utilization of our company. It can be said that it's 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha 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 ha, waiting for a whole month, finally waiting for good news. Those hackers are still quite powerful, but we have to watch out for those hackers, too, lest they turn against us. Robert, the president of Pennycom, smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I've prepared a backhand. Actually, there is one thing that he didn't reveal. As early as a month ago, he had found out the identity of one of the members of that hacker team in reality and forced him to become his undercover agent through threats and inducements. After a few more days, when Xia's network was completely paralyzed, someone would inevitably call the Bitcoin at the address on the ransomware virus. With so many summer companies and corporations, if just 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000 compromised and put 10 Bitcoins on the line, it would be an unimaginable amount of money. At that time, he would then work with the Dark Line and that hacking team to take all the Bitcoins on that account. By then, the company got the business. Gain wealth for yourself. Now that's what I call a twofer. Just as the group of executives were mingling and hesitating, suddenly, a phone rings. It's from Robert, the president of Penny Pass. One of the executives from Interlude took one look and couldn't help but joke. What, Mr. Robert, is the noblewoman urging you to go home to bed? Ha ha. Just as the crowd laughed in unison, suddenly, a flurry of cell phone ringtones rose and fell in the party room. Everyone had taken out their cell phones to take a look. All of them were calls from supervisors within their own companies. It's from the company. My side too. Me too. Upon seeing that, surprisingly, all of the cell phones of everyone at the scene had received calls from their respective companies. Everyone instantly realized that something was wrong. Hello? What's wrong? What happened? All of them immediately rushed to the phone. A moment later, the faces of the group of executives changed in unison. What do you mean? All of the company's networked computers have suffered a virus attack? Are you stepping on my horse to tease me? We're the international ear, and we can still have our computers hacked by a virus? Now that you found the virus, get rid of it. Do you still need me to show you how to do it? What? I can't get rid of it? Where are those programmers in the company? What the hell are they doing? Can't even remove a virus? Is the company raising a bunch of losers? I smack you for solving the problem in 10 minutes. Otherwise get the hell out of here. What kind of virus? What? It just locks up the computer screen? Unable to operate? After a moment of cockamamie rage, everyone put down their phones and looked at each other. Our company's computers got a virus too. From the description, it seems to be very similar to the one over in Xia. Does that mean that our computers have been hit by a ransomware virus too? Those damn hackers, they shouldn't have dropped this virus into the country. Everyone all looked at Robert. That's impossible. Robert shook his head. I told them it was strictly forbidden to release the virus into our country. And, don't forget, before we gave them the loopholes, we had already patched the loopholes on all of our company's networked computers and cell phones long ago. Even if they went back on their word and secretly dropped a virus in the country, it's impossible for our company's computers to be infected. Right. Everyone remembered as soon as they heard that. So what's going on? Not yet. Robert grimaced as he withdrew the napkin from his collar. Gentlemen, I'm afraid we'll have to end dinner here today. I have to get back to the office and see what's going on. So are we. So the giants got into their respective helicopters and flew to their respective companies. Half an hour or so later, they returned to their respective companies. At this point, all the technical backbones have been called in as well. It's just that, knowing that right now, no one can fix this virus. Not only that, but as time passed, signs of the spread of this virus began to appear on the networks of the Eagle Jam countries. Oh my god, my cell phone just suddenly locked up. It won't open at all. Mine too. Shat. I just bought my phone less than half a month ago and suddenly it's locked up. Took it to the Sango store and they said it wasn't a problem with their phone. Ugh, garbage Sango. I'll never buy one again. Me too. I just bought both my cell phone and computer within less than a month. They're all locked up. It's caused me to be stuck with a senior citizen's cell phone that I bought 5 years ago. Luckily I didn't throw them away at the time. At first, this lock screen phenomenon was only happening to individual users. But soon, as various documents, web pages, and information spread, more and more companies and even official organizations also had problems with their computers and servers. Half an hour later, all 90% of Eagle Jam's public network systems were infected with the virus and were forcefully screen locked. Except for some public units such as hospitals where human lives were at stake. What they didn't know was that this was still the result of Shenlang's good intentions. While attacking the Eagle Sauce network, Shenlang also let Xiao AI prioritize the recovery of the computers and networks of some units in the country, such as hospitals, which were related to people's livelihood. Chapter 94, The House of Lords named and angered. Commander Eagle Sauce cried in anger, "Who the hell is targeting me?" At 7 o'clock in the morning, the director of the Yongcheng City Education Bureau got up from his bed and picked up his cell phone in passing to check the time, only to find that a dialog box appeared on the screen of his phone. "We apologize for informing you that your device is locked. You can purchase the unlocking secret key for 10 bitcoins. Here is the link to purchase." "What the hell is this?" the director muttered, reaching out and swiping the screen to scratch the inexplicable thing away, only to find that the phone was simply unresponsive. "What's going on? It's dead?" The director pressed the power button and reopened the screen to see that it was still the same dialog box, slid the screen, and there was still no response. So the chief rebooted his phone and took a look. Still the same dialog box. "What's going on here?" The director immediately knocked on the door of his son's room next door, who had already joined the workforce. "Son, help me see what's wrong with this cell phone?" As a result, the director's son took a look and came up with a surprised, "Dad, how come your cell phone has been hit by a ransomware virus too?" "Huh? What ransomware? What do you mean?" the director said with a puzzled look on his face. "It's literal." My son pointed to the dialog box on the screen and said, "This dialog box wants you to use Bitcoin to buy the unlocked secret key. It's actually blackmail." I was brushing my friends' circles this morning when I saw many of my friends saying that their cell phones and computers had been hit by this virus, and now they can't even open them. "Huh? What should I do then?" When the director heard this, he was shocked. "I have a lot of working documents and information in here." "Right. Didn't you study computer science in college? Can't you just give me an antidote?" When his son heard this, he shook helplessly. "Dad, I'm just an undergraduate, not to mention me. Even if our school's computer teacher came, it would be for nothing. Do you know about Scarf? It's such a big network technology company with so many world-class technicians. As a result, even their servers were hit by this virus, and it's still not cracked yet." "Ah, this?" The director was shocked. After breakfast, the director drove to the unit. But it turned out that before the door was even opened, the person in charge of maintaining the servers of the Education Bureau ran over sweating. "Director, it's not good. Our server, it's been hit by a virus." "What?" Upon hearing this, the director was jolted and subconsciously took out his cell phone, pointed the screen to the other party and said, "Is it the same as this ransomware virus on my phone?" Ha! The head of the technical department took a look and immediately nodded. "Yes, exactly the same. Director, how come your cell phone is poisoned as well?" "I don't know," the director said helplessly. "I usually do nothing else but make phone calls, that is to watch the news, but also did not do anything else. Yesterday, I was on the official website of the Education Bureau's top 10. Speaking of this, the director suddenly remembered something. Both eyes widened and swished at the person in charge. "Do you remember yesterday when I told you that there might be a virus on our webpage?" "Remember, Chief, that's why I'm here," the chief said with a bitter smile on his face. "What do you mean?" the director asked. "Didn't you tell me yesterday that someone told you that our website had a virus?" "I just wanted to ask you who that person was," said the person in charge, "and if that person knew about the virus, maybe they had a solution for it?" "Exactly." The director nodded excitedly. He had just thought of that as well. "I'm going to get on the phone with Director Hu." So the director opened his office door, picked up the Yongcheng City Education System's address book from his desk, found the contact information for Director Hu, and called. When Director Hu heard the director ask her how she knew that the Education Bureau's official website had a virus, she immediately said, "It was the uncle of one of our kindergarten children who discovered it. He also sent us an antivirus program. Our teachers and parents realized after installing it that they were all infected with this virus. That's why I notified you." Director. When he heard that there was even an antivirus software, the director couldn't help but be mentally shocked. "Director Hu, can you send me this antivirus software?" "Could be. I'll tweet it to you then." Okay. No. The director then remembered that his cell phone had been infected with a virus and he couldn't open it at all. In contrast, Weixin on the computer requires authorization on the phone to log in. "Director Hu, send it to my email. I got a virus on my cell phone and now I can't open it anymore." "Ha, that's good. I'll email it to you right away." Yes, please, Director Hu." No trouble. After the end of the call, the director immediately opened the computer, wanting to receive this antivirus software through the mailbox, but the result was that the computer was opened and found that, damn it had also been hit by the ransomware virus. It's not just his, the whole bureau's computers have been hit by a ransomware virus. In the end, thanks to the head of the technical department, he assembled a computer with some previously eliminated parts and managed to log into the email and download that antivirus program. As a result, download it and take a look. Surprisingly, it's an app software that can only be installed on a mobile phone. It is simply not possible to install it on a computer. This means that they can't virus other poison phones and computers through this computer either. What's to be done about it? Chief, find that student uncle. In the end, it was the head of the technical department who came up with a solution. If he can develop this antivirus app that can be installed on a cell phone, then he must be able to develop antivirus software that can be installed on a computer as well. Right. The director's eyes lit up. I'll ask Director Hu about it. At 8:30 in the morning, Shen Lang, who had just finished watching the progress of the decoration from his new villa, received a phone call. "Mr. Shen, hello, I'm the director of the Education Bureau of Yongcheng City. My name is Zhong Weiman. We met last time at the symposium. Do you still remember?" "I remember, Director Zhong." Shen Lang nodded and immediately opened the door. "Are you about the ransomware virus?" "Ha, how do you know?" When that Director Zhong heard that, he immediately said, "Yes, our Education Bureau's official website has been hit by a ransomware virus. In fact, not only our Education Bureau, our entire government network and more than 90% of the computers have all been hit by a ransomware virus. It's impossible to do business now. I heard from Director Hu that you discovered this virus yesterday and gave an antivirus app, but this can only be installed and used on a cell phone and cannot be installed on a computer. So can you log on to the network on your side now?" Without waiting for the director to finish his sentence, Shen Lang said, "I'll directly email you a virus-killing software that can be installed on your computer." "Ah, good. Upon hearing this, the director could not help but rejoice, and immediately reported his email number to Shen Lang. Soon, he received an email from Shen Lang. Open, download, install. The phone was then immediately linked to the computer and checked. In a short while, a dialog box appeared on the antivirus software's checking interface. "The system has detected a virus. Please ask if it is cleared." "What's the point?" "Clear." The dialog box that had been displaying the ransom message disappeared instantly as the virus was removed by the virus killer. The director immediately slides the screen and enters the password. With a bark, the phone immediately went to the home screen. Perfect. Afterwards, the director immediately had the head of the technology department install that antivirus app on his phone again. The director finally breathed a sigh of relief when the icon of the app appeared on the screen with a green leaf pattern and the words "virus killer" written underneath. Afterward, He immediately reported this piece of business to the top management of Yongcheng City. Soon, a group of senior executives all rushed to the Education Bureau and witnessed them using that antivirus software to smoothly remove the ransomware virus from one computer after another, restoring the computers to their normal state. Quick, share this antivirus installer and that antivirus app. Let everyone help with the antivirus together. Also, give me a copy too. I'll send it to the province. Then, as it went up one level, this antivirus program was delivered to the House of Representatives. The IA immediately forwarded it to the Center for Cybersecurity. After the test of Cybersecurity Center, it was finally confirmed that this software can really check and defend that ransomware virus perfectly. So, with an order from the Internal Affairs Bureau, all administrative units across the country received a message calling on the public to go to the official websites of the Internal Affairs Bureau and units at all levels in Zhejiang province to download that antivirus software. Also, all grid units that have been cleared of the virus immediately put up both antivirus programs and publicize them widely. Soon, television and radio stations across the country were updating as well. When they heard that the official website already had antivirus software that could clear the virus, the netizens immediately logged into the corresponding website with their cellular computers that had been eliminated years ago, found those two antivirus software, downloaded and installed them. Then it cleared smoothly. Whoa! Hooray! My cell phone has finally come back to life. Haha, long live the Summerland. My computer and cell phone are fine. I thought it would take at least days to crack this virus, but I didn't realize it was only a few hours ago. Motherland cowhide. Soon, with the national power, all the networks began to reply in an orderly manner, and the scarf, which had already collapsed for half a day, finally resumed normal operation. Right at this moment, the House of the Interior posted a dynamic on its official scarf. Thank you at Desert Oasis Mr. Shun Lang. It's him who, once again, stood up in a time of crisis and saved Xia's netizens, as well as the Xia network. Netizens froze when they saw the scarf posted by the House of the Interior. Wah! This antivirus program was actually created by Wave? Ha ha ha. I said why the icon of this software looks so familiar. This green leaf is the company logo of Desert Oasis. Right. I just remembered when I heard you say that. Suddenly I'm a little curious. What else can't Longo do? First there was a monster blockbuster that blew away Hollywood, and now he's got antivirus software? And in itself he runs a reforestation and greening company. Wave brother cowhide. Just as the crowd was blowing Shinlang out, a netizen suddenly sent in a screenshot from an overseas network. Wah aha, guys, check it out. The Eagle Jam commander just posted a tweet, laughing my ass off. The crowd looked on, only to see the Eagle Jam commander tweet a text. Who the hell is targeting me? Gasps and cries, gasps and cries, gasps and cries, star. Chapter 95, Eagle Sauce Commander. I just won't go begging the Xia Kingdom even if I die. AI mom really smells good. At this point, far across the ocean, the Eagle Sauce Commander did have the urge to cry. On this front foot, the case of 1,000 missing nuclear eggs has not yet been investigated. And on the back foot, the domestic network has been invaded by a virus. When the Eagle Sauce Commander receives a report from below that, as of now, more than 90% of the public networks throughout Eagle Sauce have been infected with the virus. But, unlike that ransomware virus that happened in Xia not too long ago, this ransomware virus from the Eagle Jam Nation has only 4 very simple words within its dialog box, which are, take a knee, apologize. Yes, it's just 4 words that have no beginning, no end, and everyone can't figure it out. Do you want to kneel and apologize or not? Why don't you just say it? If you don't say it, who knows who you want to get down on their knees and apologize? What's more, many people directly aimed their spearheads at the Eagle Sauce Commander, thinking that the other party must have come for the commander. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it. In the face of this succession of UPS, the Eagle Sauce Commander was also both aggravated and angry. I am the Eagle Sauce Commander, the most knowledgeable person on the planet about Eagle Sauce and the world in the 21st century. I can't believe this crap is happening one after the other. This must be someone deliberately targeting me. So, thinking about it, Commander Eagle Jam, who likes to tweet and whine, immediately took out his cell phone and vented his anger at the moment. As a result, I accidentally slipped when posting the sentiment, and mistakenly chose the angry emoji that I originally wanted to choose as crying in anger, and sent it back out. By the time the Eagle Jam commander realizes the problem and tries to delete it, he realizes that his phone is also hit with a ransomware virus and he can't do anything about it. Afterwards, the Eagle Jam commander rushed to ask his secretary for her cell phone and tried to log into his Twitter account through the other's phone, but before he could log into his account, the other's phone was also locked by a virus. Soon, the head of the Platinum Palace's cybersecurity center came running over to report in a panic. All the public networked computers in the Platinum Palace have also been compromised by a virus and are now all on strike. when the Eagle Jam commander immediately contacted Twitter, wanting their side to use their authority to help him delete that tweet. The reply he got said, "Our servers and computers have also been infected with a virus, and we can't operate them." Sigma, eh? Now, the Eagle Sauce commander was really going to cry. As time passed, more and more overseas netizens saw this tweet from the Eagle Sauce commander on Twitter, and then took screenshots and earned them to send out. Then soon after, netizens located in the land of the Eagles realized that shortly after they logged onto Twitter, their otherwise unharmed phones had been invaded by a virus. Soon after, some media outlets hugged an urgent statement issued by Twitter that all those who logged into the Twitter app and website at this stage were at risk of contracting the virus due to a virus infection on the company's servers. Twitter has once again reminded users not to launch the Twitter app or log into the website again until the company has cracked the virus. This situation is exactly the same as what happened to the Summerlin scarf company not too long ago. Then, countless netizens realized that this sudden virus was surprisingly always confined to the territory of Xia and Eagle Jam. As for the rest of the world, no such virus has appeared at all. This time, everyone realized a hint of abnormality. Just then, some overseas media and netizens then realized that the ransomware virus on the Xia side had been cracked. In just a period of less than a year, all those cell phones and computer devices that were locked up by the ransomware virus were restored to normal. Subsequently, in accordance with the official notice of Xia, they logged on to some of the official websites of Xia, downloaded the antivirus software, and then installed it for themselves at the same time. They also sent it to their friends in Eagle Sauce. In their opinion, this virus that broke out in the Eagle Jam country is extremely similar to this virus in the Summer country. And since this antivirus software can work in the Summer country, it should also be able to solve the virus in the Eagle Jam country. However, the results were unexpected. Eagle Sauce side of the netizens in the installation of this antivirus software found that this antivirus software on the infected device does not have any poor what effect, but because of the connection of the poisoned device, but also led to the original intact computer is also hit by the virus. This result was like a pot of cold water, splashing down on the hearts of Eagle Jam netizens who had thought they could be saved. Plucked. Then the entire Eagle Jam populace was enraged. Didn't we say that our Eagle Sauce has the best computer technology in the world? Why hasn't anyone been able to crack this virus until now? Right. Isn't Visoft still known as the #1 computer software company in the world? Where are the people? Where are they? Hurry up and get rid of this virus. And Penny Pass, Intel, AMD, Facebook, each one of these is either a chip giant or an internet giant. Why is there no sound at all now? Come out and say something. And those antivirus programs? The Malagasy, every year when the charge is not delayed for a day, now let you kill a virus, and then there is no trace. You can't even kill a single virus, and you still have the face to sell antivirus software? Ha! Where's the face for these guys? At one time, the once high and mighty internet and software production companies have all become the existence of netizens' verbal attacks. The internet and software production companies are outraged by this. Who made them not work on this virus until now? Instead of researching it, even when parsing this virus program, an accidental virus invaded the computer used by the family to do virus analysis. Directly cool. Robert, what is this virus all about? Why does it feel so similar to that ransomware virus over in Xia? It can't really be those hackers secretly doing it behind our backs, right? Yeah. Robert, did you ever ask them? Did they do it or not? Damn. I knew these hackers couldn't be trusted. In the face of the video conference Intel and AMD executives to report their grievances, the president of Pennycom Robert at the moment is also a gloomy face. In fact, he had already contacted that hacker organization a long time ago, but the other party didn't reply at all. Even the Dark Line, which had been bribed by himself, was out of touch. It gave him a bad omen. I can't reach them right now either. Only Robert said grimly, I've sent someone to check out the situation at their drop-off point. What? Upon hearing this, a bunch of people exploded. So it was the ING hackers that did it? Isn't this just a weak-minded run? Damn it. If they really did this, get a killer to finish them off. That's right, taking our money and actually backhanding us. They must be made to know what happens when they offend us. Robert, you're the one who contacted them, and you must take responsibility for this matter to the end. That's right, I know. Looking at the group of old friends who instantly flipped out, Robert turned off the video conference with a grimace. Boom. In the next second, a $4,000 computer monitor was viciously slammed to the ground. Bunch of ING assholes. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The internet still hasn't been restored throughout Eagle Jam country. More and more Eagle Jam people took to the streets and protested against those tech companies. And even some radicals even started to storm those internet tech companies. In their opinion, this virus might have been created by this group of tech companies, and it was just accidentally leaked out. And it turned out that there was no way to fix it, which has resulted in this consequence today. After all, It's not as if such a thing was without precedent before. Meanwhile, some of the people who had left the Eagle Jam country had accidentally realized that as they left the territory of the Eagle Jam country, the devices in their hands that had been locked up due to the virus invasion had somehow gotten better. This discovery was published online. Some tech companies, seeing the fire, tried to pull a few of their servers out of the Eagle Jam country, and realized that it was, well, working, and then immediately started moving their servers and techs in large numbers. Soon, other tech companies followed suit. In time, a triumphant exodus of tech companies roared across the land of Eagle Jam. In just a week's time, Silicon Valley, known as the technology capital of the world, has turned into a dead city in no time at all. At this time, the Platinum Palace of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Damn it, it's been 7 days. 7 days, still haven't cracked this virus. What the hell are those bull asterisk experts for? An angry roar came out from within the commander's office. Next to him, the head of the cybersecurity center said carefully, "Your Excellency the Commander, the experts have not rested for several days in a row, and they have done their best." The Eagle Sauce commander said angrily, "It's none of my business. I care about them dying. These guys usually have nothing to do when they are paid millions and millions of dollars a year one by one, and now is the time for them to show their worth." His Excellency the Commander, if it's really not possible, I do have an idea. On the side, the director of the Eagle Jam Country Investigation Bureau hesitantly said, "Commander, what? Look, since the Xia side could crack that ransomware virus in such a short period of time, it means that they are very strong in this area. Then can we ask them to help us crack this virus?" When the commander heard this, he immediately crossed his eyes. "Are you saying that you want this commander to go and beg for help from the Xia Kingdom?" The director of investigations immediately said, No, it's an exchange, an exchange." The commander immediately snorted arrogantly and said, "Making me, the commander of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, go and ask the Xia Kingdom for help? I can't afford to lose this person. I am to die. There's no way I'll bow down to Xia." The personal secretary, who knew the commander's arrogant personality, immediately said beside him, "Your Excellency the Commander, this is not bowing down. You are doing this for the interests of our Eagle Sauce Nation and the well-being of the people. This is comparable to godlike greatness. If you can successfully resolve this matter, I am sure that all of us in Eagle Jam will call you an Eagle Jam hero. This will surely be a great help to your re-election in 2 years." Hearing this, the commander's eyes twitched. Nothing could be more important to him than not being re-elected in 2 years. "Hey," the Eagle Sauce commander let out a long sigh. "It seems that for the sake of the future of our great Eagle Jam nation, and the well-being of all the Eagle Jam populace, I am compelled to send a request to Xia, His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. History will remember. You are one of the greatest presidents in the history of Eagle Jam." Hearing this, the Eagle Sauce commander couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I think so. Alright then, I'll call Xiaoguo myself." Chapter 96, The Internal Affairs Bureau pays a visit. "Xiao Shun, do you recognize Mr. Shang?" That morning, Shen Lang suddenly received a call from the city lord of Yongqing City. "Little Shun, are you busy?" "Ha? No, why?" "City lord, is there something wrong?" Shen Lang asked. The city lord smiled warmly. "There are 2 guests from the imperial capital who arrived in our Ningbo city yesterday. They want to visit your company today and pay you a visit on the way. I don't know if you're free." "A guest from the imperial capital?" Shen Lang froze for a moment. "Okay, then I'll go to the company first to get ready." "When will the guest probably dow?" the city lord said. "I guess around 10 o'clock. Shen Lang counted the time, then nodded. "Alright then, see you then." Hanging up the phone, Shen Lang called the person in charge of the company and told him that a few bigwigs from Yongcheng would come to the company to inspect the work with guests from the imperial capital in a few moments, and asked him to go to the company earlier to pack up and clean up, and he would come over immediately. Called my mom again and told her she was going to the office and wouldn't be home for lunch. Desert Oasis Technology Company, Ltd.'s office is located in the eastern New City. Is the Yongcheng city government to give him free office supplies? About half an hour's drive from Beiluan. By the time Shen Lang arrived at the company, the time was just past 9 o'clock. The employees also seemed to have heard that the boss returned today, and one by one they had already arrived at the office a quarter of an hour early. "Mr. Shen." Seeing Shen Lang come in, the person in charge of Desert Oasis immediately brought a dozen or so employees forward to greet him. "I've already asked the building properties cleaning to clean up the company inside and out. Would you like to check and see if there's anything missing?" "It's fine, as long as it doesn't look that messy." Shen Lang nodded. "My parlor has been cleaned as well, right?" "It's all been cleaned," the person in charge said immediately. "Tea and everything has been prepared as well." But what?" Shen Lang asked. The person in charge said with an apprehensive face. "It's this tea for entertaining guests. The company side has not been prepared. and then I let someone go downstairs to the supermarket to buy the kind of tea bags. The grade may be a little low. It's okay, I'll take care of this. Shen Lang waved his hand. You guys go and get busy first. The first batch of saplings will be coming down to the ground in a few days. Make the preparations adequate. Don't make any mistakes at that time. When the other party heard this, he immediately nodded. Yes, I understand, Mr. Shen. Then I'll go and get busy first. Shen Lang nodded. Well, go ahead. After the employees left, Shen Lang surveyed his parlor. Speaking of which, although the company had been established for almost a month, counting this time, it seemed like it was only the third time he had come to the company. On average, once a week. Those who didn't know thought that Shen Lang had opened a shell company. So unattractive. But the company in question has $1 billion lying in its bank account. But then again, who made Shen Lang not lack money? To him, $100 million, and really not much to care about. Not to mention that there was AI monitoring everything within the company, so there was no fear of anyone playing tricks. Taking advantage of the fact that the guests hadn't come yet, Shen Lang first replaced 1/3 of the water in the office's water dispenser with life spring water. Afterward, Shen Lang took out another jar from the spatial ring, which was filled with tea leaves from the world of the tree maker. Just a few nights ago, Shen Lang's family was watching the local news when they saw a news report that the Food Safety Bureau had recently found pesticide residues on a variety of brands of tea during a special raid on tea on the market. When he saw the news at that time, Shen Lang's dad couldn't help but crack up, because the brand of tea he bought happened to be the one that was on the list of brands found to have pesticide residue, and then threw all that tea in the trash on the spot. Considering that dad loves tea, Shen Lang estimated whether he could get some reliable tea. Thinking about it, Shen Lang thought of Roy the tree herder. There's no way there would be no tea trees in that big forest world. So, Shen Lang collected some types of tea trees on the Blue Star and approached Roy. Roy took a look and instantly confirmed that they had all these tea trees on their side, and several of them have been awakened into tree herders. And the oldest, a large red-robed shepherd's crook, is more than 200 years old. Shen Lang was shocked at that moment. In the Blue Star, the Wui Dahompo mother tree, which is called the panda of tea by the Xia people, is only 360 years old. More than 1,200 years old Big Red Robe. This can simply already be the oldest ancestor of the summer country Big Red Robe mother tree. And when that Big Red Robe tree shepherd heard that his benefactor wanted the leaves from his body, without saying a word, he shook all over his body and directly gave a few £100 down. Subsequently, Shen Lang found a private tea factory and spent some money to process all these tea leaves. Several £100 of tea leaves. By the time the processing is completed, almost only 100 or so pounds are left. Shen Lang put 10 pounds at home and deposited the rest in the space ring. A space ring that is completely insulated from the air and has no temperature changes is the best place to store tea compared to outdoors. Seeing that there was still almost an hour before 10 o'clock, Shen Lang boiled a pot of water on his own, made a cup of tea, and then sipped the tea while watching the Eagle Saw side of the Pomp and Circumstance with great interest. Time passed. Half an hour passed. Just as Shen Lang was happily watching the Eagle Jam populace's frantic output on the internet, a sudden commotion came from outside. It's the guest who's arrived. Shen Lang immediately exited the melon-eating mode and walked out of the parlor to take a look. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and his face swirled with a stunned expression. This Yongchang local several leaders, naturally needless to say, have seen several times, naturally will not let Shen Lang produce any psychological fluctuations, and the reason why he was so surprised at this moment was because, by the side of the city lord of Yongchang City, there stood, surprisingly, two bigwigs from the Internal Affairs Council. It turned out that the guests from the imperial capital that the city lord had spoken of were actually bigwigs from the Internal Affairs Council. After a screening of pleasantries, Shen Lang led the crowd into the parlor. Afterward, Shen Lang personally made a few cups of tea for them. As the scalding boiling water was poured into the teacups, a stream of scalding hot air with an ineffable aroma of tea raged in the parlor. Ah, this tea? Even the several bigwigs who were already accustomed to drinking all kinds of top-notch teas couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock, followed by a hint of mesmerization when they smelled the aroma of this tea. But a bigot is a bigot. It's not as if the purpose of the trip will be forgotten because of these extraneous things. A few people drank tea while chatting with Shen Lang from the time when he had performed his retrograde feat in the sandstorm. At first, Shen Lang didn't care. However, after chatting, Shen Lang realized that these two big brothers seemed to be hinting and guiding something all the time. Little Shen, the country really has to thank you for this ransomware incident. After sipping a mouthful of tea, a bigwig of the Internal Affairs Council said with an emotional expression, "If it wasn't for you, then our losses this time would have been truly unimaginable." Yeah. Next to him, another bigwig nodded in agreement. Now just look at Eagle Jam's side. In just 1 week's time, their economic losses have to be conservatively over $2 trillion. That's still the losses that are visible to the eye. there are many more intangible ones, such as the exodus of tech companies and talent. Those are the ones that kill. Who can be blamed for this? Shen Lang shrugged and casually said, it's all their own fault. Hearing Shen Lang's casual remark, the two inner council bigwigs couldn't help but look at each other, and a trace of color flashed in their eyes. Afterward, one of the bigwigs gave a treat and said, in fact, just yesterday, the Eagle Sauce commander even gave us a call personally, saying that he wanted to ask for our help, to help them think of a way to solve that virus together. Oh, when Shen Lang heard this, he immediately became interested. That commander actually called us personally for help? Hasn't he always said that their Eagle Sauce kingdom is the most bullish? I guess he can't take it anymore now. The leader said smilingly, these 1,000 nuclear eggs haven't been found yet. And then this happened again. If things continue like this, not to mention being re-elected, I guess he won't even be able to sit on the throne of the commander for this term. Then how is he going to request? Shen Lang asked with interest. It's impossible to let our country help for nothing, right? We're still in communication. The two bigwigs looked at each other, then said to Shen Lang, Little Shun, in fact, this time we paid a visit to our door because we wanted to personally ask you if there's any way on your side to solve that virus on Eagle Sauce's side? Well. Shen Lang pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then said, two leaders, in fact, I'm not hiding from you. That software is not what I do. You a little investigation to know. I have not graduated from high school to go out to work. There is no opportunity to learn. The two leaders looked at each other. They naturally knew all about Shen Lang's situation. So you mean, the software was given to you by someone else? The leader asked. Yes, Shen Lang nodded. A friend of mine gave it to me. Actually, this matter is coincidental to say the least. Shen Lang said. At that time, my niece's kindergarten class teacher sent me a link, asking me to vote for my own program at the cultural performance. Just after I voted, that friend of mine contacted me and said that he saw my program at the Arts and Crafts Festival and asked if I had any HD video from my side. And then I sent him the video that was produced on the kindergarten side. As a result, as soon as the other party received this video, they said it was infected with a virus and sent me an antivirus app. I installed it and checked it and realized it was really there. And then the app also found my infection path from that voting page for the school board. And then I told that homeroom teacher about it. And then later on the Secretary of Education approached me and asked me if I had any antivirus software that I could install on my computer side. So I asked my friend and then he gave me another one. But, since he told me not to reveal to anyone that he did it, I kept it to myself. So why are you willing to tell us now? A senior member of the House of Representatives asked. Because my friend said I could tell the truth if it was the House of Representatives that came to ask questions. Upon hearing this, the two senior members of the House of Representatives looked at each other. One of the higher-ups immediately said, City Lordly, can you guys evade for a while? We have some things to talk about with Little Shun. Yes. Upon hearing this, the City Lord immediately led the crowd back. Only the two from the Internal Affairs Council and Shen Lang were left in the parlor at once. After waiting for the others to be pushed out, a senior member of the House of the Interior said in a deep voice, Xiao Shun, is that friend of yours? Called Mr. Shang? Star. Chapter 97, Mr. Shang, on behalf of Xia, we thank you. Hearing the words of this big brother of the Internal Affairs Council, Shen Lang was first stunned, and then, revealed a relieved expression. Sure enough, you guys and old Shang have known each other for a long time, haven't you? No wonder he told me that there is no need to hide it from you guys. One of the bigwigs laughed. Actually, we haven't known Mr. Shang for a long time, but we've benefited a lot. Shen Lang asked, so that 2-nanometer photolithography machine was provided to him? A big brother was surprised. What? Mr. Shang told you everything? That's not true. Shen Lang shook his head. It's my own guess. After all, with the country's current technology, it's unlikely to be developed. The two bigwigs glanced at each other, and one of them asked, Little Shun, how do you and that Mr. Shang know each other? Shen Lang said, we just met playing games. Playing games? The two bigwigs stared at each other in disbelief. Shen Lang nodded with a smile. When I was in junior high school, Dai Fei and I then used to run to black internet cafes to play games, and we also met a lot of netizens online. Then one of them has a very good skill and likes to play very much, but because his record is so bad, no one is willing to group him, so it's only Dai Fei and I who are willing to take him, and then after a while, we became close friends. Speaking of which, it was also him who told me about Bitcoin at that time, and then under his guidance I spent a little bit of money to buy some Bitcoin, but I didn't realize at that time that this Bitcoin would later become so valuable. Hearing this, the two big men couldn't help but smile. They naturally knew about Shen Lang's speculation on Bitcoin, but they didn't know that this place was even related to Mr. Shang. Then I went to high school and Dai Fei went to a vocational high school. and since we both had to live in school, we seldom went to internet cafes to play games anymore, and then we slowly broke off contact. So when did you reconnect? Just before the new year last year, Shun Lang said. He sent me an email out of the blue, asking me if I remembered him, and then we talked. After he found out how I was doing, he asked me if I had sold any of the bitcoins I had in my hand, and it was then that I remembered that I still had bitcoins in my hand. But, because it's been so long, I also forgot where I put the secret key, or he sent it to me. A big brother couldn't help but ask, how did your secret key come to be in his hands? Because I asked him to buy the bitcoin. At that time, the secret key was also sent to me by him. Shun Lang said. I didn't realize that he kept it all along. Then I sold a little bit of bitcoin and quit my job and went home. After listening to Shun Lang's narration, the two big brothers looked at each other and implicitly nodded their heads. Based on the information that the relevant departments had investigated in the dark, the two men basically confirmed that what Shun Lang had said was not false. One of the bigwigs asked again, and how did he get in touch with Mr. Daffy? I was the one who told him, Shun Lang said. At that time, we chatted about the things we used to hack together. And then we talked about Dai Fei's recent situation in passing. Then Dai Fei told me that a mysterious man named Mr. Shang helped him with the iron ore, and I learned that he contacted Dai Fei but didn't reveal his identity. Then I went to ask him why he hadn't told Daffy about his identity. He just said he wanted to tease Daffy first and surprise him then. Hearing this, the two big men couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At the same time, he also understood why that Mr. Shang had taken a liking to these two young men, just because they played games and hacked together back in the day. This reason, I'm afraid, is something they can't even think of. Only, they wouldn't completely believe Shun Lang's words. Inevitably, when I get back, I'll have someone check the game logs of the two on LOL again to see if it's that one or not. Surely they must have looked up in the LOL servers that there was such an account. Because, at the same time Shun Lang was making up this story, Xiao AI had already entered LOL's official website silently. In fact, Shun Lang's description of the mouth of that play the vegetables but like to play the best friend is also true. Only later because of the opening of hangers, the official permanent ban. All AI had to do was simply unlock this account again and change the account name. It's all as well as the uptime and matchup records are all readily available. So everything is flawless. Just then, another bigwig asked, Little Shun, you suddenly decided to open such a reforestation and greening company some time ago. Is it also related to Mr. Shang? Well, Shun Lang nodded. After I came back, I checked the news about the sandstorm, and then I realized that the desertification of our summerland was so serious. At that time, the old merchant happened to be talking to me about that sandstorm video, so I told him about desertification in our country, and then he said he was willing to provide me with technical support if I was willing to plant trees. The big man asked, what kind of technology? Shun Lang said, a kind of nutrient solution that allows tree seedlings to root and grow quickly in sandy soil. What? Hearing this, the two bigwigs immediately oohed and awed in excitement and stood up from their seats. Little Shun, are you serious? There really is such a nutrient fluid? Well, Shun Lang nodded, then got up and took out a small canister containing a sample of life spring water from his own backpack and handed it over. This is the sample he sent me. I quietly tested it and found that it did work. And then I set up this company. The big man asked excitedly, Xiao Shun, can I have this? I want to take it to the Academy of Sciences for further laboratory tests. You just take it, Shun Lang said with a smile. In a few days, the first batch of nutrient solution will be delivered soon, and then our company will go to the northwest to carry out the first batch of reforestation. After receiving the small jar handed over by Shun Lang, the big man carefully put it into his clothes pocket. It was clear from the excited expression on his face that he valued this little jar immensely. It's no wonder, if it is really as Shun Lang said, this nutrient solution can promote the sapling to take root and grow in sandy soil. Then the governance of land desertification in the whole summer country will have a skyrocketing change. Little Shun, let's add a contact. The big brother took out his cell phone and said, notify me when you guys go. I'll be there to observe and watch the scene then. The other big man also took out his cell phone and smiled. I kinda want to be there too. Thus, Shun Lang immediately exchanged contact numbers with the two bigwigs. After talking about this matter, the three returned to the virus that was ravaging the Eagle Sauce country. So, you two are hoping that old Shun will come and do this favor, right? Shun Lang asked. But didn't you guys already guess that the antivirus software was created by old Shun? Why didn't you tell him directly? The two bigwigs glanced at each other and said, we were only guessing before, and we weren't completely sure to confirm that this software was made by Mr. Shang and the others, and if we asked hastily, we were afraid that it would be inappropriate. So that's why we looked for you to confirm it. So what am I going to do now? Shun Lang asked. Why don't you reach out and see if he's willing to do the favor? Biggie said. Okay. Shun Lang nodded. then opened the mailbox app on his phone and sent a message over to the mailbox labeled as Old Shang. Old Sean, give me a call back after you see the message, haha. There's a leader from the Internal Affairs Bureau on my side. Something wants to find you to help. Not a moment later, the phone rang. It's a virtual phone number that says unknown caller. As the call connected, a voice familiar to the two bigwigs came out. Prodigal son, what's the IA doing up here with you? What's the matter with finding me, Mr. Shang? As soon as the two bigwigs from the Internal Affairs Council heard this, they immediately greeted Mr. Shang. It's like this, one of the bigwigs said, and then talked about the matter that the president of Eagle Jam had called over to ask for help from the Xia side. Since you made this antivirus software in China, you should be able to crack that virus in Eagle Jam as well, right? I don't know. As a result, after listening, Mr. Shang said with a cold smile, help them? Ha! They really have the face to mention it. Hearing this, the two bigwigs couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Shang, what? Do you have any conflicts with them? I don't really have any conflict with them. But, both of you, who do you think is responsible for this virus in the country? Hearing this, the two big brothers' faces changed in unison. You mean, I'll send a profile to the prodigal son's email address and you'll see it. Soon, the email was sent over, and Xinlang had someone bring a laptop over to download the file in the mailbox. The two big men opened it. Asshole. Damn high toms. I didn't realize they were responsible for this virus. Heartless. It's insane. Looking at the source of this virus inside the data and the video conversation images of the chip trio such as Pennycom, the two big brothers were so angry that their faces turned iron-colored. Just then, Mr. Shang's voice once again came from the microphone. Both of you, truth be told, that virus in the Eagle Jam country was actually released by me. What? The two bigwigs couldn't help but be stunned. I just want them to know, those who commit crimes against my Xia kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. Hearing this, the two big men couldn't help but squeeze their fists, even if it has seen better days. However, at this moment, hearing these words, the two big brothers still felt their blood boiling. Still, after a moment of fervor, the two had to return to reality. Mr. Shang, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that our Xia kingdom would really have suffered heavy losses this time, a big brother said in a deep voice. But, although it's a bit hopeless to say, I still have to say it. We are now too deeply economically connected to Eagle Jam. So much of our domestic export industry relies on orders from Eagle Jam countries. Once their economy collapses, it will inevitably trigger our entire export market, which in turn will affect the nation's livelihood. So, I understand, Mr. Shang said. I just want you to know who the culprit is. This way, you will also be able to take the initiative in the upcoming negotiations. I'm not asking for much. Knock this bamboo stick as hard as you can. Let the high and mighty Eagle sauce get a good taste of what it's like to be hammered. And you don't have to be afraid of any technological blockade. Resource blockade. What resources are missing? Just give it to me. If you want any technology, just ask for it. Hearing Mr. Shang's words, the two bigwigs could no longer hold back and stood up excitedly. A deep bow was made to the phone. Mr. Shang, on behalf of Xia, we thank you. Chapter 98, Cramp and Break Bones. Anyone who violates my country will be executed even if it's far away. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two bigwigs left the Desert Oasis Company with their hearts full of joy and harvest, and then quickly returned to the imperial capital on a special airplane. The harvest from this trip to Ningbo City was far more than they had expected. Not only did they successfully get the software that could check and kill the virus of the Eagle Sauce Country's network, but they also got a copy of the conclusive evidence that Pennycom, Intel and AMD colluded with each other and hired a hacker organization to create a virus to attack the network of the Summer Country. Those two hauls alone were enough to cut a fat piece of meat off Eagle Jam with a vengeance. But, compared to a few other harvests, these two are not worth mentioning at all. First of all, it was the nutrient solution given by Xinlang that could allow plants to achieve rapid rooting and growth in sandy soil. If this nutrient solution was really effective, then the nearly 1,300,000 square kilometers of Gobian desert in the Summer Kingdom would become history once and for all. When the time comes, this 1 million square kilometers of land will become another huge engine for the renaissance of Xia. Secondly, there is the promise given by Mr. Merchant. From the various intelligence and information available, the strength of the organization behind Mr. Shang still exceeds everyone's imagination. If we could really get the full support of the organization behind Mr. Shang, then it would be like adding wings to the Xia kingdom. In the eyes of the two bigwigs, this promise given by Mr. Shang was, I'm afraid, the biggest of all the gains this time. Of course, in addition to that, they were rewarded with a few little surprises. For example, before leaving, Xinlang gave the two men a jar of tea each. Of course, the two big men didn't take it for nothing. and one of them sent a pair of characters to Shun Lang. The word itself isn't really worth much, but know it all. Before leaving, the two big men shook Shun Lang's hand cordially once again in front of everyone in the crowd and urged him to notify them when the first batch of saplings were planted, and if he encountered any trouble, just give them a call. After hearing the two big brothers say these words to Shun Lang, the expressions of those big brothers of Yongchang at the scene were wonderful. That very afternoon, after returning to the City Hall building, the Yongchang City Lord immediately convened a meeting of all the top management to quickly discuss and pass the proposal to fully support the development of Desert Oasis Technology Co. In a word, from today onwards, whenever Desert Oasis needs anything, the whole Yongchang will fully support it. Two flowers bloom, each with a branch. Let's turn our attention for a moment to the two big guns returning to the Empire. Just when the two bigwigs were still on the special airplane, they had already contacted the House of the Interior through the communication device on the special airplane, informing that side to gather back as many of the top brass who had gone out as possible, and prepare to hold a meeting as soon as they arrived. Upon receiving this notice, the House of Representatives realized that the two men were afraid of something extraordinary. So, immediately, the news was passed on to the various House of Lords executives. At 6 p.m. When the two bigwigs arrived at the high-level conference room of the House of Representatives, all the high-level members of the House of Representatives had already arrived. A big brother took a sip of tea and asked with a smile, "Old Ding, what kind of goodies did you guys get on this trip to Yongchang? So anxious to call us over for a meeting?" "Yeah, on my side. I originally had to receive a few VIPs who came from afar in the evening. Now that I've informed them at short notice that the meeting has been cancelled, I still have to go apologize with someone later." In the face of their old friend's confusion, the two big men smiled at each other before taking their respective seats. They opened the tea that had already been brewed in front of their respective seats, and immediately beckoned to their assistants. "Bring us 2 cups of plain water, hot." The assistant at the side immediately poured 2 cups of plain water for the two of them. Beside them, the old fellows who knew their temperament well suddenly showed a puzzled face. "What's the situation, Old Ding? Aren't you guys usually the favorite drinkers of tea? Why are you drinking plain water now instead?" "Right. These 2 cups of tea are still the ones I purposely timed for Xiaolu to brew. It's for you guys to be able to eat right after you arrive." In the face of the old fellow's doubts, the two big men looked at each other and smiled, then carefully took out a tea tin from their respective pockets, and then took out a dark green tea leaf from it, one by one, and put it into the cups that had just been poured. Watching the two's movements, the surrounding gang of Internal Affairs Council executives instantly revealed a bewildered expression. "These two guys, what's the deal? You brought your own tea to a meeting?" And surprisingly, they were put in one by one. "Make it look like you're running tea from the big red robe mother tree." A few of the higher-ups in the House of Representatives even recognized and laughed. And just as they were about to make a sound to flirt with these two old fellows, a refreshing tea aroma that was hard to describe in words was suddenly released from those 2 cups. Which of the gang here is not a good tea person? Usually, whether you are free or busy, you will prepare a cup of tea and drink it while you are busy. Over the decades, I don't know how many teas I've had. Because of this, when they smelled the aroma of the tea, they immediately judged, it's good tea, and an extremely good tea they had never encountered before. One of the good tea executives couldn't help but ask out loud at once, "Old Ding, what kind of tea is this?" A big brother immediately couldn't sit still. "This fragrance, how does it feel stronger than even the tea from the mother tree of the great red robe? This one, huh?" In the face of the old fellow's inquiry, the big man called Old Ding immediately smiled faintly. "This is just ordinary loose tea." As he said this, he closed the jar back up and put it back in his pocket with a precious hand, and pressed it down with his hand as if he was afraid it might be stolen. The other big man on the side moved just like him. Seeing this stance of the two, a group of executives were instantly reluctant. "I say, what's the matter with you two? It's just 2 cans of tea. Why do you have to hide it so tightly? Make it seem like we're going to rob it." "Old Ding, you're too inadequate. Such good tea. You two just drink it yourselves and then let us watch?" "That's right, Old Ding, hurry up and give us some too. Otherwise, this meeting can't go on." Under the threat and temptation of these old fellows, the 2 big men were finally forced by force to take out the cans again, and gave a little bit of it to a group of people. More. What are you doing giving just a few leaves? Enough is enough. You've taken a dozen tablets. I only have this small jar. If I take any more I won't have any more. Oops, our friendship for so many years, is it still no better than a few slices of tea? Just a few more slices, just a few slices. And so, after a moment of cacophony, a group of bigwigs held a cup of freshly brewed tea in their hands, closed their mouths beautifully, and then let out a soft sigh of intoxication. "This tea, it's simply better than the tea from those 2 big red robe mother trees. The flavor is simply fantastic. Old Ding, where did you get this tea? Why don't you buy more?" Faced with the admiration and inquiries of his old friends, Old Ding gave a hefty laugh and said, "This tea, you can't buy it outside. It was given by Mr. Shang to Xiaoshen's father to drink, and then when Xiaoshen saw that we liked tea, he gave Lao Jiang and I a pot each." In the answer given by Shun Lang, this tea was specially given to him by Mr. Shang after he knew that Shun Lang's father loved tea. This perfectly explained why Shun Lang could get such a good tea. As for how Mr. Shang got here, you guys go ask him. Mr. Shang? Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but stare. A big brother immediately asked in a deep voice, "So, our previous guess was correct? Mr. Shang really knows that Shun Lang? So that antivirus software was also given to Shun Lang by Mr. Shang? Yes, none of our previous guesses were wrong. That antivirus software was indeed given to Shun Lang by Mr. Shang." Lao Din nodded. That Mr. Shang not only knows Shun Lang, but also has a very close relationship. So is that Dai Fei from Yongqing Steel. At that moment, another fellow bigwig laughed and said, "I'm afraid you've never dreamed of how they met. How do you know each other?" One of the executives wondered. "I met them 10 years ago while playing online games." Lao Ding smiled and told the two of them, Mr. Shang and Shen Lang, how they met and what happened before and after. After listening to this, all the bigots, Sigma, they had never dreamed that the three of them had met for such a reason. After chatting online for a few moments, the crowd finally got to the point. Afterwards, Lao Ding asked his accompanying assistant to take out a portable hard disk from the password box he was carrying, shook it in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this is the software that Mr. Shan gave us that can be used to check and kill the Eagle Sauce Country cyber virus." Upon hearing this, the executives in the audience all of a sudden revealed expressions of delight. That way, they could have a good talk with the Eagle Jam commander about the labor fee. However, right at this moment, I only heard Old Ding continue. In addition to that, Mr. Shang also gave us a piece of information. This information discloses in detail the origins of this ransomware virus that appeared on our summer country's network, as well as the producer, and the identity of the mastermind behind it. What? Hearing these words, all the higher-ups at the scene looked solemn. Afterwards, Lao Ding had someone drop the information from the hard disk onto the conference room's display screen. When the crowd finished reading all the information, they were shocked and then burst into a rage. The world's leading chip industry. How dare you collude with a hacker organization to do such a thing? Unforgivable. They are so bold. How dare they do such despicable things to my Xia kingdom? Asterisk 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 asterisk. These assholes all deserve to die. These heartless capitalists. They should all be dragged out and shot. Old Xia, what do you think we should do next? After a burst of anger, all of the gazes of everyone turned to Xiao Weiman, the president of the 5th Inner Academy. There is a saying in the ancient texts, Xiao Weiman said lightly as the crowd looked on. Or he said, "What is it like to repay a grudge with virtue?" The sun said, "What is it like to repay a grudge with virtue? To repay a grudge with straightness, and to repay a grudge with virtue. It has always been the same purpose that we have been practicing in the Summerland. Anyone who returns goodwill to us and offers help, we in the Summerland are willing to pay it back 100-fold. But whosoever reports malice against us, even to the point of attacking and harming us by any means necessary, then cut off his claws and teeth, break his teeth, draw his tendons and break his bones. This time, they won't know what it means until they cut off one of their eagle sauce arms. Anyone who offends my country of Xiao will be executed even though they are far away." Chapter 99, Xia Strikes. Send the chip trio to hell. Eagle Jam time, 8 a.m. Platinum Palace. Office of the Commander-in-Chief. The Eagle Sauce Commander paced his office with a haggard plus agitated look on his face. Ever since he asked for help from the Xia side to crack the cyber virus together 3 days ago, the Eagle Jam Commander had stayed in his office, manning the phone without leaving. However, it has been almost 3 days, but there is still no reply from the Xia side. Let the secretary call over to inquire, and the reply received is that their side still needs to study and research. Is it working on how to break the virus? No, it's looking at whether they, the Summerland, want to do this favor or not. When the Eagle Sauce Commander learned of this reply, he barely spat out his blood. As the most individualistic and brash commander in the history of the Eagle Sauce, he had never suffered such aggravation. At any other time, he would have immediately gone to Twitter to diss Xia. But now, no way. For one thing, it's a request. Secondly, and most importantly, just moments ago, word came from his men that the Twitter server was also infected with a virus. Even if you can get yourself a new phone to log in, the clock has to be infected with a virus again and then locked out. Thinking about it, it's pretty damn suffocating to cry. Just at this time, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door, and soon, a knock followed. Indo, without waiting for the secretary next to him to make a move, The American Eagle Sauce commander immediately leapt over in an arrow step and pulled open the door to the room. Is the head of the Eagle Jam Cyber Information Security Center. Seeing the other party, the Eagle Sauce commander's heart rejoiced, and he immediately said, "Is it that the virus cracking has a brow?" No. The head of network information did not expect that the one who opened the door to him would be the noble commander. He could not help but freeze for a moment, then immediately shook his head. "Your Excellency, the technical department is still trying its best to crack it." Estimated. Still haven't cracked it? When the Eagle Sauce commander heard this, he immediately frowned and said with a look of disgust, "What are you doing here with me if you haven't cracked it? Wasting my feelings, head of network information?" Looking at the commander, who was unabashedly showing a face of disgust, the person in charge almost didn't let a breath escape his mouth. "I haven't even been home for over a week because of the virus, and I'm being disliked? This ing capitalist. He is squatting in his office every day doing nothing but tweeting and disliking the world every day. And a ing waste of feelings? Who's wasting whose feelings?" Looking at the huge head in front of him, the head of the security center really wanted to go up and give the other party a big earful. Unfortunately, he only dared to fantasize about it in his head. After all, hit someone, go to jail, hit the commander for dear life. Cough cough cough. The head of the security center coughed lightly, calmed his inner emotions, and said, "Your Excellency the Commander, I have a message to report to you regarding the Xia cyber virus." "Xia's cyber virus?" the Eagle Sauce commander said with a puzzled look on his face. "Hasn't the Xia cyber virus already been removed? What else is there to report?" Just now, an investigation report was made public on the Xia side. According to the investigation report, the cyber virus that broke out in Xia some time ago was developed and spread in Xia by someone who intentionally instructed hacking techniques to utilize the loopholes on cell phones and computer chips. "What did you say?" The Eagle Sauce commander glared with both eyes and immediately leapt to the person in charge with an arrow step, grabbing his arm and said, "Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? I was damn well going to come and report this to you. You're the one who asked me about the virus and thought I was wasting my feelings." The man in charge spat hard in his mind, then said, "It's Pennycom, Intel and AMD. "What?" The Eagle Sauce commander's eyes widened at once, a look of disbelief on his face. "Are they crazy? How dare they take the initiative to provoke the Summer Kingdom?" After a moment of shock, the Eagle Sauce commander immediately screamed and cursed, "These ing assholes, they're trying to take the fall for me. A bunch of animals who deserve to go to hell." After cursing for a few moments, the Eagle Sauce commander suddenly had a flash of light in his head. "No, hard to believe that the viruses on our domestic network now are actually made by them too. The bastards, how dare they? That shouldn't be very likely," said the person in charge as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "If they messed it up, then their own computers shouldn't be poisoned." However, according to the information we got, all the networked computers of Hightom, Intel, and AMD have been infected by this virus. "Ha, naive." The Eagle Sauce commander sneered at the head of the network center and said with a mocking expression on his face, "The information you got is just what they wanted you to get. No one knows capitalists better than I do. Those ing assholes, either they're trying to use this virus to their advantage, or they're really playing it off. Released a cyber virus that it couldn't even solve itself. But, no matter what, this virus has absolutely nothing to do with them." Looking at the Eagle Sauce commander's words, the head of the network center immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That, Your Excellency the General Order. You see, is it possible that this is actually a deliberate planting of the three major companies by Xia? Planted?" The Eagle Sauce commander coldly blinked the person in charge and mocked, "Do you think Xia is our Eagle Sauce country? No one knows Xiagwa better than I do." The Eagle Sauce commander said, "From what I know of them, there's no way they would ever do something like this. So there is only one truth." The Eagle Sauce commander immediately pressed the emergency call button on his desk. "Notify the Bureau of Investigation for me. Immediately block Hightom, Intel, and AMD for the crime of jeopardizing the security of the nation's cyber information. Get everyone under control. Don't let any of them go." The Eagle Sauce commander was filled with a scowl. "Bunch of ing assholes, trying to make me take the blame. Let's see how I'll get you all killed. Die for all of you." At this time, the global network has also long since exploded because of this investigation report released by Xia. The netizens of Xia, needless to say, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Grass, those bastards. I can't believe they're the ones behind the hacker organizations dropping viruses on our network. This is a crime against humanity, isn't it? If Brother Long hadn't developed antivirus software in time, I'm afraid that our summer country's internet economy would have completely collapsed. Pull this trash out and shoot them. Meanwhile, netizens in overseas countries also expressed their shock at the matter. "Oh my god, this virus was actually created by Hightom and the others at the behest of the hackers? This is horrible. Is this investigation report real? It can't be that Xia reckons he's trying to plant evidence on Hai Tom and the others. I think it's highly probable. I think Xia must be retaliating against Hai Tom for their technological blockade, so it took advantage of this cyber virus incident to deliberately plant evidence on them. Maybe that virus was created by Xia itself, and then the thief cries out to catch the thief. Makes sense. The comments of this group of overseas netizens instantly aroused the anger of those who were overseas as well as the Xia netizens who rolled over to watch the fun. There's a reason for the mud-blood ratio. Bunch of idiots. Are you guys saying that my country, Xia, created a cyber virus of its own and then infected 80% of its own country's public network in order to frame those three companies? But anyone with a long brain couldn't possibly come up with such a silly and stupid solution. Ha! Brains are a good thing. It's a pity that none of you have any. So, a scolding war roared up, and just as the two sides were cursing, Hai Tom, Intel and AMD issued a joint statement to the outside world through their subsidiaries in Europa. The statement strongly refuted this investigation report of Xia, and considered this completely unfounded smear and slander, and an insult to great enterprises like them that have made great contributions to global science and technology. They strongly demanded an official apology from Xia in compensation for their reputation as well as the moral damage of all their employees. And once the strongly worded and even hard-hitting joint statement of theirs came out, it instantly made more overseas netizens choose to believe them. Even a portion of the less determined Xia netizens couldn't help but wonder a bit if their own officials had gotten it wrong. It was at this time that the summer officials threw out a second piece of information. This time, it was a recorded image of a video conference call. The presidents and several executives of Hai Tom, Intel and AMD are listed in this image. Then, the crowd saw that the image was showing them all furiously cursing a certain hacker organization in anger, saying that they had betrayed their trust and had let them down by releasing the virus into the Eagle Sauce country. The image ends with the group of executives asking Robert, the president of Hai Tom, to make sure he finds the hacker group and gives them an explanation. The moment this image file came out, it was instantly like a detonated nuclear egg. It instantly blew up the internet. It was as if the Xia netizens had received a batch of heavy firepower support at once, and began to output wildly. Wah! What did I say? What did I say? Now that's solid. You guys wash it again. This time I'll see how you wash it. Faced with this image material, the overseas netizens who were originally still speaking for the three major companies were completely silent. My god, I can't believe it's true. So that cyber virus in Xia was really made by them? Shatter. I can't believe they were responsible for the Hawk Jam virus as well. If it wasn't for them, there's no way that hacker organization could have created that virus. ********************************************** The Hai Tom side obviously didn't expect that Xia would have video footage of their video conference. Damn! How did they get this information? What kind of a scumbag recorded this material? Could it be that the computers we use for video conferencing were hacked by them long ago? What now? Can't admit it. Otherwise, we're done for. So the big three immediately issued another joint statement. Said the image was faked using AI technology. They didn't even do one of these things, much less have a video conference like this. And just under half a minute after they released this statement, a third profile was released on the summer side. This information came out, completely whacked these three major companies into hell. Chapter 100, The End of the Chip Trio. The Eagle Sauce commander has conceded defeat. The information released by the Xia side this time is still an image and is accompanied for the first time by the text. If you say so, let you beg for a hammer. When the netizens clicked on this image material, the first thing they saw was the figure of the president of Intel ear. Directly in front of the other party was a computer, which at the moment was displaying the presidents of the other two companies and several other executives on its screen. Then, as the images played out, they once again heard the familiar dialogue. What the other party was talking about was clearly the same conversation that the netizens had previously heard in the second image file, and immediately after this video clip of the president of Intel was played, the second clip that followed was from the side of the president of AMD. It's still the same video conference, the exact same conversation. And finally, there's Roberts, the Hai Tom president. 3 consecutive angles taken from inside the offices of these 3 men, with the exact conversation as the second one before it, proved, without fail, that the second video was not some AI forgery at all, just the facts. Now, netizens around the globe are furious. Shat, you assholes, and talk about AI fakery? Now what do you guys have to say? Ha, are you guys still trying to say that this video was also created by AI fakery? And nifty to call itself a great global company. Disgusting. Of course, naturally, No one is angrier than the netizens of the Eagle Jam Nation. Many Eagle Sauce netizens have no choice but to dig out old cell phones and computers from their homes that were phased out years ago because they are infected with viruses and can't afford to buy new ones. They instantly exploded when they saw the information through other countries' websites and realized that the virus that was now ravaging their country's networks was the work of these three major companies. These assholes. They're the ones who ruined our lives. Damn capitalists. They should be tied to the stake and burned at the stake. Thanks to Xia. If it wasn't for their revelation, I'm afraid we'd still be kept in the dark by these three major companies until now, and then had been counting on them to crack this virus. Damn the federal government. What the hell are they up to? Why don't they hurry up and arrest them? It is. And there's our commander. Have you woken up from your sleep yet? Why don't you get up and arrest him? Ha! Expecting the commander to come and arrest someone? I'm afraid the turkey is cold. Gentlemen, if you're in the vicinity of these three major companies right now, then hurry up and get moving. Round them all up. Don't ever let them escape. Soon, the people of the cities where the three companies were located angrily rushed into the streets and quickly surrounded the buildings of the three companies. In the face of my situation, the presidents and executives of the three major companies were also in a daze. They never dreamed that someone had secretly planted surveillance in their offices. After seeing this video, they immediately followed the angle of the camera to find it, but found nothing. They could never have dreamed that it was actually a lunatic-sized nanomachine wasp that had captured this image at the time. Just then, the Eagle Sauce Bureau of Investigation arrived with a large group of people and immediately took control of the scene. When the Eagle Sauce commander received a call from the head of the Bureau of Investigation, saying that all the top executives of the three major corporations, one without the other, had all been brought under control, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. In his opinion, now that the culprits had been found, it wasn't far from time to crack the virus. But the results of the interrogation were much to his surprise. The bastards only admitted that the virus on the Xia side was indeed done by the hacker group they hired, but they really didn't know anything about the virus on the Eagle Jam side. At the same time, the investigation bureau also carefully examined the computers of these three companies and found that, except for the new equipment that had just been assembled and launched in the past few days, all other networked computers were also infected with viruses, and statements from other employees within the company bear this out. Actually, we were all fooled by that hacker organization. I suspect that they were most likely bribed by Xia long ago. That's why they pretended to spread the virus to Xia first so that they could cheat us out of our money. And then when we paid the money over, they just wiped out that virus. How else could someone develop virus-killing software in just a few hours? Yeah, that must be it. This must be Xia's conspiracy. Maybe the virus on our side was made by them too. In the face of this group of high-level confessions, the Eagle Sauce commander was completely bewildered. Could it be that this is all really a conspiracy from the Summerland? His Excellency the Commander. Just then, the head of the security center knocked on the door of the commander's office once again. They've turned themselves in. The Eagle Sauce commander looked up at the man in charge with a bewildered expression. Who? It's that hacker organization. They turned themselves in publicly on the live streaming platform. The person in charge said as he fished out the new cell phone he had just received from the logistics office from his pocket and waved it in front of the commander. The commander fixed his eyes. Only 5 or 6 men and women were standing in front of the camera, and were describing how they had created a cyber virus to invade Xia's network. After finishing the details of what happened, they said, "We know we have done something unforgivable to Xia. So, here we are, with immense sincerity, apologizing to all the people of Xia. In order to express our sincerity, we've donated all the funds we've gained from utilizing our hacking skills over the years to the Xia Hope project, in the hope of making up for some of the losses we've caused to Xia this time around because of us. At the end of the broadcast, we'll turn ourselves into the Eagle Jam Bureau of Investigation to receive the punishment that is rightfully ours. Here, we would also like to clarify that the cyber virus that is currently ravaging our Eagle Jam country was not developed by us. During this period of time, we have also been studying this virus, and then we realized that this virus is highly homologous to the virus we made. And this virus that we made is using the chip vulnerability to launch attacks on computers and cell phone devices. So the person who made this virus must have known the vulnerabilities of these chips very well to develop such a virus. Oh yeah, at that time, after we made this virus, Tom and the others had asked us to take away the source code. Well, that's enough preparation. We're going to turn ourselves in now. See you all later. After watching this live video of the surrender, the Eagle Sauce commander froze for a long time, then smiled coldly. If it weren't for these hackers, I'd damn near be blindsided by those assholes. They really are the ones responsible for making this virus. They're the ones who used their knowledge of the vulnerabilities of their own chips and then rewrote the ransomware virus that these hackers created, only to accidentally leak it. That's right. That must be it. The Eagle Sauce commander clenched his fists fiercely and said confidently, "No one knows more about reasoning than I do. Your Excellency the Commander. So, what should we do now? Next to him, that security center head wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and asked nervously, keep the trial going. Of course, trial them hard. The Eagle Sauce Commander laughed fiercely. Make them obediently spit out everything they know to me. On the other half, after ending the live broadcast, the members of this group of hacker organizations looked at a man with a mask with a pale face and said with a terrified expression, we've done what you said. Can you let us go now? The masked man nodded. Don't forget what you said before. Turn yourselves in when you get out. If anyone dares to escape, you know the consequences yourselves. Don't worry, sir, we will definitely turn ourselves in. Get lost. Yes. Hearing Shen Lang's words, these hacker organization members immediately scrambled out of this villa one by one. As soon as they escaped from the villa, they immediately tore their hearts out and screamed, we are the hacker members. I want to turn myself in. Bureau of Investigation. Intelligence Bureau. The Inspection Bureau. Come quickly and take me away. Inside the villa, listening to the heartbreaking cries coming from outside, the masked man laughed and wept. Then the mask on his face faded away, revealing a handsome oriental face. It was Shen Lang. Originally, as early as the day Xiao Ai locked the gang of hacker members, Shen Lang directly parachuted into this villa, and then used some of the agents obtained from the K side of the special use to teach the vicious people. This gang of people for a period of 10 days of education. After a full 10 days of education, these people finally deeply realize their own mistakes, and then there is just that live surrender. Soon, Shen Lang heard a siren coming from outside. Shen Lang laughed. It seems that these Eagle Sauce inspectors aren't that useless. Obviously, these Eagle Sauce inspectors couldn't have come right after they heard the commotion. They should have used the network location to find out where the hackers were broadcasting from, and then looked for them. At the same time, Shen Lang also heard a few sirens getting closer and closer to him, which should be coming towards the villa. I am, Master, initiating memory wipe. Okay, Master, memory erasure program has been initiated. The gang of hacker members did not know that just in the past 10 days, Shen Lang had quietly injected consistent nanobots into the memory area of their brains. These nanobots can read any piece of memory stored in their brains and can also perform spotting clear. And what Shen Lang had asked AI to do was to erase the memories of himself from these people's minds. A few seconds later, AI replied, Master, the memory has been erased. Very good. Shen Lang smiled, listening to the footsteps that were getting closer and closer, turned around and activated the spatial teleportation matrix. The next second, he was back in his room. Over the next few days, the entire Eagle Sauce country continued to descend into chaos. People are protesting everywhere. Protests against paralyzed networks. Protest against federal inaction. To add to the headache of the Eagle Commander, those damned executives have never been willing to reveal anything about this cyber virus. And just then, news suddenly came from the spies they had planted inside the Xia Embassy in Eagle Sauce. The computers in the Summer Embassy have all been restored. Eagle Sauce Commander, Sigma, Next second, the Eagle Sauce Commander dialed the top brass in Xia. Old friend, I'm extraordinarily outrageous. That. Last time you guys made those demands, I think it's still negotiable. Chapter 101, Hawk Jam's Last Stubbornness. Eating the Chip Trio. In fact, just 5 days ago, it was also the day after a group of top executives from the Chip Trio and the gang of hacker organization members were caught in the net. The Xia side contacted the Eagle Sauce Commander, stating that they had already developed antivirus software that could crack the Eagle Sauce cyber virus. However, a series of conditions put forward by the Summer side and the Eagle Sauce Commander seems to be simply a lion's share of the money, and immediately gave a very hard refusal. After all, in his opinion, now that the culprits had been found, was he afraid that he would not be able to ask for a solution to the virus? But, what made the Eagle Jam Commander incredibly depressed and cranky was this: 5 whole days had passed, and the Intelligence Bureau had failed to scrutinize anything useful at all. A group of executives and technicians from the Chip Trio as well as the hackers all claimed that they had not created the virus that had ravaged the Eagle Sauce network. This Nima, if you didn't make them, is it hard to believe that they still popped out of a rock? Do you guys think I haven't watched Summer's Journey to the West? I told you, no one knows more about Summerland than I do. Seeing that the Federation is unable to solve the virus, the people's patience is gradually exhausted, and the discontent in their hearts towards the Federation and the commander is also growing higher and higher. The popularity rating of the hawkish commander has even dropped from 56% before the virus outbreak to 30%. A few of his opponents have even begun to conspire in secret to impeach him. For all these things, the Eagle Sauce commander sees and remembers even more. In this case, if those few antagonists knew that the Xia Embassy in Eagle Jam had completed the removal of the Eagle Jam cyber virus, then they would definitely lead the public to launch a challenge. Why is it that Xia's side has already developed antivirus software to deal with the Hawk Jam cyber virus, while he, as the Hawk Jam commander, is slow to make a move to ask for Xia's help, then go further. If the people knew that the Xia side had actually notified their own commander a long time ago but refused because their own commander disliked the conditions offered by the other side as being too harsh, then as the Hawk Sauce commander himself would surely have to cool off. So, in order not to be completely cold, the Eagle Sauce commander made a snap decision and immediately contacted the Xia side to restart negotiations. But, what the Eagle Jam commander never dreamed of, this time, instead of lowering its conditions, Xia opened its mouth wide and made even higher demands than before. This can't be, my friend, the Eagle Sauce commander exclaimed. You're trying to make me sell my country. No, 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 Your Excellency the Commander. How can you call this selling your country? You're clearly saving your great Eagle Jam nation. You have to think about how much damage you guys are suffering every day right now because of this cyber virus. Compared to that, the price of these demands we have made is just a drop in the bucket. I believe that you, a businessman by trade, should be able to calculate this account clearly. What's more, Your Excellency the Commander, from what we know, your current situation doesn't seem to be very good. If you are slow to solve this virus, then it may not be long before you have to say goodbye to the title of Commander from afar. I suggest you reconsider. Anyway, it's not like it's your private property we want, it's just state property belonging to Eagle Sauce, so why should you worry about capitalists who don't support you in the first place? Needless to say, the Eagle Sauce commander was a little shaken up, but apparently seems to be trying to struggle a bit. Congress won't agree. How do you know if you haven't tried it? The representative of Xia said smilingly, according to what we know, a considerable portion of your country's parliament has lost a lot of money in this cyber virus. Perhaps, you can communicate with them properly. Hearing this, the Eagle Sauce commander couldn't help but fall into silence. After a long time, he said dryly, I'll try. After ending the call with the Xia side, the Eagle Sauce commander immediately summoned several influential dignitaries, including the Speaker of the House, and told them about the conditions offered by the Xia side. As a result, after listening to it, these high-powered bigwigs directly jumped up in anger. They're taking advantage of the fire. Damn, those damnable summer people. Impossible. None of these conditions can be agreed to. Isn't it just a cyber virus? I just don't believe it. Our hallowed Eagle Jam Congress can't solve it. Looking at this one congressional powerhouse who was jumping up and down, the Eagle Jam commander said, but can we afford to wait? Can the Eagle Jam economy afford to wait? Can our people afford to wait? Speaker Silo, how's that e-commerce platform your family owns doing these days? Vice Speaker Roland, I heard that your family spent a huge amount of money to invest in Yubu last year. If this virus continues to rage on, how long do you think Yubu can hold out? Will your investment go down the drain? And a few others? Hearing these words from the Eagle Sauce commander, each of the group of powerful people looked embarrassed and fell into silence. As the Eagle Sauce commander said, over the years, riding on the winds of the internet, their family's wealth has increased day by day. Having tasted the great benefits brought by the internet economy, they also began to continuously increase their investment in the internet industry, and in previous years, such an investment did bring them a good profit. But all this goodness was completely shattered when this cyber virus came. They never dreamed that the internet economic system, which seemed to them to be immensely solid, would be so unbeatable in front of a cyber virus. Nowadays, all internet industries within the Eagle Sauce nation are completely shut down. Countless internet companies instantly have no income, yet they must still pay gratuities to their corporate employees. In just half a month's time, thousands of internet businesses have announced their closure in Eagle Jam. If we don't hurry up and fix this virus, then the entire Eagle Sauce internet system will completely collapse, and the financial empire they've spent nearly 2 decades building in the Eagle Jam internet will be completely wiped out. After a long time, Speaker Cielo took a long breath and said, if that's the case, then for the sake of the future of the Eagle Sauce country, I agree to make this deal with the summer country. Seeing the speaker open his mouth, several other powerful people couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at me and I looked at you, then nodded in unison. We agree. But, just then, the speaker suddenly said, Xia must ensure that it cannot reveal to the outside world that they provided this antivirus program, and it can only come from our computer technology team at Eagle Jam. I know it in my heart. The Eagle Sauce commander nodded silently. It was the last vestige of stubbornness that the great Eagle Sauce could hold on to. That very afternoon, the Eagle Jam Congress held a closed-door meeting. The content of the meeting is not known to the outside world, but according to the guards guarding the outer office, who revealed afterward that there seemed to be a great deal of excitement inside at the time. There was cursing, crying, laughing, and even the movement of a group fight. Only, no matter what kind of commotion was going on inside, these guards were ordered that they were strictly forbidden to enter the venue. Therefore, they didn't know what was going on in there. Then, the very next day, the big three, Hi Tom, Intel and AMD issued a joint statement. In order to make up for the damage done to Xia by the former executives of our company, and to compensate for the losses caused by Xia in this ransomware virus, after the deliberation of the company's board of directors and the approval of the National Assembly, our company has decided to license all of the technology patents under our name to Xia. Xia can use all of our company's patented technology as much as it wants without having to pay any further fees to our company. This authorization shall enter into force as of today and shall be valid for a temporary period of 20 years, after which it shall be decided whether or not to extend it, depending on the circumstances. This joint statement from the Big Three, Hitam, Intel and AMD, stunned everyone at once. Wah, what the hell? They actually licensed all the company's patents for free for Xia to use? This Nima, these three giants are afraid they're not crazy, right? How much money will they lose? What's this? How did they suddenly become so generous? Even if they've been hammered for being the masterminds behind the Xia network virus, according to their nature, they should be hiding as shrunken turtles. So how come they've been so courageous this time to come out and accept being beaten? What's even more unusual is this: Congress actually approved it. Right. The most valuable thing about these three major companies is these patented technologies. Licensing these technologies to Xia for free is equivalent to giving the top chip companies to Xia. While countless people were still shocked by this joint statement from Hitam, Intel and AMD, Eagle Jam's major TV stations coincidentally reported a resolution that was voted on and passed by Eagle Jam's commander-in-chief in Congress. The content of the resolution shows that, in view of the friendly exchanges and cooperation with Xia in various fields over the years, and in order to further deepen the economic relations between the two sides, the Eagle Sauce side has decided that it will lift all technological embargoes in the field of people's livelihood. From today onwards, the Eagle Sauce side will potentially support the country's science and technology enterprises to actively cooperate and trade with Xia's enterprises, and also encourage enterprises from all over the world can actively start cooperation with Xia. As the world's largest emerging economy, Xia is playing an increasingly important role in global economic activities, and we hope that by deepening our economic engagement with Xia, we can drive our Eagle Sauce and even the global economy towards further prosperity. When this story from Eagle Jam Nation hit the internet, but stunned everyone. Wah, what the hell? They actually completely liberated the technology blockade on Xia? I'll go. Really fake? I'm afraid the Eagle Sauce commander isn't off his meds, is he? Even if the Eagle Sauce commander has taken the wrong medicine, there are still the hundreds of congressmen on Capitol Hill. There's no way they could have collectively taken the wrong medicine too. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? On the afternoon of the very day this resolution was issued, major television stations broadcast live footage of the signing of this agreement at the Platinum Palace between the commander-in-chief of Eagle Sauce and the summer ambassador to Eagle Sauce, with the signatures of both parties on their respective instruments and the affixing of the highest administrative seals of the two countries. The agreement came into force, and before the crowd could come back to their senses, Eagle Sauce Cybersecurity Technology Center made a sudden announcement. After half a month of their sleepless struggle, they finally developed antivirus software that could crack the Eagle Sauce cyber virus. The news instantly delighted the Eagle Jam populace. Woohoo! My Foley Heim is finally coming back. Star. Chapter 102, Big Brother Shock. Mr. Shine is unparalleled. With the introduction of antivirus software, the virus that had been ravaging the Eagle Jam network for over half a month was finally contained and quickly strangled. The Eagle Jam Stock Exchange, which has been closed for half a month, has also finally seen a reopening. Then the stocks of semiconductor companies, led by Pennycom, Intel and AMD, and a number of computer and internet technology companies, led by Vysoft, Facebook and Google, began to fall off a cliff. As for the reason, naturally, no need to say, but anyone with a little bit of brain, know that the three major chip companies are considered to be ruined. Even some of the more brainy ones went straight backhanded short. As for computer and internet technology companies like Vysoft, Facebook and Google, they were disliked by shareholders for their inaction in the virus incident. Don't you, Vysoft, claim to be the world's #1 computer software manufacturing company? Aren't you claiming to be the leader of a new generation of social software that is more cowhide than Vsoft? Didn't you Facebook claim to surpass Vysoft as the next generation of computer tech gurus? As a result, in the face of this nationwide cyber virus disaster, where were your normally high and mighty corporations? That's it, and they're still calling themselves the world's #1? Ha-2-way. While the Eagle Jam stock market fluctuated dramatically, netizens around the globe argued with great fervor. The topic of their argument was none other than the very antivirus software that cracked the Eagle Jam cybervirus, and whether or not it was developed by Eagle Jam itself. A clear-eyed person can see that at a glance. That agreement is the money that the Federation uses to buy antivirus software. The Federation is still too hasty. Even if they delayed announcing that they had successfully developed antivirus software for another week, I guess more people would believe it. But now, you just signed an agreement with Xia in one ing foot, and then you announced that you had developed antivirus software in the next. This is too obvious. Ha ha ha, it is. Actually, the most suspicious thing is still that authorization statement from Hitam, Intel, and AMD. If you want to say that they publicly apologized to Xia because of the virus thing, that I believe. But now, they even put all their patents are free to Xia country to authorize the use of 20 years. If you want to say that this has nothing to do with that antivirus program, I don't believe it. So there is only one truth. That is, the Eagle Sauce Federation, because of its qualifications and inability to crack this virus, turned to the Summer Kingdom for help on the condition of this agreement. And it was only with the help of the Summer Kingdom that the virus was finally solved. I have to say, the internet has been around since the beginning of time. With this group of netizens talking about each other, it basically brought the whole thing down to pretty much the truth. Of course, there are those who disagree. It's unlikely. If it's really an antivirus software developed by Xia, why don't they say so? Instead, they acquiesce to our official Eagle Sauce claim. Can you guys stop with the conspiracy theories? This news is official. Could they still be lying? Come and see. There's a cute little kid here. I can't believe he thinks everything the Eagle Sauce officials put out is real. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Brothers, don't you know a saying in our Eagle Jam country? Better to believe that a lady has a true heart than to believe that a politician has a conscience. Summerland this side. After instantly moving back to his own home, Xinlang stopped paying attention to the things on Eagle Sauce's side. Just leave the rest to the big boys in the House of Representatives. With the wisdom of those bigots, dealing with Hawksbane's gang of profit-minded politicians is as easy as an adult teasing a child. After all, back in the day, when the old ancestors of Xia were playing Connect the Dots, Eagle Jam's ancestors were still wrapped up in the continents of Europa and the Black Continent, where they drank blood. As for Eagle Jam diplomacy, it's nothing more than building on their force. Once that deterrent is gone, they are simply more childish than a 3-year-old. In this current situation, is it not as easy as playing for Xia to pin down them? Thus, Xinlang began to live his leisurely little life again. After staying at home today, Xinlang began to think about whether to take a trip. With the nano armor and space teleportation matrix in hand, even if you ran to the South Pole to see the penguins, you could leave and return on the same day. Aha! Let's go. However, just when Xinlang decided to go out for a wave, news suddenly came from the company. The first batch of saplings purchased in have already arrived in the northwest, and the workers and volunteers responsible for planting trees at the site have also completed their recruitment, and are now waiting for Xinlang to announce the start of work. Okay, then get ready. We'll go over there tomorrow and try to start the day after tomorrow. After talking to the person in charge of the company on the phone, Xinlang remembered the words that the two big brothers of the Internal Affairs Council had previously instructed him, so he made a phone call to the two big brothers separately, informing them of the matter of planting trees in the northwest, which they were preparing to travel to tomorrow. When they learned that Xinlang's Afforestation and Greening Company was going to start planting trees in northwest China the day after tomorrow, the two bigwigs were a bit excited and immediately said that they would strive to arrive at the site on time the day after tomorrow. As a matter of fact, just a few days ago, the examination and analysis of that nutrient solution had been successfully completed over at the Academy of Biological Sciences. According to the test analysis of several academicians, this nutrient solution has a nutrient factor that can promote the rapid production of plant organisms, and in the subsequent practical test, they were pleasantly surprised to find that as long as a small amount of 0.1 milliliter of nutrient solution, and then blended into the 500 milliliters of water will be able to produce a beneficial effect on all types of plant cells. The higher the content, the greater the effect. After obtaining the results of this test, the two big men then completely confirmed that what Xinlang said at the beginning was not false. Having this nutrient solution really allows saplings to root quickly within sandy soil. So, the more they looked forward to going to the site and witnessing such a miracle for themselves. That night, Xinlang talked to his parents and his sister about going to the northwest tomorrow to preside over the groundbreaking ceremony for reforestation and greening. Sister, I want to take one over to take a look at the desert over there, Xinlang said. Although kindergartens nowadays have also been about how to care for the environment, flowers, plants and trees, it's hard to understand the importance of forests and protecting the environment without actually having seen the desert. I think it's much more useful to take one on a trip to the desert and see for yourself than to sit in a classroom and listen to a teacher. Sister heard, but also quite interested. But there are still some concerns. But, one is so small, and you will be busy. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going alone. Xinlang smiled and said, I'll arrange for the company staff to take care of one closely. Alright then. After a moment's consideration, my sister nodded in agreement. Hooray! Upon hearing his mom's approval, the little guy, who had been secretly listening for a long time, let out a cheer. I get to ride a camel in the desert. Early the next morning, Shen Lang drove his car and brought his niece to the airport. Shortly afterward, the head of the company arrived with 2 of his employees, and as for most of the other employees, they had been busy over there as early as a week ago. In the afternoon of the same day, Shen Lang and his group arrived in Alashan, Meng Province, and received a warm welcome from the local officials. After all, they also already knew through the internet about the young man's financial strength and the plan to invest $1 billion in greening over here. It is important to realize that a greening project of this magnitude solves not only the problem of desertification, but also the employment of local people. Early the next morning, when the sky was just slightly bright, Shen Lang appeared at the site of the planting site with his niece. This was the first time one had seen such a vast desert. Looking at the yellow sand in front of him that could not be seen at a glance, one's face suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Soon after, the local officials of Alxa invited Shen Lang to go and host the launching ceremony. And just then, a fleet of cars suddenly appeared on the scene uninvited. When the official Arakanese sent someone over to inquire what the other party was, they saw 2 bigwigs from the House of the Interior stepping out of the car. Everyone was shocked then. They never dreamed that what they originally thought was simply a reforestation and greening launching ceremony would even start 2 bigwigs to come and watch the ceremony. Then, they saw the 2 bigwigs cordially shaking hands with Shen Lang and greeting him. Then it became clear to all. It turns out that this Mr. Shen, too, is a big shot. Wow. The process of initiation naturally needs no elaboration. After a brief launching ceremony, the reforestation campaign started with a bang. Out of the expectations of the site officials and forestry experts, Shen Lang did not let people hit the grass square, but also completely without any conventional measures to protect the saplings, so that the planting staff to dig a hole will be inserted into the saplings, and then on top of the so-called nutrient solution he brought a few drops of liquid on the good. Such a bizarre and unreliable planting method immediately provoked a lot of questions and reminders from the audience. Only, Shen Lang's some previously humble attitude. Stubborn people do what he said. It was then that someone started shaking their head and sighing over and over again. In their opinion, such planting is totally useless. Maybe a big wind blows and all the saplings are blown away. Fruity. Later that night, a high wind whipped through the Alabama area. Everyone predicted that the saplings would not be saved. However, early the next morning, when everyone rushed to the planting area, they saw that the saplings planted yesterday, not a single one of them crooked. All of them were erected unharmed on the desert ground. Now everyone was stunned. The 2 bigwigs of the House of the Interior, who had purposely stayed over for the night, stepped aside in silence, and then gently plucked one of the saplings they had planted yesterday. As a result, surprisingly, it didn't pull up. A little more pressure and it still doesn't budge. In the end, the 2 big men exerted their efforts together, and with a great deal of effort, they finally pulled up the sapling. Then, they were shocked to see that the sapling's roots had risen to a length of over a meter. If it wasn't for the fact that this root was still too thin and this sandy soil was still too loose, they would have never been able to pull it up. Little Shun, looking at this slender root in front of him, a big brother looked at Shen Lang. This is what the nutrient solution is for, right? That nutrient solution that Mr. Shang gave you. Yes, Shen Lang nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's great, really great. The 2 bigwigs burst into happy laughter. Now, the millions of square kilometers of deserts and Xia will be able to get a complete end. It then occurred to them that it was all brought about by the mysterious Mr. Shang. One of the bigwigs said with an immediate exclamation. Mr. Shang, truly a state-of-the-art. On the side, Shen Lang silently listened to this exclamation of the big brother and nodded in agreement. Aha, I think you're right. Star. Chapter 103, Kangaroo States Knockout? Smoke this eagle's dog to death. With the strong assistance of the nutrient solution, it only took the crowd a short week to plant the first batch of 100,000 saplings. That's a speed that, had it been on a Sunday, would have killed them. According to the general method and rules of planting trees in the desert, it would be a great thing if 10,000 saplings could be successfully planted in a week, not counting the time needed to replant some of those that were not planted and then replanted at a later stage. But now, not only had they planted 100,000 saplings in just a week's time, but upon inspection, every one of them had immediately begun to take root and grow after being neutralized. It was a huge shock to the forestry experts who have been studying the area for half their lives and the staff who have been planting saplings here for decades. Of course, they had also realized that the reason why these saplings were able to take root so quickly in this sandy soil was definitely unrelated to the batch of nutrient solution that Shen Lang had brought over. On the very night when the first batch of saplings were successfully planted, Shen Lang held a special celebration banquet to reward these staff members who had worked hard for a week planting in the scorching sun and sandy winds of the desert. At the celebration banquet, a few forestry experts with wine especially approached Shen Lang. Mr. Shen, we're here to apologize to you. When I first laughed at your ignorance and showmanship behind your back when I saw your insistence on not having to hit the grass squares, I realized that the most ignorant person of all was me. Me too. I was there gloating when the sandstorm started the other night. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. Mr. Shen, let's toast you with this glass of wine, as an apology to you. Facing these several forestry experts who had contributed to the management of land desertification in Xia, Shen Lang did not slacken off in the slightest, and he immediately stood up. No, teachers, you guys are really discounting me a bit. I know that in fact several of you are looking out for the sake of the entire reforestation and greening project, and it's also my fault that I didn't tell everyone about the nutrient solution at that time, which is why such a misunderstanding has been caused. As for the toast, how can I let your elders toast me? Wouldn't that jeopardize my life? Even if there is a toast to be made, it is for me, the junior, to make a toast to you few. For the next period of time, this side all still need to rely on a few teachers until and look after. Under Shen Lang's sincere and humble words, several forestry experts also completely put this matter down. On the day after the celebration banquet, Shen Lang returned to Yongcheng with Wenwen. The second batch of saplings will be delivered 3 days later, when the company's head of this side of the overall arrangements. Plus there are a few forestry experts from the side to assist. Basically nothing Shen Lang. As for the batch of nutrient fluid, after recognizing its powerful features, the two bigwigs of the Internal Affairs Bureau immediately communicated with the imperial capital side, and then directly transferred a platoon from the nearest military barracks to start around-the-clock care of these nutrient fluids. With these warriors guarding this batch of nutrient solution 24 hours a day, it would be even less necessary for Shen Lang to worry about anything. The day after I returned to Nunavut, Saturday, Dai Fei asked Shen Lang out for dinner tonight. Originally, Shen Lang had wanted to take Wenwen with him, but Mom used the excuse that Wenwen had just come back from the outside and had to stay home and rest for 2 days, and couldn't go out to play anymore. So she left Wenwen at home and didn't let her go out with her, because he heard that Dai Fei didn't bring his girlfriend this time. Shen Lang didn't call Su Yutang and went to the appointment alone in style. Inside the restaurant, looking at Shen Lang, who had stayed in the Northwest Desert for a whole week but did not get tan at all, Dai Fei asked with a puzzled face, "Didn't you say you were going to the Northwest to plant trees? How come you didn't get tanned at all?" Shen Lang glanced at him and said with a surprised face, "Who told you that going to the Northwest to plant trees would definitely result in a tan?" Daffy was surprised. "Wah, won't it? I don't read much, don't lie to me." Shen Lang smiled and said, "Others may get a tan, but I was born with a beautiful face, so I can't help it. I can't even get a tan if I want to. Q. Dai Fei instantly gave him a middle finger. After the dinner fire, the two of them found another cafe to sit in, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and sipped them while chatting away. Just then, a subordinate called Dai Fei. Dai Fei hung up the phone after answering it for a while, then cursed softly. "Mother ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ beginning to make a fool of themselves again? What happened? Hearing this, Xinlang couldn't help but ask curiously, what's going on over there in Kangaroo Land? An employee in my department just called me to tell me that the international price of iron ore has gone up again. It's skyrocketed $20 per ton. Do you know what the reason is? What? It says it's because the Earth's crust near the mine site hasn't been too stable in recent times, and they're going to temporarily shut down a couple of the mines for safety's sake. They expect to curtail their production capacity by about 30% by then. The Earth's crust is unstable? Xinlang froze for a moment. I haven't heard of any earthquake zones over in Kangaroo Land? Ha! You really believe them? Kangaroo laughed. This is just a deliberate excuse they made to raise the price of iron ore. Believe it or not, what they said about scaling down the capacity by 30%. In fact, they didn't even reduce it by a single fart, and even secretly expanded the mining. They're even secretly expanding mining, just to catch a couple of big shots, so they can make a profit. What's even more irritating is, it is highly likely that this ingrate is our steel company in Xia. Hearing this, Xinlang raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, you mean to say that in fact, those guys are deliberately looking for an excuse to knock us off? Or what? Dai Fei said indignantly. Similar excuses they come up with every few years, so as to create a tense situation of iron ore supply, and to make the market price of iron ore too high. These damn kangaroos, not to mention anything else, in terms of shamelessness, they really are just like Eagle Sauce. It's really worthy of being Eagle Sauce's lackeys for years. Listening to Dai Fei's curses, Xinlang couldn't help but smile. He silently issued a command to AI. AI, investigate the situation of those iron ore mining companies in Kangaroo Country. See if they have any planning documents to reduce production during this recent period. Yes, Master. Please wait. After a few seconds, Xinlang saw the results of AI's investigation projected on the glasses. Master, I found these files from the computers of the presidents of those iron ore mining companies, and 2 of them have a mention of the recent notification file that was prepared to allow the mining side of the mine to increase the amount of mining. And then these are from the chats and call recordings on their cell phones. Based on the accent analysis, they're talking to a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye California accent. Hearing this, Xinlang could not help but raise his eyebrows. Eagle sauce man? Xinlang immediately did not move and let Xiao AI open these call recordings in this way. Under AI's simultaneous translation, Xinlang quickly understood the content of the call. Sure enough, as Daffy said, these guys are just making up lies to deliberately create the illusion of insufficient iron ore production capacity, and then taking advantage of the situation to inflate the price of iron ore. The purpose is to maximize the huge profits to be made from the buyers, mainly from the summer buyers. Imagine, with the summer country nearly 100 million tons of iron ore imports per month, each ton up $20. That import 100 million tons to be more than 2 billion. 12 billion tons a year would cost an additional $24 billion. And this behavior was a sign from the Eagle Jam man with the California accent. Judging by the expected conversation between those presidents and the other side, those presidents seem to be vaguely showing their subservience to the Eagle Sauce man. AI, can you check this person by voice? Yes, Master, AI said, but it will take a little time. Okay, I'll wait. I'm afraid that the people in the Eagle Jam country never dreamed that the moment they installed that antivirus software on their computers and cell phones, the site equated to a completely open door to AI. As long as AI is willing, it can waltz right into your phone and look at all sorts of content inside, and even make deletions and additions to various files and information for you. Although AI said it would take a bit of time, just after less than 3 minutes, AI sent the results of her investigation. Found it. Master, Edward Hopper, male, 55 years old, eldest son of California's century-old plutocracy, the Edward family, a member of Congress on Capitol Hill, one of Commander Eagle Sauce's inner circle, a stockholder in chip giants such as Hitam, and one of the shareholders behind 4 of the world's largest iron ore giants. Seeing this, Xinlang immediately understood the reason. It seems that this Mr. Edward Hopper, or rather the gang of Eagle Sauce Capital represented by him, counted the hatred of the fall of Hitam, Intel and AMD on the head of Xia, and then tried to use iron ore to knock Xia hard. In fact, it's not a bad move. You know, Xia is occupied by the global iron ore consumption of 60%, and 80% of them have to be imported. The degree of foreign dependence is very high, and that iron ore quartet controls more than 90% of global exports. Once they announced a price increase, then even if Xia was unwilling, there was nothing they could do but accept it by gritting their teeth and swallowing it in their stomachs. Otherwise, Xia will not be able to get a single piece of iron ore. But alas, that was before. Looking at the information displayed on the lens about those 4 iron ore giants, Xinlang smiled coldly in his heart. If you guys hadn't popped up, I would have almost forgotten. It's also time to get your hands dirty and teach a few of you Eagle Sauce goons a lesson. Star. Chapter 104, Bombardment of the House of Representatives, Mr. Shang says, ******* those kangaroos. In the meantime, the summer house of the interior, accompanied by a slightly hurried footstep, a subordinate knocked on the dean's office. Dean, a colleague from the business academy just called, saying that several steel companies in the country have sent them requests, hoping that the business academy can intervene in their commercial dispute with the Kangaroo Nation Iron Ore Exporting Company, and help them seek justice and recoup their losses. Xiao Weiman immediately put down the work at hand and asked, "What's going on?" "It's because the price of iron ore has risen again," that subordinate said while handing a document to Xiao Weiman. Just this afternoon, several major iron ore mining companies in the Kangaroo Nation issued a notice saying that due to the recent overly active crustal movements near the mines, for safety reasons, they will suspend mining in the areas with active crustal movements, and it is expected that they will scale down their production capacity by 30%. "I've already consulted the Seismological Bureau over there," the subordinate said, "and they said that in recent times, they haven't found any signs of violent activity in the crustal blocks over in Kangaroo Land." Hearing this, Xiao Weiman immediately revealed a hint of realization. "So, it's another excuse for them to raise prices, right?" "Yes," the subordinate said. Just within an hour after they made this announcement, the futures price of international iron ore rose 20% all of a sudden. And so far, the international iron ore price has reached $80 a ton. That's a full $20 higher than before. This is their old trick. A hint of anger flashed in Xiao Weiman's eyes before he asked, "What about that business dispute?" Several steel companies said that just 3 months ago, they signed a spot trading contract with those iron ore exporting companies at the highest price of iron ore at that time, $60 a ton, and agreed to trade today, and also paid a 10% deposit and a 40% advance payment on the spot. However, Those exporting companies used the price increase of iron ore as a reason to demand that they pay back this $20 a ton difference. The steel companies on our side naturally did not accept this and demanded that the other side must fulfill their contractual obligations according to the price on the contract. As a result, the other party said, in the contract there is a clause clearly written, if encountered, such as earthquakes, storms, tsunamis and other natural disasters, resulting in fluctuations in the market price of iron ore, A and B can be based on the actual situation of mutual negotiation of price adjustment. If the two sides cannot be negotiated, then either party can unconditionally terminate the contract. Then they terminated the contract on the basis of this clause, arguing that the closure of the mine on the mining side due to crustal activity was also an act of God, but they only refunded 40% of the advance payment. They took the rest of the 10% deposit. That's when a couple of steel companies saw that negotiation was fruitless and had to turn to the business house for help. After listening to the subordinate's report, Xiao Weiman bang slapped on the desk. Simply too deceitful. Xiao Weiman's face was filled with rage. Dean. Just then, the liaison specialist in charge of contacting Mr. Shang knocked on his office door with a tablet, only to see him say with a grave expression, Mr. Shang has sent over a piece of information that requires you to personally look over it. Mr. Shang? When Xiao Weiman heard this, his spirit was shaken, and he immediately took over the tablet and opened it. Just see that the file contains a lot of internal documents from iron ore mining companies in the Kangaroo country, as well as some video and audio files. Xiao Weiman opened the documents one by one. After reading all the documents in their entirety, Xiao Weiman's eyes had ignited a burning rage. These kangaroos, and really good lapdogs raised by the Eagle Jam yokels. Xiao Weiman pressed the screen to send an email back to Mr. Shang. Mr. Shang, this is Xiao Weiman. I've finished reading this information you sent. Thank you very much. Not a moment later, Mr. Shang returned an email. Dean Xia, what are you going to do? How? Sure would like to them up hard. But, a hint of helplessness appeared on Xiao Weiman's face. Although right now Mr. Shang and the others had been shipping iron ore to Xia in a steady stream, the House of Lords was a little worried that once they launched a counterattack against those iron ore giants, when the time came, the masters behind them would surely do the same together, blocking the channels of iron ore imports leading to Xia on a global scale. And once Mr. Shang's side couldn't deliver the iron ore, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, according to internal discussions in the House of Representatives, if we really want to launch a counterattack, we have to stockpile at least 9 to 1 billion tons of iron ore to do so. With 9 to 1 billion tons of iron ore reserves, plus the major steel companies' own reserves of iron ore on hand, as well as several mines operated by domestic companies overseas, they can launch a counterattack with confidence and boldness. Xiao Weiman replied, Mr. Shang, although we would love to counterattack immediately, with our current domestic iron ore reserves, I'm afraid that once we engage in a war, our domestic iron and steel industry will suffer a devastating blow. Soon after, Mr. Shang replied, so, as long as there are enough iron ore reserves, you will launch a counterattack, right? Yes, Mr. Merchant, and how much are you short now? Seeing this reply from Mr. Shang, Xiao Weiman's heart stirred. He seemed to realize something and immediately replied, 600 million tons. With another 600 million tons of reserves, we're sure to teach them a hard lesson. After sending this email out, Xiao Weiman stared closely at the mailbox interface with a hint of anticipation on his face. A short while later, Mr. Shang's reply came, okay, then we'll take this 600 million tons of iron ore. We'll arrange for ships to deliver these 600 million tons of iron ore as quickly as possible. You just need to those Eagle Jam goons hard. Seeing this reply from Mr. Shang, Xiao Weiman was instantly jolted and his heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. Still, Xiao Weiman forced down his inner exuberance and asked, Mr. Shang, are you saying that even if we launch a counterattack against them now, it won't affect your side? In case that gang of kangaroos and eagle sauce team up to start a blockade, don't worry, they can't block our channels. You guys go ahead and do it. We guarantee that the supply of iron ore in the future will only increase, not decrease. Xiao Weiman nodded heavily at once. Good. I understand. After ending his liaison with Mr. Shang, Xiao Weiman immediately had his subordinates notify all the top brass of the Internal Affairs Bureau, telling them about the several mineral companies in the Kangaroo Kingdom that had maliciously raised prices and broken their contracts, and booking the idea of wanting to launch a counterattack. Old Xia, haven't we discussed this matter before? Upon hearing Xiao Weiman say that he wanted to launch a counterattack against those several mineral companies, a high-ranking officer immediately objected. With our current iron ore reserves, once we launch a counterattack, I'm afraid that we'll be the ones who lose out when the time comes. Even if we're going to fight back, we'll have to save up at least another 600 million tons before we do so. Another senior also nodded in agreement. Old Xia, I'm afraid we still have to think long and hard about this matter. Old Xia, although we can now steadily obtain 100 million tons of iron ore from Mr. Shang's side every month. Once we launch a counterattack against those mineral companies, those kangaroos and the gang of eagle sauce masters behind them will surely blockade our import channels on a global scale. The consequences will be unimaginable at that time. After hearing the concerns of the executives, Xia Weiman smiled and said, "Don't worry, just before the meeting, I contacted Mr. Shang, and he said that he's all in for the 600 million tons of iron ore. He'll have the organization side arrange for ships to bring over 600 million tons of iron ore as soon as possible. Plus, he said that even Eagle Jam can't block their channels. Let's just do it." What? Hearing this, the group of senior members of the Internal Affairs Council all widened their eyes. Here, the records of our conversations are all here. Take a look. Xiao Weiman smiled as he dropped the contents of the tablet onto the projector. The top brass took a look. It all perked up at once. Ha ha ha, then what are you waiting for? Just do it. Since Mr. Shang has given such a promise, what is there to worry about? That's right. Then let's just do what Mr. Shang said and these kangaroos to death. Ha ha, so, our ideas are considered to be in agreement? Looking at the excited old fellows, Xiao Weiman's face revealed a smile. Right, all the executives nodded unanimously, and one said with a fist in the air, asterisk 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 them. The other side, inside the cafe, Dai Fei was still chanting about the iron ore. At this time, he could not even dream that just as he was cursing those kangaroo mineral companies, Shen Lang, who was sitting with him, was already launching a counterattack against those mineral companies. AI, yes, master. Find out how many container freighters are currently idling all over the world at the present time? What's their combined capacity? Yes, master, please wait a moment. A moment later, Xiao AI replied, Master, currently there are a total of 18,000 freighters in the world in an idle state. The total carrying capacity is 320 million tons. Immediately contact the shipping companies that these freighters belong to and tell them to immediately sail the freighters to Xia with empty warehouses and full containers. Except for the Xia Freight Company, all the others will make a 50% advance payment to them first. Yes, master. Soon, all the major freight companies around the world received a strange order. The other party asked them to send a full but all containers must be empty cargo ship to the summer country, and can be paid in advance of 50% of the advance payment. At first, they all thought that this was someone's prank, but with the notification from the finance side that there was suddenly a remittance of several $1 million on the company's account, they were all shocked. After confirming that there was no problem with the money, they immediately made arrangements. At this point, where did they care if the other party's request was strange or not? As long as the money is paid, that's the big man. Hey, this time it is estimated that the domestic steel companies are going to have a hard time again. Inside the cafe, Daffy sighed and shook his head before sliding his hand down the screen of his cell phone. The next second, a news item suddenly appeared on the screen. Wah! The moment he saw the news headline, Dai Fei leaped straight up. Wah! Prodigal son! Check it out! Ha 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 ha! Only Dai Fei laughed out loud with an excited look on his face. Our country, at last, has fought back. Star. Chapter 105, The House of Representatives Strikes. Point Giant. Iron or Futures War. Dai Fei's sudden burst of loud shouts and laughter immediately startled quite a few people in the cafe, and many of them couldn't help but cast dissatisfied or even annoyed gazes. Only, this look. Hey, look, those two seem like the retrograde heroes from the last Imperial Sandstorm. Shen Lang and Dai Fei and the others? Hey, it really seems like it. Why don't we go over and ask? Yeah. So, a few of the girls stood up and walked towards Dai Fei and the others. That, walked up to the two. A girl asked cautiously, May I ask if you two are Shen Lang and Dai Fei? Ha, it's us. Daffy nodded. Aha, it's really you guys. After receiving Dai Fei's confirmation, those few girls immediately let out a cheer. A girl immediately said with a red face, Brother Wave, Brother Airplane, we are your fans. Can you take a picture with us? Shen Lang stood up and nodded with a smile. Yes, yay! Those little girls immediately and happily took a picture with Shen Lang and Dai Fei. Then soon, others gathered around. At first, the two Shen Langs were quite cooperative in taking pictures and signing autographs with them, but soon, they realized that the number of people who had surrounded them was surprisingly increasing. So the two immediately fled the cafe on the pretext that they had to pee. When they got back to the underground garage and got into the car, the two looked at each other and laughed. Dai Fei said laughingly, Now I finally understand why so many people are quite the stars. Don't say it. It's pretty cool. Shen Lang smiled and asked, What? You want to go be a star? Then forget it. Dai Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, What's so good about being a star? Not to mention being followed by paparazzi every day. The slightest mistake will be magnified exponentially. It's miserable. Shen Lang smiled. that can't be helped. Since you enjoy the benefits of the public attention, you have to take the corresponding responsibility. Dai Fei shrugged. So yeah, I actually quite regret accepting this Yongcheng image spokesperson. It's caused me to be careful about what I do outside now, for fear of discrediting Yongcheng. Then there's no need to care so much, Shun Lang said. How it was in the past, just how it will be in the future. There's no need to compromise yourself for the sake of a persona. Dai Fei laughed. It's still you who's dashing. After the two of them joked and laughed for a while, seeing that the time was almost up, Shun Lang drove Dai Fei back to his home, and then came to the love nest with Su Yiting. Just 3 days ago, Su Yiting officially graduated people, and then they joined the Porsche 4S store and became an official sales consultant. In fact, before Shun Lang had asked her if she wanted to work in her company, but was politely refused by Su Yiting on the grounds that it would be a bad influence on him. For that matter, Su Yiting was actually a woman with a very good sense of proportion. Sometimes, Shun Lang even had the idea that it would be her. Of course, such thoughts only pop up once in a while. Really want Shun Lang to give up a forest for a tree. He asked himself that he could not do it yet. For Shun Lang's arrival, Su Yiting was obviously very joyful. After exerting 18 martial arts to spar with each other, Su Yiting was in Shun Lang's arms and fell asleep sweetly. AI, look for news related to iron ore in the official domestic media in the last 2 hours. Yes, master. In the next second, a report from the official media about iron ore appeared in front of Shun Lang's eyes, and the most eye-catching was the headline from the People's Newspaper of Summerland. Time to stop the vicious price manipulation by iron ore giants, says the House of Representatives. It can be said that this headline clearly and unambiguously expresses Xia's attitude towards the 4 giants that hold the international iron ore resources. They obviously can no longer tolerate those 4 iron ore giants' greedy endless price hikes over and over again, directly and openly taking shots at them. At this time, the domestic netizens have long been shocked by this hard and fast behavior of the Internal Affairs Bureau so named, followed by a burst of angry praise. Crap, the House of Representatives cowhides. Wahahaha, this seems to be the first time the House of Lords has directly named and clicked on someone else, right? That's a hard-hitting stance. I like it. It's long overdue. Those oligarchs, with their monopoly on iron ore, have unscrupulously imposed price increases on us. It's simply shameless. Pure men of the House of Representatives. Bravo! Of course, along with the furious praise, some netizens had a twinge of concern. Is it really good for the House of Representatives to be so tough? What if we piss them off and they don't buy iron ore for us? Haha, if we don't sell, we don't sell. Do we have to beg them to sell? It's just iron ore. We don't have it anywhere. You're really wrong about that. Right now in the whole world, 90% of iron ore exports come from the hands of the 4 antimony ore giants, and every year, 80 to 90% of our iron ore is bought from them. If they don't sell it to us, then we really don't have anywhere to buy it. Wah, seriously? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why do you think we have to put up with their various price increases over and over again? According to you, then wouldn't this time be dangerous? The Internal Affairs Council has already ordered grass on them, so won't that piss them off? La. Do you think that what you can think of, our bigwigs in the House of Representatives can't think of? Don't forget, in terms of steadiness, the whole world is no match for the bigwigs of our inner house. If they dare to dislike us, they must have prepared for it. All we need to do is to obediently be an eating crowd and shout 666. Haha, that's right. Just as the netizens in the summer country were discussing the matter, the netizens overseas, especially in the kangaroo country, were also discussing the matter with great fervor. However, compared to the cheering and furious praise of the Xia netizens, the murmurs of these overseas netizens were filled with ridicule and sarcasm. Laughing my ass off. Xia's House of Representatives is actually openly scolding our mineral companies for price manipulation in their official media. Is this the meaning of just lifting the table and cursing if you can't afford iron ore? Ha, that's just it. This is like me going to a restaurant to eat, but then I end up just slapping the table and cursing the restaurant because their food is too expensive. Isn't that sick? If it's too expensive, they can just not buy it. It's as if someone forced them to buy it. Exactly. It's not like anyone is forcing them to buy it. This Xia people are so funny. Just as overseas netizens were frantically mocking, those 4 major iron ore giants also made statements on overseas social media platforms. They refuted Xia's accusation that they were manipulating the price of iron ore, claiming that the price of iron ore is completely open and transparent and is determined by international supply and demand. This round of iron ore price increases received the impact of capacity reduction, but it is also not their intention. They wouldn't want to curtail capacity if it weren't for the detection of crustal movement and the need to protect the personal safety of their employees. Therefore, Xia's accusation is unfounded and unjustified. At the end, those big iron ore giants are not without complacency and even slightly provocative. said, if the summer country is because it feels that the current price of iron ore is too expensive and cannot afford it, then you cannot buy it for the time being, and wait for the day when the price of iron ore down and then buy it is not too late, if your steel mills hold out. As soon as that last sentence came out, it basically exposed their emboldened faces. After this notice was issued, within the four major iron ore giants, some senior executives were not without concern, saying, will this really anger Xia, and then give up the purchase of iron ore? In that case, I am afraid that the international price of iron ore will instantly plummet. After all, Xia is responsible for the consumption of 60% of the world's iron ore, and they, the Kangaroo Kingdom, exported 80% of their iron ore exports to Xia. Ha ha ha, don't you guys worry, it's impossible. The president of those four giants laughed and said proudly, precisely because they are big consumers of iron ore, it is even more unlikely that they will stop importing iron ore. At the rate they consume iron ore, it's fine to stop imports for a month or two, but if it goes on for a long time, I'm afraid their steel mills won't be able to hold out and close down. Don't forget that a steel mill is related to the rice bowls of tens or even hundreds of thousands of people. There's no way Xia will let those steel mills close down. Then why did Xia issue such a public statement accusing us? Aren't they afraid that we won't sell them iron ore? I doubt it. They did it on purpose. A few presidents smiled and analyzed. They purposely sent out a statement accusing us so that everyone would think that Xia has become dissatisfied with us and is going to stop cooperating with us. As we all know, the current market price of iron ore is so high because of Xia's demand. Once Xia stops cooperating with us, then some of the other iron ore buyers will surely sell off the futures contracts they have on hand, and the price of iron ore will come crashing down. At that time, Xia will inevitably buy at a low price. This will fulfill their purpose. So it is. After listening to the president's analysis, a group of executives came to a realization. Then what if the price of this iron ore really comes down? Are we really going to let Xia pick up the slack? How is that possible? The president said with a cold smile. When the time comes, someone will naturally stop the price of iron ore from falling. That gang of summer people want to buy cheap iron ore from us. Not in this lifetime. And as these presidents predicted, shortly after this angry statement from Xia, international iron ore futures prices fell in response. But soon, there was a huge influx of money into the futures market that instantly jacked up the price of iron ore. At this point, far away in Eagle Jam, California, that congressman, Mr. Edward Hopper, the confidant of the Eagle Sauce commander, was giving orders to his men. Give me all those iron ore futures that ran out. As long as they're under $80, don't let the summer people grab a piece of them. Yes, looking at the iron ore price curve displayed on the computer screen, Mr. Edward Hopper smiled coldly. Want to pick up a bargain? Dream on. It's just that he couldn't have dreamed of it. Right at the same time, far away in the Summerland, the House of the Interior, a group of elites from the financial world are constantly maneuvering the keyboard and mouse in front of them. Quick, throw out all the contracts. Don't list the price too high. Just $79.90. List them all at star. Chapter 106. This House of Representatives can handle. We'll do it when we say so. In the international iron ore trading market, futures trading is generally popular. Iron ore mining companies will put up contracts to trade iron ore in a few months or even a year's time on the futures trading market at the current market price. And these iron ores that will be spot traded only in a few months are called futures. And buyers of these futures can be divided into two categories. One category is the real need for these iron and steel companies. They are in the production needs to lock in a few months or even a year in advance of the supply, and therefore will buy a batch of iron ore futures in advance, so as not to lead to the time because of the inability to buy enough iron ore and led to the company to reduce or even shut down production. The other category is those financial speculators who want to capitalize on the rise and fall of the futures price of these iron ores. Although the four giants claim that the price of iron ore is freely priced according to supply and demand, in fact, the price is actually completely manipulated by a group of financial speculators, because they know very well the demand for iron ore in Xia. As a result, whenever a new batch of iron ore futures contracts comes online on the futures exchanges, there is an immediate rush to get them and keep driving up the prices of these contracts. Ultimately, the vast majority of these futures contracts for highly priced iron ore are paid for by the steel companies of Xia. For all of this, the Xia state up and down the country also know exactly, but there is nothing to be done about it. Who made most of Xia's domestic iron ore poor? The mining cost is too high, the utilization rate is too low, and it is simply not enough to meet the demand of the domestic iron and steel industry. As for overseas iron ore investments and corporate acquisitions, Xia is also doing them. In previous years, because I did not know much about investment, and because I had overestimated the ethical boundaries of those overseas countries and companies, I was also badly screwed a few times. In a setback, Xia's enterprises have gradually learned to be more sophisticated, but also slowly familiar with the field and overseas gradually mastered a few iron ore resources. However, compared to the huge domestic demand for iron ore consumption, these resources are really a drop in the bucket. As a result, domestic steel companies are forced to pay high prices for those iron ore futures contracts even though they know they are being taken for a fool. According to incomplete statistics, each year, the total order of iron ore futures in the hands of the Summer Steel Enterprises, occupying about 70% of the total global iron ore futures. It's pretty ridiculous to say the least. Obviously Xia occupies 70% of the world's iron ore consumption. Is the world's top customer of iron ore consumption, should hold the pricing power of iron ore is. But the fact is, this pricing power is in the hands of the sellers, and then through the tentacles of those international financial speculators, constantly speculate on the high price of iron ore, and then let the Summer Steel Enterprises to pay the bill. It is simply outrageous. Therefore, on this day, when the major enterprises in the summer country saw the Internal Affairs Bureau publicly issued a statement, the several large manipulation of the international iron ore price giants for the angry criticism, there is both touched and terrified. Touched that the House of Representatives finally stood up for them, but terrified that such a statement would anger those four giants and then maliciously push up the price of iron ore once again. And just as they were worried about this, the city lords of their respective cities approached them with a few of their top brass, bringing them a notification document from the House of the Interior. From this day forward, all the iron ore required for the production of the steel mills will be taken care of by the House of Representatives, which will help them with as much iron ore as they need, and at a price that will not exceed $35 per ton. When they looked at the document, which was stamped with the seal of the Internal Affairs Bureau, all the heads of the steel companies all showed incredulous expressions. $35 per ton? Wouldn't that be less than half the current market price? How is that possible? Faced with the incredulous expressions of the heads of the steel companies, the city lords smiled knowingly. When we were first notified, we were just as incredulous as you are, but the bigwigs in the House of the Interior said that, knowing that you might not believe them, they would sign this contract with you with our local authorities as a guarantee. But to put it in front, you guys don't want to think of buying more while it's so cheap and then taking it to resell or anything. This batch of iron ore will be under our direct supervision. Anyone who tries to make a wrong move will be chopped off. Then the city lord had a second thing to tell them. In addition, the inner house side notified that you should hand over all the iron ore futures contracts you have in your hands now to the inner house, so that the inner house side can manage these futures contracts in a unified manner. Hearing this, the heads of these steel companies finally realized that the big brother from above seemed to be coming for real this time. That's a lot of internal affairs bull. You just point dash asterisk 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 add the big four on one foot, and you're going to do it on the back foot here? This House of Representatives can handle it. Very quickly, the major steel companies turned over their respective futures trading accounts on hand to the House of Representatives. Then a global iron ore massacre began, including the mastermind behind the iron ore price hike, Edward Hopper from Eagle Sauce, California. All thought they saw through Xia's tricks. The other side is just a bluff. Want to use this statement to trigger panic in the iron ore futures market, stimulating those financial speculators to sell off their own hands of futures contracts, so as to take advantage of the opportunity to plunge into the bottom of the market. Therefore, they smartly used a lot of money to prepare to snipe at the Xia enterprises and prevent them from getting low-priced orders. But, I'm afraid they've never dreamed that. This statement from Summer is no bluff, much less for any bottoming out. They not only direct point manipulation, nausea manipulation of iron ore prices of the four giants, and now also began to desperately iron ore futures contracts in the hands of all thrown out. If the other side know, at this time they bought all the futures contracts at high prices. In fact, is from the hands of the Summer Enterprises futures contracts. I'm afraid to vomit blood. 10 a.m. Eagle Jam Time. Eagle Sauce, California. Edward Hopper received a message from Wall Street. Mr. Edward, I just got word that someone has bought a large number of iron ore futures contracts at a brokerage house. It looks like they're getting ready to short iron ore. Okay, I got it. Edward Hopper smiled coldly. Our Summer friends are quite good at this. Not only do they want to undercut the futures contract for iron ore, they even want to make a killing by shorting the contract for iron ore. Since you guys want to go short, we'll go long. See if I don't blow up your positions. Everybody, raise the price of iron ore to $85 for me. Raise the price for me. Let those Xia people know well who calls the shots when it comes to the price of this iron ore. Boss. And with this wave of their operation, the international iron ore price instantly increased from the original $80 per ton to $85 Summer's side takes a look. Nice guy. I've already dumped a third of my contracts, and instead of going down, you're going up? What are you waiting for? Sell it now. So, without saying a word, this group of financial elites immediately sped up. Quickly, hang them all up, as much as they want. We'll give them as much as they want, boss. The $85 purchase order is all gone. Then hang on down the line. $85 gone, then $84, $84 gone, then $83, all the way down the line. Yes, for a while, the short, with SIA as the main force, and the long, with the four iron ore giants and Eagle Capital as the main force, have been fighting fiercely in the iron ore futures market. Chapter 107, SIA is finished? A pair of king bombs in the backhand. In the global futures market, there are a total of 6 exchanges that offer iron ore futures trading, namely, the Agri-State Mercantile Exchange, ASME, the SGX Mercantile Exchange, SGX, the Eagle Sauce West Coast Intercontinental Exchange, ESCIE, and the Central Sesquicentral Mercantile Exchange, CSME, the Sunset London Metals Exchange, SLME, and the Grand Mercantile Exchange, GME, of the Summerland. These 6 trades fall into different time zones and therefore cater to those futures speculators who can trade iron ore futures in various time zones. From 9 p.m. summertime on this day, the short forces, mainly in summer, and the long forces, dominated by the 4 major iron ore giants and Eagle Sauce Capital, have been battling it out on Eagle Sauce's 2 exchanges. The short forces just knocked the futures price of iron ore below $80 per ton, and the long forces immediately opened buy orders for $85 per ton, sweeping away all the sell orders below $85, directly pulling the futures price of iron ore to $85. Then the short forces slam the price down again, and the long forces pull it up again. During the 5.5-hour business hours of the 2 Eagle Sauce exchanges, the total volume of iron ore futures was a staggering 5 million lots. A futures trade in iron ore is 100 tons a lot, and 5 million lots is 500 million tons, based on an average transaction price of 82 US dollars per ton. The total price of these 5 million lots traded amounted to a staggering 411 billion US dollars, and it's only just begun. Just 7 hours after the Eagle Jam exchange was closed, at 9 a.m. The next morning, summer time, the bulls and shorts once again battled it out on the 2 exchanges in Summer and Singapore. By 3 p.m., the total volume of iron ore traded on the 2 exchanges reached 3 million lots and 300 million tons of contracts. The average transaction price per ton was around $83, totaling $24.9 billion. Subsequently, iron ore futures trading in the A3 seamlessly followed, with 2,800,000 lots traded at an average price of $81 per ton, for a total price of $22.68 billion. Then came the Sunset London Exchange, and so it went until 8:30 p.m. Summertime. The International Center for Futures Trading Statistics Management, ICFTSM, has released a statistic. In the past 24 hours, a cumulative total of 15.6 million lots, or 1.56 billion tons of iron ore, were traded in global iron ore futures contracts. The average price per ton traded was $82.2, for a combined total turnover of $1.282.32 billion. Eagle Jam 8:30 a.m. local time. Inside a luxury estate in California, Edward Hopper looked at this data report sent over by his men, and a hint of a sneer appeared on his face. As the real controller behind International Iron Ore Resources, Edward Hopper naturally knows where these orders mainly come from. In this world, besides SIA, who else could throw out so many iron ore orders at once? SIA. SIA. You think you can knock down the price of iron ore by throwing out so many iron ore futures orders at once? Ha! Naive. Just then, a phone rang. Edward Hopper picked it up and immediately answered the phone, respectfully saying, "Dear Lord Commander, good morning, ha ha ha, hello, my dear friend." The Eagle Jam commander's signature laugh came out of the phone. "I hear from the Secretary of Commerce that you've got the price of iron ore firmly under control at $85 per ton?" "Yes, Your Excellency the Commander." A proud smile appeared on Edward Hopper's face. "Good, well done, ha 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 ha." The Eagle Sauce commander laughed out loud. "Edward, this time, we must ruthlessly beat up the SIA Kingdom. Let them know what will happen if they dare to knock our great Eagle Sauce Kingdom." "Don't you worry, Your Excellency the Commander." Edward Hopper smiled, a look of confidence on his face. "I won't let you down. By the time they've dumped all the orders they have on hand, I'll have the Kangaroo Nation side shut down a few more mines and speculate the price of iron ore to over $100 a ton. Ha ha ha, good." The Eagle Sauce commander laughed excitedly. "I'm looking forward to what those Siagwa boys will look like when the price of iron ore reaches $100 per ton." Edward Hopper's plan can be described as perfectly and thoughtfully designed. After all, people all over the world know that SIA needs to import a lot of iron ore every year to maintain the normal operation of the domestic steel mills, and once the iron ore is gone, then the steel mills will have no mines to refine, and the factories will be shut down. and the employees will lose their jobs. At that time, not to mention the summer steel industry will not collapse. At least, hundreds of thousands or even millions of unemployed people will be enough to summer headache for a while. Therefore, everyone, including Edward Hopper and the Eagle Sauce Commander, was pretty sure that even if the price of this iron ore went up to $100 a ton, Xia would eventually have to buy it. That's where their bottom line is. But they couldn't have dreamed of it. This time, Xia never intended to buy back these iron ore futures orders at all. At 9 a.m., the Eagle Sauce Futures Exchange opened. As soon as the market opened, someone slammed hundreds of lots of iron ore on the trading floor, translating to a unit price of $86 a ton. Edward Hopper looked at it and ignored it, ordering, "Ignore all sell orders above $85.00, below $85.00, take in as many as come in. Do you understand?" Yes. At the same time, inside the summer's inner sanctum, a trader in charge of the Eagle Sauce West Coast Intercontinental Exchange raised his hand and reported, "Boss, they didn't take our $86 sell order. My side too." Another trader in charge of the Chicagoland Merchant Exchange also raised his hand. After getting the information reported from his subordinates, the person in charge of coordinating this dumping operation immediately laughed. "Looks like those Eagle Sauce guys are ready to nail the price at $85. Hee. I was hoping to earn a little more, but now it seems unlikely." A trader said with a smile, "Boss, contentment is always happiness. We've earned enough this wave." According to the data reported up by the major steel companies, the average price of iron ore futures orders purchased by their hands is around $55 per ton, while the average unit price of the more than 15 million lots of iron ore futures orders sold by the group of traders from yesterday to today is at $82.02 per ton. That's an average of $27.20 per ton earned. The total net profit earned is truly over $40 billion. You know, this all happened in just 24 hours. Such horrific profit gains have never been seen before, and presumably will never be seen again, in the entire history of futures trading, and as the hands of this time to manipulate the transaction of this group of traders, but also destined to be enshrined in the history of futures trading in the summer country in the annals of history. Ha, that's true. The person in charge laughed and waved his hand. "Everyone, let's work a little harder today. Strive to get rid of all these orders in hand. After tomorrow, I'll give everyone a red packet. A big one. Long live the boss." Later that night, the two forces, short and long, once again battled it out on the two major futures exchanges in Eagle Jam. Only this time, the short side's attack has slowed down considerably. All the financial industry practitioners who are watching this battle have predicted that the short side of the hands of the ammunition should be almost exhausted. This is going to be a disaster for Xia. Yeah, they thought no one could eat so many orders, but they didn't realize how well funded the multiples would be. This long is too good. It's cost hundreds of billions of dollars already, right? Summer has run out of ammunition, so I'm afraid it's the turn of these multiple forces to drive the price up next. That's for sure. After dropping so much money down, they must be looking for someone to take over. In the whole world, the only one who has the money as well as having to take over is Xia. It depends on whether these bulls are ruthless or not. If they are a bit more ruthless and directly pull the price to over $100, Xia will really have to lose a lot of money. Quick look, the price of iron ore on the Eagle Jam Exchange is up. Just as the crowd was talking, someone noticed that the price of iron ore futures on the two major exchanges in Eagle Jam had started to rise. Someone first threw in a lot of iron ore at $86 a ton and then quickly sold it. Another lot of iron ore at $88 per ton was then thrown, and again it sold quickly. It was in this one deal China that the price of iron ore was pushed up by leaps and bounds. Looking at this like a rocket general rise to iron ore, even the blind have seen. This must be that the gang of long power out. They're making it too obvious here. It's just one lot traded at a time. It's so obvious that they're just telling everyone again that I'm just going long. So what? You dare to follow? Who dares to follow? Even Xia is going to be rubbed on the ground by them. I'm nothing. Just as financial speculators around the globe are buzzing. The two major exchanges in Eagle Jam have completed their business hours for the day, and by the end of the exchange's business day, the futures price of iron ore had risen to $120 a ton. Hiss. These polymaths. They're ruthless. This price, it's directly doubled a whole lot from 3 days ago. Summer is really going to be miserable. Over the next 24 hours, the other four major global exchanges opened. The entire trading process also largely replicates the two major exchanges in Eagle Jam. After the shorts had shot their last round of ammo, the longs started to get going and have pushed the price of iron ore above $120. Eagle Jam time, 9 a.m. As the two major futures exchanges in Eagle Jam opened, the entire trading interface for iron ore futures was dead silent. There was no trading volume present at all. A price of $120 per ton discourages all speculators. Xia is finished. This is a common thought in the minds of all futures players. It was at this time that a notice was suddenly sent out by the summer country's Internal Affairs Bureau, which was far away across the ocean, in view of the skyrocketing international iron ore prices. In order to safeguard the normal production of domestic iron and steel enterprises, it has been decided by the House of Representatives to officially release an unlimited amount of iron ore from official reserves as of today. Major steel companies can apply to the local authorities according to their production needs. Also, the official iron ore price is updated once a month, and this month's price is $35 per ton. Boom! The announcement was like a pair of king bombs that hit the global iron ore market hard. Instant uproar. Star. Chapter 108, Hawk Sauce and Dogs Cry, Siagway, you don't speak of martial virtue. What? $35 a ton? That's not possible. When those international futures speculators saw this notice issued by the Summer House, they were all dumbfounded. In the next second, the world's futures trading markets were in an uproar. Is the Summer House of Representatives crazy? $35 a ton for iron ore? Is there any profit margin in that? How could there be? You know, in the last 5 years, the price of this iron ore hasn't dropped below $40. Unless the iron ore they have stored on hand was stored 10 years ago. Even if it was stockpiled 10 years ago, there's no way it could have made a profit. The price of iron ore 10 years ago was almost $35 per ton. If they sold it at that price, they wouldn't have made a profit, but they would have lost the interest on their investment for 10 years. That's right. Other than that, this money for purchasing iron ore, even if it's deposited in the bank for 10 years on a regular basis, it's quite a lot. If they took it to financial management, they would earn even more. So, if they sell it now at $35, it's either a profit or a loss. Guys, is that the point? Don't you see the subtext of this announcement from SIA? What subtext? Didn't you guys read the notice? They're going to release an unlimited amount of officially stored iron ore. That means that from today onwards, SIA's steel companies won't have to import from overseas. You guys should know what this means for the international iron ore futures market. A market that occupies 70% of iron ore imports has suddenly disappeared. What consequences this would have, I think we should all know very well. You mean, iron ore futures will plummet? It's not a crash, it's a bloodbath. As a matter of fact, not long after this notice was put out by the Summer's Internal Affairs Bureau, the two major futures trading platforms of the Eagle Sauce had already begun to see people frantically selling off iron ore futures contracts in their hands. Boss, it's not good. Something's wrong. Inside an estate in California, a beloved subordinate knocked on the study door in a panic and ran straight into Edward Hopper, who was on the couch in an intimate exchange with his secretary. What's going on? So flustered, looking at the good thing being disturbed, Edward Hopper immediately glared with a face of displeasure, and said with full of concern, "Is it hard to believe that the Summer Kingdom is fighting over? Ha 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 ha, boss. Just a moment ago, the Summer Kingdom's Internal Affairs Bureau released a notice. Look." The beloved immediately handed over his cell phone. A circular from the Summer House? Edward Hopper heard it with an ominous feeling. He snatched the cell phone out of the other man's hand and squinted. Fark! In the next second, Edward Hopper erupted into a roar of rage and directly slammed his cell phone down hard on the ground with one hand. These damn Summer people! How dare they set the price of iron ore so low? How dare they? Edward Hopper then came up with the idea of iron ore futures. He immediately suppressed his inner rage and hurriedly asked, "What's the situation in the futures market now?" The subordinate who was silencing his own violently dead cell phone immediately said, "Everyone is frantically selling off the futures contracts in their hands. Damn it!" Edward Hopper cursed fiercely. "Notify those traders for me immediately. Eat all futures orders below $85. As the biggest speculator in the iron ore futures market, Edward Hopper understands very well that the price of this iron ore should never collapse. Once it collapses, then the more than $100 billion they had previously invested will be completely wasted. Ah, boss. The heartthrob hesitated and said, "But, boss, according to the current situation, it's very likely that the entire futures market of iron ore will fall into our hands. If we wait until the time of physical delivery and no one comes to buy it away, we'll have to pay for it. How could no one buy it?" At this point, Edward Hopper gradually regained his composure. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "Do you really think that the Sia state will have that much iron ore reserves?" When the Minders heard this, their eyes glazed over. "You mean to say that this notice they released is actually a fake?" Edward Hopper said with a cold smile. "Perhaps they will indeed have a certain amount of iron ore in reserve on hand, but based on their previous imports and annual consumption, they could never have more than a 3-month reserve. Just like before, the purpose of them releasing this notice is that they want to trigger panic in the iron ore futures market, and then stimulate the futures speculators to sell off all the iron ore futures so that they can take a bottom. Pity, they can't escape my eyes with this trick." Looking at the wise Edward Hopper, the secretary next to him instantly showed a look of adoration. "Boss, you're awesome." Edward Hopper laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Baby, I've got something even better. I'll show you later. After saying that, Edward Hopper turned back to his minder. Inform those traders to continue to keep the price of iron ore at $85 until no one else ships, then raise the price for me. Besides, Edward Hopper said, glancing at the smashed cell phone on the floor, get yourself another cell phone from the butler. When the heartthrob heard this, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. Thank you, boss. I'll go inform the manipulator. Well, go on, and remember to close the door for me. As the door to the study closed, an indescribable sound suddenly resounded from within once again. In Edward Hopper's opinion, Xia was just bluffing to bring down the price of iron ore. But, as a bookmaker who single-handedly controls 80% of the iron ore futures in the current international market, how could he possibly allow such a thing to happen? 3 months, just 3 months. Xia will surely come crying to himself for iron ore. When he thought of the time when a bunch of summer guys would grovel and beg to sell iron ore to them, Edward Hopper had a burst of excitement and even felt physically younger. But, just a couple hours later, 9 o'clock in the morning of the day, summertime, the Home Office suddenly launched a live stream on Channel C and several social media platforms, only to see that in front of the live broadcast camera, a well-known host from Channel C was sitting in a helicopter and said to the camera with a smile, I heard that there are many people who have doubts about our country's iron ore reserves, so according to the instructions of the House of the Interior, we've temporarily opened up this live broadcast to take you all on a personal visit to see our summer country's iron ore reserves with your own eyes. Everyone, please watch. As the camera pans out of the helicopter, the viewer sees a huge dark brown mountain standing on the ground below. As the camera drew closer, the crowd immediately saw, this is not a mountain, it was a pile of iron ore. From the helicopter down, the pile of ore simply looked like a rising and falling mass of mountains. As far as the eye can see, there are hundreds of such iron ore mines. Director Zhang, roughly how much iron ore is stored here? At this time, the host asked a nearby person in charge of this iron ore storage base. There are already 400 million tons of iron ore here at the moment. Only this director said smilingly, based on our consumption of iron ore in previous years, this 400 million tons of iron ore is enough to secure the usage of all of our iron and steel enterprises in the country for 5 months. Ha, that much? The host let out a gasp. What about 5 months from now? Do we still have iron ore on our side? That's certainly there. The person in charge said smilingly, the next 600 million tons or so of iron ore will be in place soon. Let alone 5 months from now. A year from now, we won't be short of iron ore. Wow, we actually have this much iron ore already now? The host let out a shocked exclamation. Yeah, our summer country is no longer short of iron ore now. The person in charge nodded smilingly, and from what I heard from the top, they are now considering matters related to exporting iron ore to the outside world. Ha, that's great. The host couldn't help but rejoice. The international iron ore price is so expensive now. If we, Xia, export our iron ore, then we can definitely earn a lot of foreign exchange. No, this is where you're wrong. The person in charge shook his head and said, even if we in Xia export iron ore, we will never sell it at a high price without a good conscience. Now this price of iron ore is obviously being maliciously manipulated. As the largest importer at one time, we deeply realize the pain and economic pressure that this high-priced iron ore is causing us. Our old Xia ancestors had a saying that we should not do unto others what we would not have them do unto us. So when the time comes, we will definitely not be like those mineral oligarchs, slaughtering the iron ore consuming countries like pigs. Well said. The host immediately applauded approvingly. This is not what I said. The person in charge said with a naive smile at once, this is what our leader said. Then has our leader said what the export price of this iron ore will be set at that time? The host asked. It'll probably be around $40 per ton. The man in charge said, that's $5 more expensive than selling it to the country. What? It's so cheap? The host was shocked. Equally shocked were the mineral companies, steel companies and futures speculators around the globe who were following the broadcast. They had never dreamed that Xia would have such a large reserve of iron ore. They are even less expected. A few days ago was the world's largest importer of iron ore in the summer country, even backhandedly to be an iron ore exporter. Even more shocking, are they even going to set the price below $40 per ton? It's a rhythm to get those iron ore giants killed. Xia's cowhide. For a while, some countries and steel companies that suffered from high iron ore prices as much as Xia did clapped their hands. At the same time, they immediately contacted the commercial department of Xia through official channels to confirm the matter. Yes, we are indeed looking into this matter again, and the price has basically been set at $40 per ton. You are welcome to buy our iron ore from Xia. When this news was confirmed by various countries and major steel companies, for a while, countless countries and steel companies cheered. Only the Big Four, who monopolized iron ore, and the Eagle Sauce masters behind them, cried, crap, Summerland, you don't have any ing morals. Star, Chapter 109, The Eagle Sauce Commander is crying again. Boo! Inside the Eagle Sauce Platinum Palace, the Eagle Sauce Commander slammed the computer monitor in front of him hard on the floor and growled with a scowl. Damn it! How is this possible? How is it possible for those summer guys to have so many iron ore reserves? This is not scientific. You guys talk. Are those summer guys faking it? They can't possibly have this much iron ore, right? The Eagle Sauce Commander glared at the intelligence director in front of him with beatific eyes. As head of Eagle Jam Intelligence, the Director of Intelligence is in charge of intelligence information on all countries outside of Eagle Jam. Such an important strategic material as iron ore is naturally within the scope of their investigation. Your Excellency the Commander, I had my men check the mining and export records of iron ore plants around the globe within the last 10 years, and it basically matches the import and export quantities of each country. Judging from the data, even if Xia had been secretly storing iron ore since 10 years ago, it would be impossible to store enough for such a large amount. Upon hearing this, the Eagle Sauce Commander's spirit was shaken. So, their claim of having 500 million tons of reserves and the subsequent 600 million tons is just a manufactured lie, right? The subsequent 600 million tons, we haven't found anything for the moment, but I'm afraid this existing 500 million tons of reserves in Xia is real, the Director of Intelligence said as he took out a document from a briefcase in his hand and handed it to the Eagle Sauce Commander. These are some photos or videos that our agents took from the scene. According to his investigation, in fact, as early as 2 months ago, Xia established a secret storage base there. According to the account of the residents in the neighborhood, in the past 2 months, there have been a large number of container trucks coming in and out of there every day. When it's less, there are 700 to 800 of them every day, and when it's more, there are even thousands of them. And this, the Director of Intelligence took out another survey and handed it to the Eagle Sauce Commander, is the data on the amount of cargo swallowed at the various ports of the Summer Kingdom over the last 3 months. According to the data, just in the last 3 months, the container throughput of the 2 major ports of Xia's Yongqing Port and Muda Port suddenly skyrocketed. Each of the first 2 months saw an increase of hundreds of freighters over the previous month, and by the time the third month rolled around, it instantly skyrocketed to thousands. We added up the capacity of all these freighters that have suddenly come out of nowhere and figured that their total capacity is almost around 500 million tons. What do you mean? The Eagle Sauce Commander did a double take. Do you mean to say that all those iron ores were imported from overseas by Xia in these 3 months? It's a bit unbelievable, but, judging from the data, it seems so. The Director of Intelligence nodded. That's impossible. The Eagle Sauce Commander stared at the Director of Intelligence with wide eyes. Didn't you say that you investigated the mining records and import-export quantities of all the major iron ore mining plants around the world for the past 10 years, and all of them matched up? Yes. The Director of Intelligence nodded again. And where did this 500 million tons of iron ore come from in Xia? The Eagle Sauce Commander questioned. This is exactly what has me puzzled, the Director of Intelligence said with a look of helplessness and bitterness. I mobilized all the agents at hand to trace the source of these iron ores, and the ultimate point is that group of freighters that have popped up out of nowhere in the recent past. There's actually another really weird thing going on here. What is it? The Eagle Sauce Commander asked. According to the information revealed to us by the internal executives of several ocean shipping companies, just 4 months ago, a mysterious figure contacted their company to request a contract for a cargo ship bound for the Summer Kingdom. The bizarre thing is that the other side requires this freighter to be fully equipped with containers, but all the containers must be empty. What do you mean? Hearing this, the Eagle Sauce Commander couldn't help but blink. You mean to say that someone is deliberately contracting empty freighters bound for Xia in various countries around the world, and then loading iron ore into those empty containers on the way? The Eagle Jam Commander gave a close-you're-telling-me-a-joke look. But that's the only way to explain why Xia can suddenly have so much more iron ore, the Director of the Intelligence Bureau said. According to our inquiries with several captains and crew members who have carried out several shipments, they have all said that when they were about to arrive at the port of Xia, the water level of their ships suddenly raised so much, as if the weight of the ships had suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands of tons. Upon hearing this, the expression on the Eagle Sauce Commander's face grew weirder and weirder. So, you're trying to tell me that someone might have used some kind of magic to instantly transfer hundreds of thousands of tons of ore onto a freighter and then transported it to the port? All impossibilities aside, I'm afraid this is the only reasonable explanation I can think of, the Director of Intelligence said with a helpless look on his face. Although this one may sound magical, you know magic, if it wasn't for the fact that you were hand-carried up here by me, I would have thought you were a spy sent by Xia to tell jokes to kill me. The Eagle Sauce Commander pointed at the other party's nose and screamed. If the other party really has such magic, why don't they just turn out the iron ore right inside the Xia Kingdom? And to go to such great lengths to spend money on hiring a bunch of freighters to travel to the Summer Kingdom? The Director of Intelligence nodded approvingly. That's really one of the things I don't understand. Maybe, He had reasons for having to do it? What's going on? The Eagle Sauce commander gave him a deep look with a "Are you an idiot? Look," then pointed to the door of the room and snarled, "Get the hell out of here." Facing the commander in full fury, the director of intelligence opened his mouth and finally sighed silently and turned away. In fact, he was tempted to say that grabbing that mystery man and checking further down the line might turn up some clues. Unfortunately, it was clear that the commander thought he was telling a story. Bang! After the director of intelligence stepped out and slammed the door behind him, the Eagle Jam commander ate up the ashtray on his desk and slammed it hard against the back of the door. What a ing waste. And ing throw away all the impossibilities. Grass. The Eagle Sauce commander in the midst of cursing probably never dreamed of it. In fact, this director of intelligence has guessed the truth. Just then, a call suddenly reached the Eagle Jam commander's personal cell phone. The Eagle Sauce commander picked up and took a listen, only to see a panicked voice coming from the opposite side. "Commander, it's not good." Upon hearing this panicked voice, the Eagle Sauce commander couldn't help but thump in his heart with a hint of ominous signs. "What happened? Shouldn't you be with Edward?" the Eagle Sauce commander asked in a gruff voice. This caller was none other than Edward's beloved subordinate, but in fact, he was the eyes and ears that Commander Eagle Sauce had planted on Edward's side. "Commander, the boss the Eagle Sauce commander's heart tightened and he immediately asked, "What happened to him?" "He ran away." A voice with a sobbing tone came over the microphone. "Just 2 hours ago, he said he had to go out for a while, and then he disappeared. Just now, word came in from the airport that Edward's private jet took off about an hour ago. The current whereabouts are unknown." "What?" The Eagle Sauce commander's eyes widened at once. Then, he immediately thought of something. "What about those iron ore futures?" "Oh, that one's still there," the other party seemed to say with some celebration. "I went ahead and took control of all the iron ore futures accounts after I realized Edward Hopper was missing. Now all the futures orders on the account are still there, and the prices are all still maintained at $100 per ton." "Commander, don't worry, even if Edward runs away, I'll keep an eye on these iron ores for you, you idiot." Hearing that the other party was still showing loyalty there even at this point in time, the Eagle Sauce commander was suddenly furious. "What the hell are you doing with those orders? Why don't you sell them for me?" "Ha? Bought it? Now?" The other party couldn't help but be a bit confused. "Why, Commander, it's only $100 now." According to Edward's previous estimation, the price must be topped up to at least $120 per ton before releasing it. Hearing this, the Eagle Sauce commander almost didn't pass out from anger. "Do you have a brain? Xia has already announced 500 million tons of iron ore reserves, and has already begun to approach the steel enterprises of various countries about steel exports. If you don't throw these orders away, you're still waiting for New Year's Eve." "Ha? Is that so?" In the face of the commander's angry rebuke, the other party seemed a bit surprised. "But, Boss Edward has always said before that this is Xia's bluff, intentionally trying to bring down the price of iron ore." "Ha ha 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 ha." The Eagle Sauce commander was instantly infuriated and laughed. "Then why do you think he's running away without a word now? He must have realized that Xia wasn't bluffing this time. They really don't need to import iron ore anymore. Most of the global orders for iron ore futures are now in our hands. We spent hundreds of billions of dollars to get those orders in. But now, with Xia doing this, the price of iron ore will plummet to at least about $40, and our cost to acquire these orders is over $80. That means we lost at least $40 per ton. Do you figure out how much iron ore you have in total in your futures account over there right now?" There are 18 million hands in total." "What?" The Eagle Sauce commander froze for a moment, then said with an incredulous expression, "How can there be so many? When I talked to Edward on the phone earlier, didn't he say it was only 16 million hands? Just an hour ago, I realized that someone else was selling iron ore in large quantities, and since Boss Edward wasn't here at the time, I had to follow his previous method of eating all these iron ore futures at $85, and then there were 2 million more lots." Eagle Sauce commander, Sigma, eh? After hearing these words from the other party, the Eagle Sauce commander was completely shocked. "This Nima, everyone in the world already knows that the price of iron ore is going to collapse and are desperately trying to ship it out. As a result, if you don't hurry up and liquidate your position, it's just a matter of desperately trying to take those futures orders at a high price." The Eagle Sauce commander made a silent estimate. 2 million lots of iron ore futures contracts. That's 200 million tons, $85 a ton. 200 million tons is $17 billion. If the price of iron ore is later hit at $40 a ton, then he and the gang of Eagle Jam capital behind him would have to lose $9 billion on those 2 million lots alone. If you add the 16 million contracts before that, all together, that would be directly over $80 billion. The thought that the wealth his family had accumulated over the years was about to be completely reduced to nothing. The Eagle Sauce commander couldn't hold back any longer. For crying out loud. Chapter 110, building an overseas base. Raiding Somali. Just as the Eagle Sauce commander was losing his voice and shedding tears because of the heavy loss of iron ore, far away inside a residential building in the Ningbo city of the Summer Kingdom, Shenlang was lying on the lazy sofa, using his smart glasses to leisurely watch the TV series The Name of the Masses, which had exploded across the country last year. Not to mention, watching those corrupt officials finally being judged by justice is quite a thrill, but at the same time, it's not without some sighs and lamentations. Just then, a message suddenly came from within the trading space. It's a video request from Roy the tree herder. With a thought, Shenlang then appeared in the trading space and connected to the video with Mr. Roy. As the screen moved, Roy's huge tree body appeared in front of Shenlang. Mr. Wave, hello. Seeing Shenlang, Mr. Roy immediately greeted him happily. Hello, Mr. Roy. Shenlang smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the other party. Mr. Roy then pointed the camera behind himself and said, Mr. Wave, here is the iron ore we mined down this month. It's almost 200 million tons. I wonder if it's enough. Enough is enough. Looking at the unending pile of iron ore behind Mr. Roy, Shenlang immediately smiled and nodded with you. Thank you, Mr. Roy. It's been hard on you and your clan. Please express my gratitude to your clan for me. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Wave, you are too kind. You are a great benefactor to us tree herders and the entire forest world. Just doing this small favor for you is nothing. Roy laughed, then said, also, I have prepared 10 tons of life spring water for you. You can use it first, and if it's not enough, ask for it again. Okay. Shenlang nodded. How's the battle over there to clear out the demonic insects going? It went very well. At the mention of this, Roy's voice was filled with leaps of joy. With the insecticide you provided, those demonic insects are no threat to us at all. Oh, right. This is the battle video recorded during the extermination of the demon worms this time. I'll send it to you together. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot about it. Shenlang smiled and nodded. Okay, please. Roy immediately waved the thick branch and said, no trouble, no trouble. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. The two then traded immediately. Shenlang used more than a dozen tons of original insecticide liquid to obtain 200 million tons of iron ore and 10 tons of life spring water from Roy's place, plus the hive ring that stored images of the tree worm war. After the transaction was completed, Roy left the trading space. After Roy left, Shenlang extracted the 200 million tons of iron ore from the trading channel and then loaded it into the space ring. Speaking of this discovery of iron ore, it had to be thanks to the inspiration Shenlang had gotten during Godzilla's battle with the Planet Destroyer last time. After watching the wonderful clip of Godzilla fighting the Planet Destroyer, Shenlang thought of the great battle between the group of tree herders and the Demon Worm clan. At first, he was a little sad that he hadn't been able to record the effects of the great battle between the tree herders and the Demon Worm ones at that time. However, during one of his conversations with Roy, when Shenlang learned that the current Shepherd Tree People clan was launching a siege against the remaining Demon Worm clan, he immediately asked Roy to help him film the battle with the Demon Worms. It was during the process of watching the images of the battle of the Shepherd Tree People clearing out the Demon Worms that Shenlang suddenly realized that the nest where the Demon Worms were located was actually a bare, dark red, huge mountain. And according to the passive scanning and analyzing function carried by the mechanical bees, it was iron ore, and it's also the best quality hematite in iron ore. The iron content of its ore is a staggering 80%. It is important to know that in the Blue Star, the best quality hematite that has been developed up to now is only 72% iron content. More importantly, such a mountain of iron ore is not one, but a large one. Looking at the rolling mountains that could not be seen at a glance shot down by the mechanical bee, Shenlang was shocked. How much iron ore would there have to be in such an uninterrupted stretch of hematite stone mountains? 100 billion tons? Or a trillion tons? So, Shenlang immediately approached Roy to discuss the matter, hoping that he could help mine those iron ores. When Roy heard that Shenlang was interested in this demon worm lair, he immediately agreed. In fact, for plants, these mountains, composed entirely of iron ore, are a no-go area for their lives. No matter what the plant is, it simply cannot take root and survive on iron ore. Therefore, to the Treemaker clan, these iron ores were simply useless. Thus, Shenlang immediately found K and got a set of fully automated and highly intelligent mining machine from him, plus hundreds of tree herders with an average height of more than 80 meters to act as miners, and mined this iron ore mountain. And this discovery in the world of the Shepherd Tree Man immediately reminded Shenlang of the ores that he had seen in the video that Godzilla had captured earlier. He immediately recalled up that video of Godzilla to take a look. Again, a large amount of iron ore was found in the video. Then a discussion with Godzilla. No problem. So, the Godzilla family all became Shenlang's exclusive miners. Getting Godzilla to help mine? I'm afraid that's something no one would ever dream of. A Godzilla's mineral source, plus a Treemaker's mineral source, plus the mineral source of the world where K was located, could steadily deliver 500 to 600 million tons of iron ore to Shunlang in a month. And this, at that time, was also the basis on which Shunlang dared to promise that the House of Interior would send over 600 million tons of iron ore as soon as possible. However, as more and more iron ore arrived, Shunlang had to start considering a problem. That is, hiring ships from all over the world every time is just too much of a hassle. There are times when hundreds of freighters arrive at the harbor at the same time in a day, and just to get the iron ore out of the spatial ring, you have to be busy for a day. It's simply exhausting. Shunlang has also considered, or not directly in the country to unload and pull the account. But after thinking about it, Shunlang still gave up. Nothing else, all for the sake of understatement. Although it seems like he's pretty high profile now. Ahem. It's not practical to unload directly in the country, and in order to keep a low profile, this iron ore still has to be brought in on a freighter. Even if Xia had actually known that all these iron ores had suddenly appeared on the freighter midway. However, as long as no official Mr. Merchant has the ability to deliver iron ore directly into the territory, they are happy to look the other way and not look deeper. Therefore, the next thing that Shunlang had to consider was whether he could find someone who would not care about the source of his iron ore, and then could allow him to directly send the iron ore onto a cargo ship and transport it directly from the dock to Xia. Thinking about it, Shunlang realized, to do this, then you have to create a territory, or base, of your own, and that base, it can't be in the country yet, got to go overseas to find it. As for the location, Shunlang asked Xiaoyai to call up a huge globe. After wandering around a few times, Shunlang cast his eyes on a small bump located on the Black Continent. That's you! Looking at that position, a smirk appeared on Shunlang's face. Black Continent, Somali, local time, 10 p.m. The sound of intense gunfire came from a manor house not far from the downtown area of the capital city of Somali, accompanied by occasional bursts of bombs and rockets that resounded for miles around. It's just that the people of Somali had long ago grown accustomed to such gunfire and explosions and didn't care. Skirmishes such as this one are played out every day in the land of Somali, as few as 3 or 5 a day, and as many as dozens a day. Blood and battle are literally rarer than eating and sleeping in this land. Some people even started betting games over such occasional outbreaks of fighting, specifically betting on how many people would die this time, or which warlord would be victorious. What's more, some warlords will secretly mobilize their manpower, waiting for both sides to fight until they are almost out of ammunition and food to make a clean sweep. At this moment, inside a bar on the edge of the capital, a group of armed men with loaded guns were drinking while listening to the commotion coming from outside, and they couldn't help but laugh. This is already the 8th time this month, isn't it? That ranty guy is really something. Ha ha ha, who says otherwise? The once famous King Somarilanti has now been reduced to an object that can be provoked and attacked at will by a group of small warlords. It's tragic. Yeah, who would have thought that just a few months ago the unstoppable King Lanti, the top 10 ranked warlord power in Somali, would all of a sudden be reduced to a minor player. It is said that he offended someone who shouldn't have. It resulted in the weaponry and all the gold and silver treasures he had buried within the manor being copied away. Then his gang of henchmen got scared that he wouldn't be able to pay his paychecks and ran off with a big chunk of them all at once. Ha ha ha, if this keeps up, I reckon it won't be more than 2 months before Lanti disappears from the land of Samari altogether. I bet a month, all around. I bet half a month, all at once. The gang had pulled out their dollars and opened a handicap, betting exclusively on when Lanti would die. And at that moment, Ranti, who had been made the target of a bet, was cowering inside his manor, shooting non-stop at the henchmen of the small warlords outside who wanted to step on his name and body to get to the top. In between dodging his opponent's bullets, another thought popped into Ranti's head. If only the true God would give him another chance to start over in life. That day, he would never have taken that order to hijack that Xia freighter. When he thought about this nightmarish experience he had been subjected to for the past 4 months, Ranti would have just smacked himself in the face with a big earful. He hates it. Hate myself for being larded up and taking that order at the time. Yes, he only hated himself, and he couldn't hate the mysterious big man who had caused all this to happen to him at all. Even, it was filled with trepidation. Pop, having emptied his clip, Ranti tried to reach for a new one, only to find that it was gone. Shatter, Lanti cursed, dropping his automatic rifle, which had run out of bullets. It had been the last weapon in his hand. Without bullets, he knew exactly what awaited him. You seem to be in trouble? Just then, a voice suddenly came to his ears. At the sound of the voice, Lanti was jolted. An inexplicable fear struck instantly, just as it had that night 4 months ago. He looked up with a start and saw the familiar face. Big brother? In the next second, Ranti's legs went limp and he knelt directly in front of his opponent. Chapter 111, Slavery Chip. Formation of the Armed Forces. You still recognize me? Looking at this pirate leader who gave himself a knee, Shunlang asked indifferently. At this time, Shenlang had already turned into the appearance of the last time he came to Somali to rescue the hijacked freighter through the AR function of the smart glasses. Recognize, recognize, recognize. Of course I recognize Big Brother. Lanty nodded his head repeatedly. There's no one else in the whole world who looks as handsome as Big Brother and is as godly as he is. So braggadocious? Oh no. Is so discerning. Kid's got a future. Shenlang laughed and glanced at an armed force in front of him that was still strafing this way, saying, "What's going on here? You seem to have been beaten up pretty badly." "It's all because of you." Lanty spat silently in his mind. "They are an armed warlord in the neighborhood." Lanty gritted his teeth. "They know that my strength is greatly reduced, so they want to step on my corpse to get to the top. Those damned bastards." Looking at Lanty's gnashing of teeth, and then looking at his worn-out camouflage uniform, Shenlang could already tell that this goods should have been mixed up quite miserably recently. "Then what are your plans now?" Shenlang said indifferently. "Surrender, or continue to die." Shenlang glanced at the manpower on Lanty's side, and just now, 2 more people had been shot. "I will never surrender to them." Lanty gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He knew very well that the other party would never let go of this opportunity where he could step on his own corpse to get to the top. Once he surrendered to those guys, only death awaited him. "Not bad. Brave enough." Shenlang nodded approvingly. "Then you continue. I'll leave first." "Ha!" Lanty obviously didn't expect the other to just say go. According to those Hollywood movies written, they have shown so brave. The other side should not praise a few words, and then help themselves together to repel the strong enemy? Seeing that the other party turned around and really wanted to leave, Lanty didn't think twice and directly jumped over to hug Shenlang's thighs. "Big brother, don't you leave. Save me, please save me." Shenlang laughed and said, "Weren't you quite brave just now?" "Woo woo, Biggie, I was wrong." Lanty cried and begged. "I was actually faking it all just now. It's just to trick you into appreciating me and then get you to take the initiative to help me. I was wrong, Big Brother. Please save me. I don't want to die." "Ah, woo woo." Looking at the other party's instantly snotty appearance, Shenlang couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. This is the one he encountered at the beginning of the situation. Is not right. Immediately recognized the surrender of the pirate head. Well, since we have already established this persona, how can we just change it? You think people are blind. Why should I save you?" Shenlang said indifferently. "Or rather, what value do you think you have that is worth saving?" This. In the face of Shenlang's question, Lanty couldn't help but be speechless. Yeah, what use is oneself now? But, little life was at stake, and Lanty scrambled his brain cells with a speed he had never used in his life. Finally, he came up with a solution. "Big brother, I can pledge my loyalty to you," Lanty said excitedly. "As long as you can save me, I swear to the true God that I will be loyal to you in this life and never betray you." "Are you serious?" Shenlang said indifferently. Lanty nodded with a firm face. "Of course, I swear to the true God. Unfortunately, I am a materialist." Shenlang shook his head. Then with a reach, he took out the item of a thumb-sized cylinder from his space ring and set it in front of Lanty. "If you are truly willing to serve me and be loyal for the rest of your life, then stick this on the back of your own erection neck spine and press down." "What's this thing, big guy?" Lang asked. "This is called the servant chip implant, and it contains a servant chip," Shenlang said indifferently. "As the name suggests, once this chip is implanted, then in this life, one can only follow the orders of the controller without betrayal. Otherwise." Shenlang took out a second tube of chip implanter, then removed a chip about the size of a baby's fingernail but as thin as a cicada's wing from it and threw it out. Boom! In the next second, with a blinding flash of light, that chip exploded like a firecracker. Looking at the instantly exploding chip, Lanty couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Don't look at the chip's explosion power is just like a firecracker. It seems to take no one's life. But know this, that's something that goes into a person's spine. If this chip explodes from inside the spine, is that person still alive? Damn it! Who the hell invented this stuff? It's also too atrocious. It was the devil who invented this thing, wasn't it? In fact, this enslaver chip was really invented by a scientist with a brutal nature. Of course, it wasn't in the blue star where Shenlang was. Instead, it's on Earth where K is. Within the Earth Federation, some powers have had an item with a self-destruct mechanism developed to wear on their men in order to better manage them and ensure that their position is not threatened. Once it detonates, no matter how athletic the henchman is, he's dead. As time passes and technology advances, this device designed to enslave others is becoming more and more advanced. And this one in Shenlang's hand is the latest generation of enslaver chips developed by the Earth Federation today. Well, have you considered it clearly? Looking at the dumbfounded Lanty, Shenlang said indifferently, "If you want to create a territory overseas that is entirely your own, you must first have a group of loyal men. But it's not easy to build such a group of henchmen. You can't see how many able ministers and generals have been betrayed by their own beloved and most trusted people from ancient times to the present, let alone one like Shenlang. Who wanted to pull together a team in a short period of time? So, Shenlang asked K for advice on this. K then gave Shenlang the enslaver chip. As long as the target is loaded with this kind of chip, not only can you control his life and death, but you can also know everything about his vital signs, his every word and action. Not only that, but anyone who is equipped with this chip, once they show hostility to the chip controller, it will be captured by the intelligent chip installed in their body, thus sending a warning to the controller, and will release an electric current that will directly make the enslaved person lose their mobility. Well, is it afraid? Shenlang said indifferently. Ranty gulped, looking at the mysterious big man in front of him, who had appeared in his nightmares n times, and then at the chip implant in his hand, with a hint of struggle on his face. Ranty. Just then, a shout came in from outside. Surrender, Lanty. You're not the same Lanty King you were. You want you to surrender. I promise to spare your little life. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, accompanied by a sound of extremely arrogant persuasion. A burst of laughter came from outside. At this extremely insulting taunt, Ranty instantly became so angry that his entire face twisted together. Big brother, is it true that as long as I implant this chip, you will help me? Lanty shook his teeth and looked at Shenlang. That's natural. Shenlang nodded. As long as you have this chip implanted, then you are my person. Of course I will cover you, Ranty said. You're a big man. Don't lie to me. Cheat you? Shenlang glanced at him and said indifferently, do you have the qualifications? Lanty. Solid. Okay. Indeed. It is true that there is nothing left to cheat on in his current situation. Nothing more than a rotten life. Then I will give this rotten life to you. Lanty gritted his teeth, picked up the tube of implant in Shenlang's hand, put it on the back of his neck at the cervical vertebrae, and pressed it down heavily. As the implant clicked, Ranty felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. After a momentary bit of tingling, there was no more feeling. Just as Ranty was thinking about how he should confirm that this chip had been implanted in his body, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It's done. The chip has been injected in your body. What man? Lanty nearly jumped out of his skin in shock. Just in time, a bullet whizzed past his scalp. It was so close. It was a headshot. Don't be nervous. It's me. Only Shenlang said lightly. From today onwards, if you have something to look for me, just press your finger on the spot where the chip was implanted and then recite my name in your mind. Lanty, Sigma, eh? Lanty never dreamed that this enslaver chip would have this kind of function. This nymphet is also too cowhide? What, may I ask, is your name, big man? Lanty asked respectfully. Shenlang said indifferently, my name is Mr. Shang. Big brother. Ranty immediately nodded. So what are we going to do about the gang outside now? Since you've already pledged your allegiance to me, then consider those people as my welcome gift to you. Shenlang smiled and then snapped his fingers. In the next second, a bolt of lightning once again struck down furiously from the night sky, with a few screams followed by silence outside. After a moment, Ranty cautiously peeked out to take a look, only to see the armed gang of ferocious warlords fall to the ground with smoke coming out of their mouths one by one. It was exactly as it had been 4 months ago, when he himself had first encountered it on the freighter. Lanty immediately rushed over and picked up an AK about to pull the trigger. Stop! Shenlang grabbed the muzzle of his gun and said under Lanty's puzzled gaze, from today on, these people are your men. When Ranty heard this, he immediately said, big brother, there are still forces behind these people. There's no way they'll listen to me. It doesn't matter. Shenlang smiled. Just implant a chip in each of them. I'll grant you chip management. When the time comes, whoever doesn't listen, you can just use your management power to concoct or even kill them. Besides, Shenlang casually waved his hand. In the next second, boxes of gold and silver treasures and guns and ammunition appeared on the ground around them. Lanty instantly looked away, because he found out that these things were the same batch of gold and silver and guns and ammunition that had disappeared from his estate in the first place. But none of this was the focus of Lanty's attention at the moment. The point is, how does one's big brother manage to conjure these things up with a wave of his hand? The true God is above. Could it be that his own big brother is actually a wizard? Lanty was completely shocked. Chapter 112, Decapitation. Take the harbor. Listen guys, did the shooting stop? Just inside the bar on the outskirts of the capital city of Somali, someone turned his ear sideways, listened intently, and said, I don't think I've heard any gunfire in quite a while. Let me listen. A few other armed junior leaders who were already somewhat half-drunk also squinted their eyes and listened carefully for a while before nodding. It seems true. It seems to be over a little fast this time. An armed man glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the bar. Ranty can't have been killed already. Pay the money, pay the money. I just bet on Ranty to lose tonight. All of you who bet on him to win tonight, pay up. Go go go. We don't even know what's going on yet and you're charging me? What the hell do you think you're doing? At least wait for news from there. That's it. That's easy. Don't you have men over there watching? Why don't you just make a phone call and get in touch with them? Yeah. Hurry up and call. Someone immediately took out an old Nokia and dialed his men's cell phones, only to get the response that the cell phone you have dialed is not in service. What's the situation? The system says the cell phone I called is not in service. Maybe the phone ran out of battery and turned itself off. There are times when that happens. The other man squinted and took his cell phone out of his pocket. I'll make the call. That guy of mine has a habit of keeping his cell phone battery full every day. With the airing of the call, a burst of the same system reply soon appeared in the microphone. The cell phone you have dialed is not in the service area. What is this? It can't be a cell phone problem. What could possibly go wrong with a Nokia that works even after it's been broken in pieces and put back together? That's true. Oh, so what's going on? I don't know. Just send a few more brothers over there to find out. So, the small group of leaders immediately gathered 5 more of their buddies on their crappy motorcycles and headed to Ranty's estate to check out the situation. Before they left, the little leaders were missing the cell phones they had on them, all with full batteries. As a result, 15 minutes passed with no word. What's going on? Why haven't you called yet? These 15 minutes are enough for a round trip. A small leader was dissatisfied and dialed the phone again of one of his men who had just gone out. Results: the cell phone you have dialed is not in service. What the? Now, a bunch of people immediately realized that something was wrong. Mud. It can't be that the gang is trying to come along and finish us off after taking out Ranty, can it? Hurry up and inform the boss. Also, gather all the brothers. As he was talking, a roar of a car suddenly came from far and near. Quick, all of you, put your guns up, on guard. Amidst the curses of a small group of ringleaders, a group of henchmen who were either already drunk or had fallen asleep stumbled to their feet, then opened the safeties of the firearms in their hands, squinted their eyes halfway through their sights, and finally stabbed them in one direction. Slap. With a loud slap, one of the junior leaders cursed and shouted, "Worthy, are you stabbing at? That's the old man's ass." Ha 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 ha. The shouting and cursing directly made the already undisciplined group of armed henchmen laugh out loud. Right in the middle of their laughter, those vehicles outside had pulled up in front of the bar with a roar. Soon, a group of people came down from the car. With the help of the neon sign outside the bar, the few small leaders inside got a good look at the visitors, and all of them stared in disbelief. Isn't that Ranty? He's not even dead? My true God, isn't the one getting off with him the same old tuba who was just attacking him? How did they suddenly become so close? Right, even if one of the parties surrendered, it's impossible to be on such good terms so quickly that they're traveling in the same car, right? For a moment, the little heads in the bar were a little confused. At this time, a small leader said, "So, what do they want to come to our bar? It can't be that they came to buy us drinks, right? Ha ha ha, ha." Only, after laughing a few times, he realized that the few companions around him did not have any intention to laugh, and immediately stopped awkwardly. Just then, Ranty's voice came from outside. "I'm Ranty, I'm sure you all know me. I'm here to try to recruit brothers. Anyone who wants to follow me around. $1,000 per month guaranteed, paid on time at the end of each month, if you do a good job. There's also a year-end bonus at the end of each year. Which brothers are interested can follow me now. Also, as a sign of sincerity, but anyone who is willing to come with me will receive a 100 G-weight gold bar each." Just as Lanty spoke, old Tuba, who was off to the side, removed a crate from the car, opened it right up, and shone a flashlight inside. At once, with the refracted light, the golden color belonging to gold was scattered from inside the box. It is important to realize that in the current Somali, the GDP per capita is just under $500, and armed men like them, who have their heads in their pants, can receive only $700 or $800 a month from their own bosses. But what about Lanty, who asked for $1,000 a month with a guaranteed monthly payment and a year-end bonus at the end of the year? What's more, if you go out now, surprisingly no one will be issued a 100-gram gold bar. You know, the international gold price now has risen to $45 per gram. 100 grams of gold bullion, that's $4,500 straight up. It's the equivalent of earning 4.5 months of paychecks up front for doing nothing. This Nima, who wouldn't covet such a godly job? I'll see who dares to go. At this time, a small leader said viciously, "You guys think about the consequences of betraying the boss." "Oh yeah? What will happen?" Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What man?" The crowd at the scene was instantly startled and turned around openly, only to find that an oriental-faced man had unexpectedly appeared behind them at an unknown time. This person was naturally Shen Lang. "Who are you? When did you come in?" Several small leaders immediately aimed their guns at Shen Lang. "Who am I?" Shen Lang smiled and said, "Well, is now considered the boss of Lanty and Tuba." "What?" Hearing this, the group of armed men at the scene couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "Boss?" An armed junior leader looked at Shen Lang and said, "Are you saying that you took them in?" "Yes, Shen Lang nodded. His eyes looked around for a moment, then smiled and clapped his hands. Everyone, I'm sorry, it's getting late now. I still have to go home and sleep right away. So please catch up with the progress Those of you who would like to join my team will immediately be able to go to Lanty's later and claim a 100-gram bar of gold. And all you guys have to do now is put your muzzles down slightly and give me a friendly gesture. Hey, that's good. That's it. Standardized movements. Shen Lang turned towards a few minions not far away who had sneakily directed their muzzles and gave each other a compliment. However, this also reminded the several small leaders who seemed to be reluctant to head the statue, only to see one of them pointing at the several juniors and screaming, "Who told you to put your guns down? All of you raise them for me. Calm down, calm down. Don't be so mean. It'll scare my future employees. Shut the hell up." A junior leader growled and aimed the muzzle of his AK-47 at Shen Lang, shouting, "Any more BB and I'll shoot you in the face." Shen Lang laughed, ignoring the other party's threat, and continued in Somali. "Next I'll count 1, 2, 3, those who are willing to join in. After I count to 3, just point your guns down. 3, 2, 1. Just at the moment when a group of juniors and even a few small leaders in the bar quietly turned their guns slightly downward, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from under the bar's discharge, and straightly struck on those armed men who still aimed their guns at Shen Lang. Next, the gang of armed fans, covered in smoke, snapped and fell to the ground, their eyes frozen and twitching. Meanwhile, Ranty and Tuba, who were standing outside, seemed to know what was going on inside, and immediately rushed in with their weapons. The scene was under control in 3 tries. "Alright everyone, go get your gold." Shen Lang looked around at the armed men who had turned their guns downward and smiled. "In the near future, you will definitely be glad that you made the wisest choice in your lives." "Sir, then what are you going to do with these people?" At this time, a submissive junior leader pointed at the armed men on the ground who were still drawing out and asked, "Them?" Shen Lang laughed. "Of course they'll join us, but only after I've had a heart-to-heart talk with them and persuaded them properly. I'm sure they'll be willing to listen to me in the end." After knowing that Shen Lang would not kill these people, the gang of armed men could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they were comrades in arms, and they didn't want to see that their comrades, who had been trying to get out for years, were killed just like that. What they didn't realize was that just as they went out to collect the gold, Lanty and the others implanted the slavery chips in each of these stubborn elements on the ground. Lanty then implanted the gang outside with the same enslaver chip, on the grounds that all who joined would be marked on their bodies. Of course, this group of people would never know that from now on, their fate would be completely dominated by others. But then again, what's wrong with dominating their destiny as long as someone can pay them regularly every month? Anyway, it can't be any worse than they are now. Half an hour later, all 50 or so armed men in this hotel had completed their integration. "Where is the next power?" Shen Lang asked. "It's just 5 kilometers away in an estate." "Go!" "Yes." In the next 2 hours, Shen Lang led this group of people to sweep through the armed forces on the outskirts of the capital city of Somali, completing the armed unification of the entire area in a lightning-fast manner. In the early hours of the same day, this armed force stormed a port controlled by a warlord force and took the port by overwhelming firepower to strongly suppress the warlord forces stationed in the port. The news spread and instantly sensationalized the entire Somali. Chapter 113, He's a God, right? The coming war. In the Somali Peninsula, 10 large armed forces exist. 1 is official Somali, while the remaining 10 are all armed warlord strength. Originally, Lanty, who gained great wealth by plundering merchant ships, was one of these 10 armed forces of warlords. These 10 warlords occupy 70% of Somali's territory and more than half of its population, while Somali officials are left to hunker down near the capital, supporting the remaining 50% of the population with 30% of the land. And what Shen Lang had asked Lanty and the others to occupy this time was a good deep water harbor 30 kilometers away from the capital. It's sad to say, as Somali with the longest coastline on the Black continent, it should have been possible to become a land of plenty, not to mention that their close proximity to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal was enough to make them rich on seaport imports and exports. As a result, the entire country is sitting on such a big gold mine but is unable to develop and build it because of the warlordism and annual wars. But that's okay, since they don't value him themselves. Let those who know how to value him take over. 2:30 a.m. Local time in Somali. Big brother, the chips have all been implanted. After implanting the last harbor armed captive with the enslaver chip, Lanty excitedly reported to Shen Lang. "Well," Shen Lang nodded and asked, "remember to settle all the dead and injured. Those who are injured, send them to the best hospitals to receive treatment. Those who died in battle, send their pensions to their families in full. As I said before, remember, if anyone dares to embezzle even a penny of this money, they will be shot on the spot. Do you hear me?" "Aye, big brother." Lanty was instantly jolted and nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, big brother, I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Anyone who dares to do that, I will personally rip his head off. Looking at Lanty's sworn look, Shenlang laughed and patted his shoulder. Just don't let down my trust in you. Upon hearing this, Lanty's heart was on fire. Don't worry, big brother, I promise I won't let you down. Damn it, damn you all to hell. Just then, a harbor armed leader took advantage of the situation and pulled out a melon bomb made of eagle sauce from his pocket, screaming and cursing as he reached out to pull out the fuse on it. Watch out, big guy. Lanty took one look and immediately raised his gun, aiming it at the leader. At the same time, a group of men around him raised their snatches to aim at him. However, to everyone's surprise, the harbor armed leader seemed to have exerted all his strength, even holding his face red, but never managed to pull out the fuse. Is this bomb broken? Right at this moment, Shenlang took the gun in Lanty's hand, walked over with a smile on his face, and handed the gun to the other party. Come on, try this gun, and fire it towards here. Shenlang pointed to his forehead and said with a smile, that armed leader of the harbor? Lanty? All armed men on the scene? On the scene, everyone was in a daze. What the hell is this? How dare you offer to hand someone a gun, and let him try it? Don't you know that with this thing, to try is to die? That harbor armed leader obviously did not anticipate this situation either, and after freezing for a long time, he snatched the pistol in Shenlang's hand and aimed it at Shenlang's head with a fierce smile. It's you who seeks death. However, right after he aimed the gun at Shenlang's head, he realized that his finger that had been placed on the trigger could not move. What the hell is going on here? Did the other guy give me a bad gun? What's wrong? Is this gun broken? Shenlang curiously extended his hand. Show me? Ha! Innocence! Will you still give you the gun when it's in my hands? Just as that armed leader snickered in his heart, he was shocked to see that his hand was completely out of his control and handed that pistol in his hand to Shenlang. Armed leader, Sigma, eh? The true god is above. What the is going on? After receiving the gun, Shenlang raised his hand and fired a shot towards the other party's thigh. Boo! Ah! The armed leader immediately screamed and fell to the ground holding his legs. Ignoring the screaming armed leader, Shenlang threw the gun back to Lanty and blandly said, take it down and let the doctor work hard to help treat it. Hearing these words, Lanty, who had been looking dumbfounded on the side, immediately came back to his senses and nodded his head in a hurry. Ha! Yes, 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 obey. Big brother, did you see it clearly just now? Shenlang smiled and said to Lanty, this is one of the controller's permissions. The body of the enslaved person will unconditionally follow the orders of the controller. At the same time, all actions that might threaten the controller will be forbidden. I've authorized this control authority to you. From now on the lives of 2,000 people here are all in your hands. If you tell them to face east, they can only go east. You can also delegate secondary authority down the line. Have someone you feel competent help you run the gang together. However, the secondary authority can only manage those henchmen you have made, and no one else. Do you hear me? Understand. Big brother, I hear you. After listening to Shenlang's words, Lanty's eyes burst into flames. This enslaver chip, it's a godsend. With this, one is big brother all by oneself. Whoa ha ha ha. Lanty was ecstatic. Just a few hours ago, he thought he didn't think he'd be able to escape the night. As a result, he did not expect that he would directly turn the tide against the wind. And the one who brought it all to himself was the mysterious big man in front of him. It's already late in the day, so grab some time to get this place cleaned up and watch this harbor for me. Just when Shenlang wanted to say something, Xiao AI suddenly sent a reminder. Master, your niece Wenwen is knocking on the door outside your bedroom door to call for you to wake up. Alright, that's all for now. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. Shenlang thought about it and threw a spatial movement matrix submatrix to Lanty. Keep this coin safe. Contact me anytime something happens. Ha! Yes. Lanty caught the coin in a panic and was about to say something else when he saw Shenlang disappear right in front of his eyes. Lanty? All the people on the scene who witnessed this? Where are the people? Everyone was confused. Next second, Lanty came back to his senses and immediately knelt to the ground. Greetings, God Emperor. Then he turned his head to look around at the crowd that was still dumbfounded, and immediately shouted, what are you still standing there for? Kneel down for me. Plop. A group of people were caught off guard. Their bodies directly and incomparably dryly knelt on the ground. Even that armed leader, who had originally been assisted and was about to leave the harbor, instantly fell straight to his knees. Ow, my leg. Everyone was shocked at once. What the hell? Why can't I even control my body? Ha ha ha. See, this is the power granted to me by divine sense. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd, Lanty's eyes darted around and said, from today onwards, I am the spokesperson of the divine messenger. Now, all yell together louder for me. Greetings to the divine messenger. Greetings to the divine messenger. At the scene, there was a deafening noise. Very well. Listening to the earth-shattering sound, Lanty nodded in satisfaction. Then warned, No one is allowed to say anything about what just happened. No discussion either. Just know for yourself. Do you hear me? Heard that. Of course, when all is said and done, there is still some disbelief in some people's minds. I'll say it in private. You don't know, and you can't control me? But soon, they realized that even when they were alone, when they wanted to talk to themselves about the fact that they had witnessed a person instantly disappearing from sight, they realized how they could not make a single sound. And once you say something else, there's normal. Is this head the forbidden speech technique that only gods have in mythology? So what Lanti said is true? That man, is he really a god emperor? Just why is the god emperor an Oriental? And while the group of armed men were puzzled, the news of Lanti's occupation of the harbor had spread to the major powers in Somari. What do you mean? Lanti took over that harbor outside the capital? Are you kidding me? Isn't that harbor Mad Dog Scott's territory? He has an armed force of over 800 men stationed there all year round. So how could it have been taken over by Lanti? Didn't they say that a few months ago? Lanti messed with the wrong people and even had his home taken over? Where did he get the arms to take over that harbor? Right, don't say it's now. Even Lanti in his heyday was no match for Mad Dog Scott. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? All the forces, including the official Somali, have started inquiring about the situation, and the result of inquiring is this. It was indeed Lanti who shot down that harbor. Not only did he take that harbor, but he persuaded Mad Dog Scott's armed posse in the harbor to surrender. Lanti now had 2,000 men on hand. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. They realize, this Lanti, I'm afraid, is going to make a comeback. Meanwhile, Mad Dog Scott, who was also one of the top 10 warlords in Somali, and before that, the 5th largest warlord, immediately and angrily began to gather his men and shop around for weaponry when he heard that the port that was his biggest cash cow had been taken over by Lanti. Him, to use absolute strength, to bring this Lanti, who dared to seize his land, torn to shreds. The other side. After Shinlang returned to his room, he immediately disengaged the AR simulation while removing the nano armor on his body, and then pretended to look like he had just woken up from a nap and opened the door to his room. 1-1. Isn't today Saturday? It's rare for uncle to sleep in. Slightly, sleepy uncle. Grandma told me to wake you up. Hurry up and wash your face, brush your teeth and eat breakfast. Otherwise you'll be hungry. Then do you want to brush your teeth with your uncle? The little guy gave a haughty twist of his head. I already brushed it off a long time ago. If Ranty knew that this big man, who was like a god in his eyes, was being rushed to brush his teeth by a little guy at the moment, it would probably instantly shatter his 3 views. Chapter 114, from now on, I'll decide whether Somali is in chaos or not. After breakfast, Shinlang took his niece to the park across the neighborhood and played games with a group of children. When it was 9:30 in the morning, seeing that the sun was getting hotter and hotter, Shinlang took the little one to Intai, spent 2 hours at Gintama and stopped for lunch. Perhaps tired from playing, the little one fell asleep on the way home again. When he arrived home, Shinlang carried the little one to the bed, and then returned to his room, entered the hyperspace trading space, and sent a video invitation to Kay. Hello, my dear Wave. Kay greeted Shinlang enthusiastically as soon as he got through. How's it going? Did you take that piece of land you were eyeing? It's already taken. Shinlang laughed. And thanks to the batch of chips you gave me. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. Just take it. Kay laughed and said, is the batch you were given still enough? If it's not enough just tell me. It's enough for now, Shinlang said with a smile. Kay, can you give me a few more virtual reality training silos on your side? Shinlang opened his mouth. Kay, how many units do you want? Shinlang thought for a moment and said, let's start with 500 units. Wah, Kay looked shocked. What do we need all those training bins for? This thing is only good for training new recruits. The gang I recruited is no different from the new recruits, Shinlang said with a helpless face. When attacking the harbor in the early hours of this morning, Shinlang was considered to have seen the fighting strength of this gang for the first time. One brave is really brave. But, one by one, they raised their guns high above their heads then swept them toward the opposite side. Don't even aim. This is the legendary random shot. Shinlang then realized why at first. It was clear that there were only a few hundred people in Lanti's hand. But as a result, he had hoarded enough guns and ammunition to equip a division. With that kind of shooting, how many bullets do you have to expend to hit a man? So, the first order of business is that the basic quality of this group of armed men has to be brought up, and in this regard, there is nothing more appropriate and efficient than a virtual reality training silo. With the enslaver chip as a guarantee, Shinlang also didn't have to worry about these people leaking secrets at all. So, it's perfectly safe to take it over there and use it. 500 units is probably enough, Kay said. With such a large quantity, only the federal army would buy them. I'm afraid that private forces purchasing so much at once will attract some unwanted attention. Tell you what, said Kay. After a moment's thought, I'll start by getting you 50 units from my side, and then I'll order 20 more from the developer of the training barn. For the remaining 30 units, I'll talk to a few other hunter groups and see if I can buy them. Would it be too much trouble? K, said Shenlang with some embarrassment. It's fine to be quite a bit less. It's not troublesome. After all, we are now the #1 hunter king of the Federation. K squeezed his eyes towards Shenlang and put on a dejected look. It's just that it might take a bit of time. The bases of those several hunter regiments are currently on other continents, so if they want to be shipped over, they'll have to go to the airport in outer space to do a transit before they can be shipped over. Then the airport side has been busy recently, so I guess it will take a day at the earliest to arrange for it to be sent to me. Aren't you on the same planet? Why do you still have to send it to outer space for transit? Shenlang asked curiously. Can't you use a transporter to transport it directly? There are flying monsters, Kay said with a helpless face. On our planet, the land only accounts for 30% of the entire planet, and 70% is covered by the ocean. And there are quite a number of mutated flying monsters over the vast oceans between the continents. The size of some of these monsters is even comparable to a transportation plane, and their claws can easily tear a transportation plane into two. This is only in the sky. In the ocean there is also a kind of ocean monster called flying fish, which can fly briefly with the power of seawater, and can directly soar up to a height of 5,000 meters. What's even more frightening is that this flying fish is a swarming monster. Once it flies, it's a swarm. Over the oceans infested with these flying fish, even those flying monsters don't dare to hang out over there. What the? Listening to Kay's introduction, Shenlang was considered to have completely opened his eyes this time. After chatting for a while, Kay went out and first sent the 50 virtual reality training silos in his base to Shenlang. After putting the 50 training silos sent over by Kay into the spatial ring, Shenlang left the trading space and went to check on his niece, recovering the small blanket that she had kicked off. Just then, AI suddenly alerted. Master, Lanty is contacting you through the enslaver chip. Upon hearing this, Shenlang immediately quietly exited his niece's room. Connect. As the call was connected, Lanty's voice appeared in Shenlang's ears. Big brother, it's not good. Mad Dog Scott, who was robbed of the harbor by us, has gathered his men and is coming this way towards the harbor. Shenlang asked, how many people are on the other side? There should be over 1,000 of them, Lanty said. Shenlang said without any good humor. Then what the hell are you panicking about? Don't you have 2,000 people? Biggie, that's different, Ranty said with a sobbing voice. Those 1,000 or so people are Scott's full-fledged troops, following him around to fight every day. The combat power is not even on the same level as the 500 brothers he left behind to watch over the harbor. Although my side is outnumbered, it's only just pulled together, so I can't beat them at all. Shenlang. Alright, each one was a master of casual marksmanship, and it was true that they couldn't be counted on. I'll come over then. Shenlang immediately activated the spatial teleportation matrix, and then selected the sub-matrix that was given to Lanty. Soon, the situation on Lanty's side appeared in front of Shenlang. With the strong search function of the mother matrix, the scene within a 100-meter radius was clear at a glance with Lanty as the round point. At that moment, Ranty was pacing back and forth inside the harbor's office building with an anxious look on his face, obviously worried about the upcoming battle. Looking at this panicked look on the other party, Shenlang could not help but shake his head. It's hard to become a great man when you're in a panic. However, Shenlang hadn't known that the other party could become any kind of overlord. Compared to the kind of talent that strategizes, Shenlang, on the contrary, prefers this kind of person who is greedy and afraid of death. After all, obedient enough to be controlled. Smiling, Shenlang immediately activated the teleportation function. The next second, he appeared in front of Lanty. Big brother? Lanty obviously didn't expect that just after talking to Biggie, a turnaround and he appeared in front of him. If this nifty thing isn't a miracle, what is? What's the situation outside now? Shenlang asked. Look, Biggie, Lanty pointed out the window. Shenlang immediately looked, only to see that just a short distance away from the harbor, a fleet of vehicles with a huge number was speeding along the only road leading to the harbor. That huge stream of traffic swept up rolling dust, coloring the nearby sky a yellowish earth color. As far as the scene is concerned, not to mention, it's really quite shocking. It's no wonder Ranty couldn't hold it together. Where are your men? Shenlang asked. It's all been ambushed down there, Lanty said. When they get a little closer, attack. There's no need to be so troublesome. Shenlang shook his head and said, call everyone into the building. Ha? Lanty froze, dumbfounded. What about outside? Shenlang said indifferently, I'll take care of it. Ha? When Ranty heard this, he was stunned. Then he was in a state of ecstasy. The big man is willing to step up, so what's there to worry about? Okay, I'll get them all in here right away. With that, Ranty immediately reached up and pressed the chip on the back of his neck, sending out instructions to all his men. Of course, under his packaging, this communication function of the chip, then he described it as a divine art bestowed by divine sense. Only those who were recognized by the God Emperor could obtain this ability. Nowadays, these 2,000 people no longer had the slightest doubt that Xin Lang was the divine messenger. Soon, all of the 2,000 entered the building. Afterward, Xin Lang took out the 50 virtual reality training silos from the spatial ring. When they saw that Xin Lang had changed so many things with a wave of his hand, everyone at the scene could not help but let out a gasp. In the next second, with a cry of greetings to the divine messenger, all of them knelt down in unison and bowed down to Xin Lang. Xin Lang, Sigma, eh? Xin Lang couldn't help but be confused. While he could monitor everyone with an enslaver chip implanted in them, with the intelligent programming he didn't need to and wouldn't bother to spy on them all the time. So naturally he didn't know about Ranti molding him into a god envoy after he had left earlier. However, looking at the expression of worship on the face of this one underneath, Xin Lang was immediately relieved. A god envoy is a god envoy. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to get up. And then had AI's use of this training been transmitted to everyone's chips. Soon, everyone's minds were filled with all the ways to use the training pods, and this almost miraculous means was even more fervent for everyone on the scene. Alright, you guys will train in batches and time slots next. Leave the outside matters to me. After saying this, Xin Lang opened the window and then flew into the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone, led by Ranti, knelt down once more. Immediately afterward, they saw images that they would never forget, only to see Xin Lang standing in the void. One hand pointed to the sky, one hand to the land, and then gently waved his hand. In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck the armed convoy that had arrived at the harbor gate. One by one, the murderous armed convoy tumbled and toppled to the ground amidst a chorus of vehicles crashing out of control and screams of pain. After resolving Mad Dog Scott, Xin Lang looked at some of those scouts hidden around the harbor. Through the intercepted wireless communication messages, Xin Lang knew that these were all from the major forces in Soma. After considering it for a while, Xin Lang felt that it would be better to just do it and get rid of everyone at once. Thus, before the major warlord forces could get the news from the harbor, a mysterious oriental-looking man appeared in front of them. A few minutes later, these forces gave their orders one after another. All the men sent to monitor the harbor were withdrawn, and the harbor was officially recognized as belonging to Lanti's sphere of influence. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, summer time, or 11 o'clock in the afternoon, local Somali time. Xin Lang, who had been busy for a few hours, returned to his room and took a long stretch. From this day forward, the Somali mess is not messed up. I'll do the talking. Chapter 115, The House of Representatives, Mr. Shang is YYYDS. 5 hours later, Eagle Sauce Platinum Palace, inside the commander's office, just as the Eagle Jam commander had sat down, and before his ass was even warmed up, the new director of intelligence knocked on his office door with the latest overseas intelligence. His Excellency the Commander, this is a piece of information about Samari that was just sent from the Black Continent Intelligence Branch. Samari? The Eagle Jam commander didn't hide the confusion on his face. Is there even a country like this on our planet? Well, it sounds like it's a bit familiar. The new director of intelligence. Looking at the commander in front of him, a trace of sadness suddenly rose in the heart of the director of intelligence. Is this the commander of our great Eagle Jam empire? I can't believe you don't even know about Somali? Aha! I remember. Just then, the Eagle Sauce commander suddenly laughed out loud. It's that place that's full of pirates, right? Somali pirates, right? The one whose reputation is second only to the pirates of the Caribbean. Well, I wonder if they have a ghost ship. Director of intelligence? Goddamn ghost ships. Dare you know the Pirates of the Caribbean, or the ING movies? What happened there? The Eagle Sauce commander took the document and opened it to have a look, then immediately closed it in disgust. There are too many words to look at. It's better for you to tell me directly. Director of Intelligence sad face. This is 2 or 3 pages of information, and you don't even bother to read it? Do you know how much information I have to go through every day? Go to hell. Bump. After silently raising 2 middle fingers towards the Eagle Jam commander in his mind, the director immediately said, according to the intelligence coming from over there, a local armed force has forcibly seized an important port in Samari and has also integrated all the warlord forces near the capital of Samari. According to the assessment, their current battle power should have reached the top 2 in terms of battle power in the entire Somali region. So, is this going to affect us in any way, or threaten us? The Eagle Sauce commander asked. It's impossible to confirm for now. The director of intelligence shook his head. The agents and eyes we planted in Somari were devastated a few months ago, so a lot of the intel we have now comes from our allies. Intelligence access is very limited. Since we can't confirm it, let's leave him alone for now. The Eagle Jam commander shrugged and said, it's just a small Black Continent country. What threat can it pose to our great Eagle Sauce kingdom? I don't want you to waste your energy on this kind of no-good country, the Eagle Sauce commander said in an aggravated tone. Your top priority right now is to hurry up and find out for me where exactly the Xia kingdom obtained those iron ores from. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The Eagle Sauce commander knocked on his desk, looking straight at the guy he had promoted himself, and said, your last one was removed by me because this thing didn't work out. I hope you don't disappoint me, the Eagle Sauce commander said coldly. I don't want you to go and keep company with the last chief. Hearing the threat from the Eagle Jam commander, the director of intelligence's body suddenly trembled slightly. He understands that his last director was put on guard duty at the reservoir not too long ago. To have such a commander, who had once run the largest intelligence organization in Eagle Jam, stationed at a reservoir that was normally off the beaten path, was a mental torture. And because of the specificity and sensitivity of the profession, they simply do not have the power to refuse. Upon refusal, one is immediately sent to prison custody and is not released until the 20-year period of silence is over. 20 years? How many 20 years can a person have? The director of the Intelligence Bureau immediately said, I understand, His Excellency the Commander. I'll do my best to investigate the iron or lead. And so, from that day on, Eagle Jam Intelligence completely ceased operations in the Somali region, and instead focused on the source of Xia's iron ore imports. But it was destined to be an exercise in futility, and due to the arrogance and contempt of the Eagle Jam commander, it caused Eagle Jam Intelligence to completely abandon its focus on the situation in Somali. By the time they came back to their senses, Somali had already quietly completed her metamorphosis. Of course, that's an afterthought. Same time, the imperial capital of the Summer Kingdom. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, imperial time. It was at this point that the Summer House suddenly received a call from the Foreign Exchange Department saying that they had just received a letter of promotion from the embassy in Somali. The letter says that just 3 hours ago, they received a call from a Somali claiming to be a Lanti. The other party claimed that they hoped to receive help from the Xia state to assist them in building the port, and to that end, they were willing to hand over the port to the Xia state for operation and management. Faced with this request from the other side, the embassy side, of course, did not dare to agree to it hastily. They spent 3 hours poking around for clues about this Lanti. It was finally confirmed that the other party was the warlord who had taken down the port just outside the Somali capital in the early hours of yesterday morning. At the same time, the embassy has learned that all the forces in Somali have now publicly recognized Lanti's jurisdiction over that port. This means that this Lanti already has all the power to govern that harbor. After learning of the situation, the Summer Internal Affairs Council immediately and urgently contacted various high-level officials and convened a meeting to consult on the matter. I think we can get it, one of the higher-ups said excitedly. If we can get the right to operate the Somali seaport, that would mean that our naval fleet could be resupplied there, which would greatly expand the radius of our Navy's operations. Old Gao is right. It's not just the Navy, but more importantly, it's also significant in terms of commercial transportation. This location of Somali is too important. Once we are able to have the right to operate this port, then it can greatly minimize our commercial costs in and out of the Suez Canal. Not only that, with this port as a springboard, our resource cooperation with the Black Continent and countries such as Alliance Joe can also be further developed. However, there are also some senior executives who have expressed their concerns, but the situation over there in Somali is just too chaotic. I don't know if that warlord called Lanti will be defeated by the other warlords that day. When that happens, what if the other warlords don't recognize the contract that Lanti signed with us? Yeah, Somali is too far away from us. It's too far for us to take care of it if something happens. The point is that there are also surrounding influences to consider. Guys, don't forget that it's not just Summerlee itself that's causing all this chaos. There are several international forces in it. They definitely won't let us aid in building this harbor so comfortably. Yeah, just as the meeting stalled, a man with a laptop knocked on the door of the conference room. Dean. The man walked in excitedly and said to Xiao Weiman, Mr. Shang is here in the mail. Ooh, the senior members of the crowd couldn't help but be shaken in spirit. What did Mr. Shang say? A senior immediately said impatiently. Quickly, project Mr. Shang's email over immediately. Yes. The other party immediately cast the image on the computer onto the big screen. While waiting for the screen to display, the man said, Mr. Shang is asking if we've received any requests for assistance from Somali. What? Hearing this, the executives at the scene were stunned in unison. A senior couldn't help but blurt out, how did Mr. Shang know about this? The other executives also shook their heads. This matter, they had also just learned of it not long ago, and it was such a big deal that it was unlikely that those who were in the know would disclose it to anyone else. So, the biggest possibility is that Mr. Shang might have learned about it through Somali's side. I remember who that Lanti is. Just then, a senior immediately slapped his head, attracting the attention of the crowd. Gentlemen, do you remember that 4 months ago, Somali pirates hijacked one of our freighters? Hey, It seems like there is indeed such a thing. Some executives had remembered and nodded. Aha! That freighter is what Mr. Shang hired to transport iron ore. Dean Xiao Weiman nodded. This matter is still something I personally asked about. At that time, I also notified Mr. Shang. Speaking of which, Xiao Weiman's eyes lit up. At that time, we were trying to use the power of the state to solve this matter, but it turned out that at that time, Mr. Shang said that they would solve this matter. A few hours later, we received word from the embassy and the navy that the freighter had safely left Somali. Yeah, I remembered that too. That's it indeed. Watching the fellows ringing up, the senior who first brought up Lanty said, I remember that there was also a piece of information sent from the embassy later on. That warlord who hijacked our freighter lost a lot of money because of this, and all of a sudden, he turned from the original top 10 ranked power into a small warlord, and the leader of this warlord is called Lanty. What? Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but freeze for a moment. You mean to tell me that the Lanty who wants us to go and aid in the construction of the harbor is the same pirate warlord leader who has hijacked our Xia freighter before? Didn't you say he had turned into a small warlord? How come he's up again all of a sudden? One foot just robbed our country's freighter, and the next foot wants us to give him aid to build a harbor. How can there be such a good thing? We're not stupid. That's it. Just as the crowd was talking, the projected image came out. The crowd then stopped talking and looked at the screen. Just on the screen, the email from Mr. Shang read, have you received any requests for assistance from the Somali side? If your side is interested, it might be worth trying, and the Somali side will cooperate with you 100%. After reading this email, Dean Xiao Weiman immediately took his laptop and sent an email back to Mr. Shang. Mr. Shang, may I ask if that Lanty is also from your organization? After a few seconds, Mr. Merchant sent a reply. No, he can only be considered a peripheral force in our organization. In addition to Ranty, several other warlord forces in Somali have been taken down by us. So, you don't have to worry about any changes in this aid. Just go ahead without fear. What the? Seeing this, all the top brass of the inner house at the scene all stared in disbelief. All the warlords in Somali, surprisingly, have become peripheral forces in Mr. Shang's organization? This is yet another refreshing assessment of the strength of Mr. Merchant's organization by the House of Representatives. This Nima, it's just bulls ***T. Even that complicated Somari can handle it. Mr. Merchant is simply YYYDS. Chapter 116, since Mr. Shang said so, then let's kill those eagle sauce lackeys. The invitation to Xia to aid in the construction of the harbor naturally came from Shunlang. After all, on a global scale, there was no country that could match Xia's infrastructural capacity. Infrastructure fiends aren't known for nothing. As for why the operation of the port should be authorized to Xia, that is also a solution out of no way. You can't rely on an armed warlord with an average literacy level of not even first grade and a bunch of pirates like Samari to run a port. Can you? Since we need to find someone to manage it, instead of having to expend our own energy to find someone, it would be better to directly authorize the right to operate the business to Xia to operate it, and then we can just lie down and collect money easily. Anyway, as far as Shenlang was concerned, he just needed a place where he could ship iron ore without any fear. After confirming that the Somali side had been consolidated by the organization behind Mr. Shang, the House of Representatives immediately authorized the embassy on the Somali side to contact Lanty, stating that Xia was willing to aid in the construction of Somali's port in the spirit of friendship and mutual assistance. 2 days later, several official infrastructure companies on the summer side organized teams of engineering experts to fly to Somali. On the way to Somali, several official personnel in charge of leading the team also reminded those experts and accompanying engineering business personnel one after another that they should not walk or wander around freely after arriving in Somalia, where there is an AK-47 per capita, and every now and then a street gunfight breaks out in a chaotic manner. However, by the time the group of experts landed at the airport in the capital city of Somali and then went out in the vehicle arranged by the embassy to take a look, although the transportation conditions are a bit poor, in the city's main roads are still dusty gravel roads, but the pedestrians on the road are all with a relaxed smile, and there is no official personnel said hand a hand of AK-47. A person is bare hands walking on the road. The atmosphere was peaceful as hell. An expert immediately asked, that, Section Chief Yang, didn't you say before that Somari is very chaotic? How come I'm looking at it now? It's quite peaceful over here. A bunch of panelists looked to the same official who had warned them earlier, quite a hint of whether you were fooling us before. That Section Chief Yang, who was tragically hit in the face, was also embarrassed, and immediately coughed dryly. Ahem, I'm not sure about this. This is completely different from what I saw when I came over here a few years ago. I can't really blame Section Chief Young for this. The embassy staff member who had come to greet them said smilingly. 3 days ago, Somali was indeed very chaotic. It was a rare day when there wasn't a gunfight in the streets. A group of experts were taken aback when they heard, "Ha, it's really such a mess." One expert, keenly hearing the key point in the staff member's words, asked, "So what happened 3 days ago? And how did it all of a sudden turn out like this?" Just 3 days ago, all the warlord forces in Somali issued a joint statement forbidding anyone to go out with a gun except for their armed military police. Violators will be arrested and those who resist will be shot on the spot. On the first day after the statement was issued, some small forces were still unimpressed, and as usual, they paraded through the city with loaded guns, and attempted to resist after being confronted with the seizure of the armed military police, and they were all shot down on the street. On that one day, at least a dozen small armed and pirate gangs were eliminated throughout Somali, and then all of Somali was at peace. Although the embassy staff spoke plainly, everyone heard the strong smell of blood in it. It also made them realize the bloodshed that existed behind the seeming peace in front of them. Although some people felt that the behavior of those warlord forces was too bloody, from the undisguised smiles of relief and ease that they currently saw on the faces of the people outside, it was clear that this thunderous behavior of theirs was undoubtedly the right thing to do. In a gust of flying dust, the group sailed out of the Somali capital, forbidding travel to the port 30 kilometers away from the capital. As a result, not long after leaving the capital, they saw a group of armed men stationed on the side of the road. At the sight of the group of armed men who were either pressing AK-47s or carrying rocket launchers, the group that had just come from the country was nervous. However, when the car intersected with the other side, they saw that the gang of armed men actually lowered their guns in unison, then gave them a thumbs up and said in Sia language, "Welcome, Sia, friends." Hearing this, the hearts of everyone in the car shook. An inexplicable feeling of warmth and pride flowed through his heart. A couple of the younger specialists immediately poked their heads out and gave them a thumbs up back. "Samari, friend." When those armed men heard that, they laughed happily. "Sia Gua, friend." After this, they encountered a group of armed men every few kilometers and were then invariably rewarded with friendly smiles and a warm welcome. When they arrived at the harbor, they saw hundreds of people greeting them with banners and drums. This stance is almost like the treatment that only those domestic heroes who have fought for their country can enjoy when they return home. And in the exchanges that followed, the members of the group once again felt the friendliness, even humility, of this warlord power. After a warm welcome, the group quickly got down to business. They went through the drawings left over from the harbor's previous construction in detail, as well as data on the nearby continental shelf, undersea rock formations, and depth of the seafloor, and the results of their perusal were unexpected. Originally, they thought that in a place as backward as Somali, a lot of the data might be incomplete, or maybe not even available. But as it turned out, the data that came out of the portside was so detailed that it simply took their breath away. It is no exaggeration to say that with these data, they can even pull the engineering team over and start construction directly. And when some experts asked where the data came from, the port's response left them a little confused. These data, a gift from God. A bunch of experts, although they felt it was a bit outrageous, but considering the other party's beliefs, the group of experts wisely nodded without questioning it. However, whether or not it was truly a gift from God, after they field tested a sample of the data, they confirmed that all of it was fine, so they sent this data back home. Soon after, several infrastructure companies in the country immediately gathered their manpower and drove to Somali to start the harbor construction assistance work. And due to the summer country and the Somali side have not revealed this aid project to the outside world, coupled with Xinlang in the dark can carry out an information blockade, so that the outside world is simply no one knows. A belong to the summer country operation of the international large-scale deepwater ports, is quietly generated. And while the port was open, several of Summer's major freight companies added dedicated shipping lines from Somali to Summer. A freighter full of iron ore then departed from the various docks in Somali, bound for the Summer Kingdom. At this point, Xinlang finally did not have to painstakingly drop containers one at a time. At the same time, after a short silence, those iron ore companies in the Kangaroo country also officially launched a counterattack on the Summer iron ore. They first strongly condemned the cheap sale of iron ore in Xia, thinking that Xia's export of iron ore at the price of $40 a ton was a despicable act to seize customers and hit competitors. Secondly, they also strongly condemned Xia's malicious shorting of iron ore in the iron ore futures market, arguing that Xia must be held responsible for the collapse of international iron ore prices. Finally, they said that since Xia wants to fight a price war, then as the world's largest iron ore exporter, they have the strength and courage to fight this price war with Xia. As soon as this notice came out, the international iron ore futures price instantly plummeted from the original $80 to $40 per ton, exactly the same as the price announced by Xia, inside the president's office at the Platinum Palace in Eagle Jam. Looking at this instantly wasted iron ore price on the computer screen, the Eagle Sauce commander was simply so distressed that his tears were almost soaring out again. But there's no way. If the price doesn't come down, then the futures contracts will just rot in their hands. A loss is a loss now. Waiting to take out summer. Go back and raise the price back up hard. Let the gang that's taking advantage now spit it out several times over. I have to say, this Eagle Sauce commander, although he did seem a bit retarded at times, still had a lot of gumption. And with the retreat of international iron ore futures prices, some countries and steel companies cannot help but have moved. $40 a ton. That's already on par with Xia's price. Since both are the same price, who wouldn't be buying it? As a result, some people have begun to buy futures contracts on these iron ores. Naturally, the Summer House of Representatives has long been aware of the situation. These Eagle Sauce goons in Kangaroo Land are really bold. They're really willing to cut the price right down to the bone. Ha, what if we don't waste it again? Do we really have to buy those iron ores? I have to say, that Eagle Jam commander is still quite bold. That's not true. How else could people become commanders? Ha, old Xia. Then what are we going to do next? Should we fight a price war with them? Xia Weiman nodded and said, of course we have to fight. We still have something to make anyway. Drop the price even further. Do you all agree? Agreed. So, the very next day after international iron ore futures dropped to $40 a ton, the Summer House of Representatives announced that, as of today, they were selling their iron ore at $38 a ton. When this price came out, international iron ore futures prices instantly plummeted. Eagle Jam commander? Xia, you don't talk about martial arts. Just as the Eagle Sauce commander cursed, the international iron ore futures price also instantly dropped to $38. Then the Summer House of Representatives announced again, $35 a ton. Iron ore futures once again fell in response. Xia Gua, you are simply too deceitful. Amidst the roar of the Eagle Sauce commander, Xia announced price reductions over and over again, and iron ore futures fell all the way down, eventually stopping at $30 a ton. The Eagle Sauce commander's face was full of scorn. I don't believe that you can descend any further. And in fact, descending to this point, the summer side is pretty much at the end of its rope. After all Mr. Merchant gave them was $30 a ton. And that's not even adding the shipping costs. However, just then, they suddenly received an email from Mr. Sheng, ****** them. I can supply unlimited amounts of iron ore. When they saw the email, the top brass of the House of Representatives looked at each other and sharpened their knives. Since Mr. Sheng has said so, why hesitate? That girl once and for all. Chapter 117 Eagle Sauce Commander Spits Blood. Xiaogui, the commander doesn't cry. Stand up. With this word of assurance from Mr. Sheng, the Summer House of Representatives once again announced a reduction in the price of iron ore, and in one step it went straight from $30 a ton to $20 a ton. The world was in an uproar at that price. The last time this price was seen was in 1990. Yes, when Xia took the plunge, it ed the price of iron ore right back to 28 years ago. Everyone was dumbfounded in the face of this price. Xia is out of her mind, isn't she? $28 per ton? Are they sure they're buying iron ore? My God. At this price, it's practically cheaper than even regular granite, right? Do they really have anything left to earn? That's it. It shouldn't be a fake, right? Has anyone gone to verify it? This time, international iron ore futures prices did not fall in response, because this price cut in Xia is too hard. So hard that it doesn't feel real. The media, mining industry practitioners and iron ore futures speculators around the world have questioned this, fueled by well-intentioned people. Subsequently, there are some countries and steel companies, on the other hand, with the idea of trying it out, ran to Xia to negotiate with the Internal Affairs Bureau and sign a contract. Of course, to be on the safe side, they didn't sign up for much, just 200,000 to 300,000 tons, which is the capacity of a freighter. In this way, even if you are cheated, you will only lose a few $1 million, which is still affordable. By the time the contract was signed and the first advance paid into the account designated by the House of Representatives, they were able to mention the corresponding amount of iron ore at the port, as promised, without any difficulty. After confirming that it was all true, the group was ecstatic and immediately published the story online. In an instant, the world was once again in an uproar. Fark, it's true? Xia really sells iron ore out at $20 per ton? They're really crazy. Folks, I've suddenly had a get-rich-quick idea. Ha, what a coincidence I am too. With such a cheap price, why don't we take the opportunity to buy more back? Right, the iron ore resources on our planet are limited after all. Wouldn't it be great to take advantage of the fact that it's so cheap now? Take the opportunity to take a plunge, and then sell it off when the price rises in a few years? Man, you're a real talent. Unfortunately, what they had very much thought of, Summer had also thought of long ago. Before signing the contract, Xia had already conducted a survey on the trading partners in corresponding countries, and had a clear picture of the other party's iron ore imports and consumption within 5 years. Therefore, when the contract is signed, the iron ore is also sold to them according to the incremental benefits of their consumption of iron ore in the past 5 years, and they will not be sold more iron ore just because they want to ask for more. This move immediately eliminated the gang of speculators who wanted to use this to pull the wool over the summer country's head, and after confirming that Xia really began to implement the price of $20 per ton to sell iron ore to the outside world, the international iron ore futures prices once again fell in response. It went straight from $30 to $20. So, in just a few days, the iron ore futures price dropped from $40 to $30 per ton. Those financial speculators who once thought $40 was the floor price and rushed to the bottom have been blown out of the water. For a time, the entire iron ore futures market wailed and bled. Summerland, Eagle Sauce Platinum Palace, Office of the Commander-in-Chief. When the Eagle Sauce commander saw the blood-red plunging indicator in the computer screen, he roared with rage and spewed a mouthful of old blood on his back. Then he crumpled to the ground. His Excellency the Commander! His Excellency the Commander! Doctor! Doctor! Someone come quickly! His Excellency is vomiting blood. For a while, the entire Ptarmigan Palace was in disarray. Hey, what's going on over there? Soon, some of the tourists who were visiting the Platinum Palace saw a paramedic pushing a stretcher cart and rushing into the non-visit area. The Platinum Palace staff in charge of reception were apparently unable to answer the queries of these tourists. Immediately, however, they saw the stretcher truck go and come back, and at the same time, they also saw several characters who often appeared on TV following behind, with anxious and grave faces. During their conversations, visitors occasionally heard words like commander, futures, spitting blood, coma and so on. Soon after, the news that the Eagle Sauce commander had vomited blood and collapsed because of the speculative futures burst was reported by the Eagle Sauce's media, and it instantly topped the front page headlines of the top 10 news media around the globe, and achieved the milestone of slaughtering the hot search list of the world's major online media half an hour later. When Xia's netizens saw the news, they couldn't help but be happy. This Eagle Sauce commander, he's not mentally fit, it's just that we've been blown out of the water. What are you afraid of? Keep making money and keep doing it. That is, how can you be an Eagle Sauce commander when you're seized with mental qualities? Hey, no blowing, but if this Eagle Sauce commander had come to our summer country's stock market to further his education for a few years, he wouldn't be vulnerable like this. Indeed, our stockholders in Xia, that have all been tempered by experts to have a strong heart and resistance to blows. We've long since sat down to the point where we don't change color when the mountain crumbles in front of us. Wahahaha. According to you, then not every one of our stockholders in the Summer Kingdom is better than the Eagle Sauce commander? Ha 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 ha. That's not true. At least I didn't spit blood when I got popped speculating in Bitcoin. Soon, however, it was revealed that the Eagle Sauce commander was not actually bursting at the seams, but because of a blood loss. Commander Eagle Sauce and the capital behind him are the biggest speculators in international iron ore futures today. They took 90% of the entire market's futures contracts at the highest levels of iron ore futures. And now, the iron ore futures price has fallen to $20 per ton. That means they're taking a loss of $60 per ton. And all of these iron ore futures contracts add up to 2 billion tons. Some users immediately gave the math. 90% of 2 billion tons. That's 18 billion tons. Loss of $60 a ton. That 8 billion tons is $180 billion? Hiss. Crap. The commander deserves to be the commander. Either you don't lose, or you lose $100 billion. I can't afford to mess with you. Ha ha. Eagle Sauce Commander Cowhide. I'm sure it's true. Those who can become the Eagle Sauce Commander are not normally rich. More than $100 billion, said the loss. Cowhide plus. Ha 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 ha. It's just over $100 billion. Eagle Jam Commander doesn't cry. Stand up, Lou. That's right, that's right. Eagle Sauce Commander. We stand tall. Eagle Sauce Commanders don't cry. Stand up and jerk off. Soon. From the summer netizens, the sentence encourage and comfort Eagle Sauce Commander words quickly rushed to the first hot search, and soon caused the attention of the foreign media, and thus forwarded to the past. Overseas netizens rushed to shock when they saw the news that Xia netizens were actually encouraging and comforting the Eagle Sauce Commander across the ocean, and even rushed to the top of the hot search as a result. It's worthy of being an ancient civilized country. The netizens of Xia are all good people. Yeah, I didn't realize they cared so much about our commander. In comparison, I'm really ashamed of some of us in Eagle Sauce. They're even trolling their own commander. Indeed, in contrast to the summer netizens, we are really narrow-minded. This shows that summer netizens have great love in their hearts, a broad-mindedness. While a group of overseas netizens were praising Xia's netizens, all netizens, including Xia's foreign students, who understood the meaning of this encouraging and comforting phrase, couldn't help themselves. Ha 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 ha. You guys can't really think that the summer netizens are encouraging and comforting the Eagle Jam commander? No way, right? You guys can't really be that naive? Do you know what kind of action that Ru is in Xia? Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. This is the funniest joke I've seen all day. I can't believe that anyone would actually believe that the summer netizens would encourage comforting the Eagle Jam commander. Ha 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 ha. Very quickly, with the explanations of these netizens who understood Xia's online phrases, everyone finally understood the meaning of this sentence. For a moment, everyone burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Laughed me to death. So that's what it means. The summer language is so profound. Ha ha ha. My tuition. Summerland Internet Cowhide. Summer language cowhide. Come on, brothers, let's have one too. Eagle Sauce Commander doesn't cry. Stand up, Lou. Ha 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 ha. Thus, following this word of encouragement topping the #1 internet hot search in Xia, it was translated into the languages of various countries, and then swept the hot search list of various countries around the globe, instantly fearing the #1 spot. In a flash, the top 2 spots on the global hit list became Hawk Sauce Commander Don't Cry, Stand Up Ru, Hashtag Hawk Sauce Commander's futures are losing blood and he's vomiting blood and passing out hashtag. Just as the world was in a state of jubilation, the Eagle Jam commander, who was rushed to the hospital, finally woke up under the care of the doctors. Seeing that the Eagle Sauce commander was safe and sound, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And then the commander was sent to the high-level VIP ward. Just as it was getting busy, one of the nurses inadvertently hit the remote switch on the television. As the TV screen opens, a TV newscaster is colorfully recounting the current hot news stories on the internet. Just a short while ago, the netizens over in Xia heard about our commander vomiting blood and being hospitalized, so they rushed to cheer for our commander. Upon hearing this, the Eagle Sauce commander couldn't help but have his spirits lifted. What? Summerland netizens actually cheered me on? Sure enough, great as I am, has charisma subdued the summer people across the ocean? But, just then, I saw that the host suddenly changed his words and laughed. But is that the truth? According to some of the summer students, that actually wasn't a comforting remark at all, but an immodest flirtation. It moves. Actually, while saying that, the host stood up and did that move twice to the camera I one half and also straightened his waist. Yes, you read that right. That's what the summer netizens are encouraging our peers to do. They're encouraging us commanders to stand like me, Eagle Sauce Commander. The Eagle Sauce Commander, who had originally thought that he had conquered the Summerlanders, had his mind instantly crumbled after seeing this. Summerlander, you're bullies. Put. It's not good. The commander is vomiting blood again. For a while, the VIP ward was full of chickens and dogs. Chapter 118, Bloodshed of Global Capital. The end of the dogs. Soon, the news that the Eagle Sauce Commander was so angry by the summer netizens cheering and encouraging that he vomited blood again reached the internet, once again stirring up the global network. Xia is awesome. Officials spit blood in anger once. Netizens spit blood in anger once. Who's next? Ha ha, the fighting power of the summer netizens is indeed cowhide. I fought with them once last time. In French, I didn't even beat them. Say, is this considered cyber violence? Is it possible for the Eagle Jam commander to sue them? Of course, the internet is not a place outside the law, but the prerequisite is that you have to go to Xia to sue them. What can you sue the Xia netizens for? The Xia netizens didn't curse, insult, slander or defame. They just used a word of encouragement that is very popular on the Xia network. What's wrong with that? I have to say, the language of Xia is indeed profound. This time, the Eagle Sauce Commander's blood is probably spat out for nothing. But then again, Eagle Sauce Commander is so old and can still be angry and spit out blood. This blood is very strong. I wonder what he eats every day. I'll scratch my head and see if I can learn to learn. Ouch. Upstairs, brother. You're looking at things from a tricky angle. Everyone else only saw the Eagle Sauce Commander vomiting blood. Only you focused on the Eagle Sauce Commander's chi and blood wang. You're a nutritionist, right? No, I studied animal husbandry. Compared to the laughter of the netizens, at this time, in the conference room of the 4 lackeys of the Eagle Sauce capital, the 4 giants of international iron ore, it is a sad cloud. Guys, what do you guys think we should do now? A giant from the Kangaroo Nation asked, looking at his associates with a bitter face. Anything from the Hawkmaster's side? What can they say? Another giant said with a helpless face, Edward Hopper has already fled to the polar bear country. Commander Eaglesauce was again angered by the summer country and vomited blood and was hospitalized. Just now the news came from over there that Commander Eaglesauce had just woken up not long after, and was again angered by the summer country's netizens and vomited blood, and is now still in the process of being resuscitated. Right now, Hawk Jam's side is too preoccupied with itself to pay any attention to us. So this is kind of us being left behind? That's impossible. We are the largest iron ore mining company in the world. We control over 80% of the world's high-quality iron ore. How could Eagle Jam abandon us? It did used to be the biggest, but apparently not anymore. I've heard that the biggest steel refining companies in the island and stick countries are already negotiating with SIA about importing iron ore as well. Once even they choose to buy iron ore from SIA, then we'll be completely finished. For nearly a decade, SIA, the island nation and the stick nation have been the biggest iron ore export deals for the kangaroo nation. Among them, SIA occupied 70% of the kangaroo country's iron ore export market. The island country accounted for 16.5%, the stick country accounted for 8%, and the remaining 6% was given to the three countries of the A, R, and so on. However, now that the kangaroo nation has lost SIA as the largest market for iron ore sales, if they lose the island nation and the stick nation again, then their iron ore industry will basically be ruined. The price of this iron ore has all been pushed down to $20 a ton by SIA. Our cost is also this price, right? Do we not earn a penny? Don't forget. In order to snipe the shorting SIA, we invested tens of billions of dollars in it to go long. Now for every dollar we lower, we lose not only money on the real delivery of iron ore, but also on the futures trading. But you guys have to realize that if we don't sell, then not only will we not be able to make a single penny, but the company will have to lose money for every day it runs. If we sell, even if we have a loss, we can at least minimize that loss. What do you guys think? I agree. Then sell it at $20 a ton. But, just when this iron ore four giants made a decision, ready to supply iron ore spot to the outside world according to $20 a ton, suddenly another message came out from the summer side of the country. In order to thank the big customers for their support to the iron ore of SIA, after the discussion of SIA's House of Interior, it was finally decided that, but all the customers who have imported iron ore in the quantity of 1 million tons in SIA can get a discount of $2 per ton on top of the $20 per ton. That is to say, as long as you import more than 1 million tons of iron ore in SIA, then the price of this iron ore will be reduced from $20 per ton to $18 per ton. This announcement was made. International iron ore futures instantly plummeted 10% again, directly from $20 per ton to $18, and even still cannot stop to fall. Obviously, everyone has seen it. SIA clearly wants to get rid of this iron ore four giants. Many people estimate that until these four giants are dead, it is highly likely that SIA will continue to lower prices. After seeing clearly the intentions of SIA, a group of futures speculators where will still be idle, have flocked to the iron ore futures market, directly to him a wave of shorting. For a while, the futures price of international iron ore plummeted wildly straight downward. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** situation, the four giants of iron ore had followed in the footsteps of the Eagle Sauce commander, and one by one, they vomited blood and were sent to the hospital. But, just at this time, a huge amount of money suddenly flowed into the iron ore futures market. A breath of all the iron ore futures below 20 U.S. dollars per ton to a sweep, and a breath of the price to 36 U.S. dollars per ton, and then quickly plummeted back to 20 U.S. dollars per ton. Under this wave of up and down, more than 100% of the explosive pull and plunge, including many Wall Street financial speculators, including all attempts to short iron or to make money futures players, are buried in it. Not a single point left in all the burst positions. Fark, who the hell blew my position? My $500,000. My God, who the hell is this? Surprisingly, he ate tens of billions of dollars of futures orders in one breath, and directly pulled the price to $36? Which capital is this that's going long? Whichever family it is, he must be found. I swear I'll get him. Only, no matter how much they investigated and searched, they could never find the source of this money. Not to mention, who actually spent these hundreds of dollars to sweep up these futures orders. And then the mysterious money began to continuously gobble up orders on the world's major iron ore futures markets. But anything at $20 a ton, take it all. In the face of this bizarre situation, many people have wondered if this could be money from the Summerland, but it was quickly denied by SIA. They have more iron ore than they can sell, so how can they be the wrongdoers to buy iron ore futures? On the other hand, capital investment banks, including Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, have also said that they have not found any funds from SIA entering the futures market for iron ore. Now everyone was at a loss. If it's not SIA, then who could it be? Dean, an email from Mr. Shang. Just as the global futures market was buzzing about this, an email from Mr. Shang was once again received on the side of SIA's Internal Affairs Council. Dean Xiao Weiman took a look at the computer. Just see what the screen plainly says. I have 15 million lots of iron ore futures orders on hand right now. I wonder if you're interested. Seeing this, Xiao Weiman's two eyes widened steeply. It turns out that the person who stirred up the global iron ore futures market in the past 2 days and killed all the financial speculators and capital investment banks is Mr. Shang. 15 million lots of iron ore. That's 1/5 5 billion tons of iron ore, at an average of $20 a ton. That's a whole $30 billion. Yes, 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 we are interested. Xiao Weiman immediately tapped the keyboard and replied, Mr. Shen, you name a price, and I'll have someone make the delivery with you later. Many people may wonder, now that we have Mr. Shen, Xia is not worried about iron ore at all. So why do we still need to take over these 15 million lots of iron ore in the futures market? There's really no other reason. Because Summer is fed up with not having iron ore and has even gotten a little bit of iron ore anxiety. They really do not want to get up again to experience that kind of buy iron or still have to talk to people, begging grandpa and grandma that kind of pain. But whenever there is a chance that they can get iron ore at a low price, they are still willing to spend the money. What's more, it was Mr. Shang who took the initiative to speak up again. Xiao Weiman had even prepared himself mentally. Even if Mr. Shang asked for $30 a ton, he would agree. Perhaps another person may ask, well, if that's the case, then why sell your own iron ore out of the country? Isn't that a contradiction? Ha ha, for no other reason. It's just a matter of trying to up those 4 Eagle Sauce Capital goons. First use the iron ore in their hands to bring down the futures price hard, and then plunge their iron ore, directly forcing them to break their capital chain. No matter if they could still live afterward, at least this breath, which had been held for a whole decades in Xia, was out. Soon after, Xiao Weiman received a reply from Mr. Shang, let's set the price at $1 a ton. Xiao Weiman? Xiao Weiman immediately replied, Mr. Shang, this won't work. This is also too much of a loss for you guys. We can't let you suffer. Soon after, Mr. Shang replied, it's fine. I've already made up for the loss from other places. Just go with this price. Just those Eagle Sauce lackeys. Seeing this reply from Mr. Shang, Xiao Weiman couldn't help but stare, and then immediately understood what Mr. Shang meant. As I said before, all futures orders have a physical delivery time. To this time, you can with their hands on the futures order to go to the corresponding manufacturers or warehouses to pick up, and then the other side will then with this order to the futures trading platform Zero Money. That is to say, if Xia spends $20 per ton to buy all the futures orders from the iron ore 4 giants from Mr. Shang, then when the time comes to pick up the goods, the iron ore 4 giants will be able to get the corresponding amount of this money from the futures trading platform at $20 per ton. However, if Xia only paid $1 per ton for this batch of futures orders, then after picking up the goods in Xia, the iron ore 4 giants will only be able to collect $1 per ton. This means that the iron ore quartet sold 1.5 billion tons of iron ore and ended up with only $1.5 billion. It plummeted from a high of over $100 a ton straight down to $1 a ton. This would no longer be some iron ore price bloodbath. Instead, it's a bloodbath. I see. Xiao Weiman nodded with a solemn expression. Mr. Shang, this favor, I, Xiao Weiman, and the people of Xia, will definitely remember it. Chapter 119 Eagle Sauce Commander vomits blood again. It's the end of the line for them. Soon after, news of the president of the Iron Ore Quartet vomiting blood and being hospitalized hit the internet. It's just that the general public pays so little attention to them that they don't even make it to one of the top 50 hot searches. Just because the general public and netizens are concerned, it doesn't mean they aren't concerned. Upon learning that the presidents were hospitalized, a group of Kangaroo Nation executives, led by the chancellor, immediately rushed to the hospital. After all, the Kangaroo state earns around $2,700 billion a year from exported products, while the export of iron ore generates more than $70 billion, which is more than a full quarter of the revenue. Meanwhile, in the Kangaroo state, there are well into the tens of thousands of people directly dependent on the iron ore industry for their livelihood. On top of that, there are port jobs, transportation jobs, etc., that are driven by iron ore exports. For the Kangaroo Nation, which already has a small population, a small market and few jobs, the iron ore industry is their mainstay. It is no exaggeration to say that once the iron ore industry in the Kangaroo state is in trouble, then every aspect of their entire society is in trouble. By the time they arrived at the hospital, the doctors had finished consulting the presidents as well. It's not a particularly serious problem, except for some of the ailments it carries with itself. It was nothing more than the mental strain and physical fatigue due to the prolonged stress of this period of time, coupled with the lack of a proper diet during this period of time, which led to a rupture of the mucous membrane of the upper gastrointestinal tract, and then the rupture appeared under the excitement, which led to the vomiting of blood. Having said that, it's actually summed up in a Xia idiom, haste makes fire. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. After confirming that there was nothing serious wrong with these iron ore presidents, the Kangaroo Kingdom's chancellor finally let out a long sigh of relief. After meeting with a bang, the chancellor of the Kangaroo Nation immediately went back to console the few presidents after confirming that there were no major injuries. These presidents then greeted the hospital and arranged for the convalescent ward to be in a room so that they could discuss the next matters. It also saved the chancellor of the Kangaroo Nation from having to run through 4 rooms over and over again, saying the same thing 4 times. Gentlemen, you are all the elite of my Kangaroo Nation, the pillars, but you must take care of your health. If you guys have any needs, you can just open your mouths and mention them to the officials. As long as we can do it, we've already done it for you. After those 4 presidents looked at each other, one of them immediately spoke up. Your Excellency the Chancellor, as far as the current iron ore market is concerned, it's entirely the case that Xia is maliciously manipulating the price of iron ore. As a member of the iron ore industry, I implore the officials of the Kangaroo Kingdom to step in and put a stop to this despicable behavior of Xia. There's no problem with that. Chancellor Kangaroo nodded without hesitation. I will make contact with the Xia side now. So, in the presence of these 4 giant presidents, the Kangaroo Chancellor asked his assistant to take an encrypted satellite phone, and then dialed the phone of a certain high-ranking member of Xia's Internal Affairs Bureau, who was on a direct line with him. Watching His Excellency the Chancellor stand up for them so dryly, those 4 presidents immediately revealed a hint of excitement. This Chancellor can be dealt with. He's really on top of us. Not bad, not bad. I'll return the favor by putting an extra $1 million in the account of his son who studied at Eagle Jam. Just as they were expecting it, the call came through. Subsequently, the Kangaroo Chancellor and the summer side of the discussion, during which several presidents also seemed to hear the opposite side of the saying, this matter needs to be their internal discussion, may need a little bit of time. We also think that the current too low prices are not conducive to the iron ore industry's healthy development and so on. Listening to such a conversation, these few presidents were instantly renewed with hope. This call lasted for nearly 15 minutes, and in the end, the Kangaroo Chancellor ended the call with great satisfaction, and then said to those several presidents with a spring in his step, don't worry about it. The top management of the Summer Kingdom has also said that they will seriously study this matter. They will give me a reply in a couple days. With our Kangaroo Nation's international status and influence, he, Xia, is bound to have to think long and hard about this. So you guys don't worry. It'll only take 2 or 3 days at most, and the iron ore problem will definitely be solved once and for all. Hearing this, those presidents were immediately overjoyed and expressed their gratitude to the Kangaroo Chancellor with an excited face. Thank you, Your Excellency the Chancellor. Ha ha ha, no need to be so polite. You are all the pillars of my Kangaroo Kingdom. As I said, no matter what difficulties you guys have, I and the entire Kangaroo Kingdom officialdom will definitely help if we can. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, this Kangaroo Chancellor simply radiates light. It's just a pity that this Kangaroo Chancellor knows so little about Chinese culture. In Chinese culture, negotiate means that this is not a good idea. It may take a little while means that this is definitely not going to get done for a while. As for in 2 days, that's not really 2 days. It's an approximation. Is it 2 or 3 days? Or 4 or 5? Or 7 or 8? That depends on the mood. Fruity. 2 days passed. Xia still maintains the peer price of $20 per ton and the friendly price of $18 per ton for large customers, without making any changes at all. And when the Kangaroo Chancellor brought a phone call over to inquire, the response was, we are still very internally divided on the price of iron ore, because we are really not short of iron ore right now. Upon hearing this, the Kangaroo Chancellor couldn't help but get anxious. But, your price is too low. You are not afraid of losing money? No way. The senior member of Xia's Internal Affairs Council said unconcernedly, we still have money to make. Old M.O. You don't know. This iron ore of ours, it basically costs nothing. Even if this price is a little lower, we can still make money. Kangaroo Chancellor, Sigma, You're kidding me. It's basically costless. Do you think your iron ore comes from the wind? No machinery? No labor? No transportation? No mining costs? It's just bull asterisk. The Kangaroo Chancellor's mind was a spitting image. What he didn't realize was that he was actually getting close to the truth with this tirade. All this iron ore in Xia is really like a gale. It doesn't cost much at all except for shipping. Then when exactly are you going to discuss until you have a result? After all, he was asking for something, and Chancellor Kangaroo was also looking a little low. Then the other guy came back with 2 more days. So the Kangaroo Chancellor waited naively for 2 more days. As a result, the price of iron ore in Xia remained static, and at this point, the market capitalization of these iron ore companies in the Kangaroo State has hit rock bottom and the delisting mechanism has been activated. If it wasn't for the Kangaroo State forcing the issue, I guess the iron ore companies would have been forced out of the market straight away. And after the 7th day of hospitalization, the presidents of those big iron ore giants finally couldn't sit still, and were discharged from the hospital to join forces to find the Kangaroo Chancellor. As soon as they met, one of the CEOs immediately asked in an urgent voice. Mr. Chancellor, didn't you say last time that it would only take 2 or 3 days for this matter to be resolved? Why is it that a week has passed since then? But why is the price of iron ore in Xia still at its original price? Yeah, Your Excellency the Chancellor, the market capitalization of several of our companies will soon go to zero. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll soon be delisted and then declared bankrupt. What will really happen at that time? Your Excellency the Chancellor, you surely know better than us. His Excellency the Chancellor was annoyed but helpless in the face of the half-hyperventilating, half-threatening words of the presidents. The kangaroo chancellor spread his hands with a helpless face and said, I've urged them several times. The phone calls have also been made several times, but they keep saying that further negotiations are needed. What can I do? At this point, another president questioned, didn't you say that with our kangaroo nation's international reputation and standing, they would surely give an answer as soon as possible? Upon hearing this, Chancellor Kangaroo felt a pain in his face. For the sake of this matter, I even called even the Eagle Jam commander, and the other party also pressurized the summer country, but the summer countryside didn't take any notice at all. Think about it, they didn't even bother with the Eagle Jam commander, let alone me, right? It seems like there's a real road to reasoning a hell of a lot. Then what are we going to do? Are we really going to wait for death? His Excellency the Chancellor, can you call them again to rush them and put some pressure on them? We have many other allies in the kangaroo state besides Hawksbane. Why don't we mobilize them all? I've already unleashed the ones I can. The kangaroo chancellor looked at the 4 of them with an egg on his face and nodded helplessly. Alright, I'll fight again then. In the presence of these 4 men, the chancellor once again dialed the top level of the Summer's Internal Affairs Bureau. Your Excellency Chancellor, I was about to call and inform you. The cheerful voice of a high-ranking member of the Summer Kingdom came from the microphone. Oh, Chancellor Kangaroo's eyes lit up when he heard that. What? You have good news? That's right, the other party said smilingly. After our serious discussions over the past few days, we feel that the current iron ore price is indeed too unreasonable, so we will adjust the iron ore price. You'll just have to wait patiently for our official announcement. Good. That's great. Upon hearing this, the kangaroo chancellor nodded his head in excitement. After ending the call, he looked at the 4 presidents. You heard that, didn't you? They've decided to make adjustments to the price of iron ore. You guys just put. Just then, an assistant suddenly rushed in a panic. Your Excellency the Chancellor, it's not good. Something's happened to the iron ore futures. The Chancellor's heart thumped. What's wrong? Those 4 presidents of the iron ore giants also had instant ominous signs. Just now, a big order of 6 million lots was suddenly thrown out on the iron ore futures of Singapore and Xia. The bid price is just $1 per ton, and then they were all sold in less than a second. And the account that purchased these orders was none other than a futures account belonging to Summerland Overseas. What did you say? $1 per ton? When they heard this price, everyone in the Chancellor's office stared in disbelief. Summerland, meanwhile, far across the ocean at the Platinum Palace, when the Eagle Sauce commander saw this news, he let out a mournful cry. In the next second, the Eagle Sauce commander, who had just been discharged from the hospital not even a few days ago, once again spurted blood furiously, collapsed on the ground. He's very clear, the end of the iron ore quartet arrived, and he, too, would be instantly bankrupt. Chapter 120, The Dogs Are Cool. The kangaroo nation is collapsing, very quickly. Once again, the news of Commander Eagle Jam vomiting blood and being hospitalized has unsurprisingly hit the world's internet hotspots. Wahahahaha, what's this? Why is our Eagle Sauce commander vomiting blood again? My god. Yo, what's going on? Did something happen in Xia? Did it break the glass heart of our Eagle Sauce commander? Wahahahaha, didn't see it. I've scoured the top 100 of the Summer Hot 100 list and I can't find any news that's big enough to make the Eagle Sauce commander vomit blood. The Summer House of Representatives hasn't released anything in the past 2 days either. So what the hell is going on? There's no way our Eagle Sauce commander threw up on himself. Is there? This is not impossible. After all, our Eagle Jam commander, there are times when, well, you know, it's true that it's a little bit not normal. Ha ha ha, wahahahaha. This is what summer netizens often say, spit and you get used to it, right? Maybe our Eagle Sauce commander is now uncomfortable if he doesn't vomit some blood every day. Hey, he doesn't know how to exercise moderation. Other women only change their blood once a month, but he vomits once a week. Don't say he's in his 70s. Even a young guy in his 20s can't stand it. A poof. Upstairs brother, is it really okay for you to be so serious with your exclamations? Why do I want to laugh when I look at it? Just as netizens have been teasing that habitual blood-spitting Eagle Sauce commander, a netizen suddenly released a screenshot from the futures market. Gentlemen, this is the truth about the Eagle Jam commander vomiting blood. Pick. It's just obvious that not everyone can read this futures ticker chart. What the hell is this? Is it a stock market quote? I've never speculated in stocks before. I can't read it at all. Yeah, I can't read it either. Which god with a big dick comes out and explains it to me? Soon, a number of netizens who knew about futures popped up. This is not a stock market ticker. This is a chart of a futures ticker. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of futures price is this for goods? It's plummeted straight from $16 to $1? That's a bit of an exaggeration to short. This is fake, right? I just swiped through the futures ticker an hour ago and this wasn't even there. It's true. Just then, more and more netizens sent out screenshots of this futures ticker. This is the futures market for iron ore. Just 15 minutes ago, someone slammed millions of lots of iron ore futures on the futures exchanges in Sia and Singapore all at once, at an average unit price of just $1 per ton. And then it was all sold in less than a second. In less than a second. All the futures players on both exchanges who had bought long iron ore futures were all blown out of their positions. This move is too ruthless. Woohoo! I'm one of those little players who blew up. I've been very careful. Only use 10% leverage as long as the decline does not exceed 90%. Basically impossible to burst the position. As a result of this NEMA directly from $16 plummeted to $1. I didn't even have a chance to cover my position. Why are you playing with leverage? Just use your own principal directly. No leverage. Play what futures are? Moving tens of millions of hundreds of millions of futures prices. You have to be able to come up with so much principle. What futures do you play? Retirement is not good? Hey, don't be crooked. This is not the time to popularize futures trivia. What's important now is why has the price of this iron ore dropped so much? Say, several million lots of iron ore. How much does that cost? One lot of iron ore is 100 tons. Millions of lots is hundreds of millions of tons. That's hundreds of millions of dollars if you calculate it at $1 per ton. But, just a week ago, someone was buying these millions of lots of iron ore for nearly $20 per ton. If it's the same person, then he's going to lose at least a few $billion by selling iron ore for $1 per ton this time. How is this possible? Who would want to lose so much money unless they were brain dead? Exactly. Can you find out who sold it? I can't find out who sold it, but I can't find out who bought it. And I've already found out over on Wall Street. Who is it? Summerland. What? It was Sia that bought all that iron ore for $1 a ton. Wah, I got it. Just then, someone let out a gasp. I know why Eagle Sauce Commander is spitting blood again. He's probably spitting blood again from this iron ore price. Right. The media had said before that their family had invested hundreds of billions of dollars in iron ore. This time the price of iron ore popped right up to $1. If they've all been blown out of the water. All, after all the fuss, our Eagle Jam Commander is still pissed off and spitting blood by Sia. Ha 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 ha. Compared to ordinary netizens watching the relaxed mentality, those futures players, especially the gang of futures speculators on Wall Street, at this moment, but has been deeply shocked by this wave of Sia's operation. Sia is also too ruthless this time. With this hand, he's directly buried all those who play iron ore futures in it. I'm really curious now. Who the hell owns that seller's account? Spending $20 a ton to buy it, only to sell it for $100 million a ton. Together it's a loss of several $1 billion. He's losing a bundle. Don't you know that this account was directly pitted against a group of futures coppers in a previous sharp burst of pulls and drops? Even if he lost, he didn't lose much. That account, even if it's not Sia's, is definitely related to Sia. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to do so. He's too fast with this trade. Our company has been using high-frequency trading to lock in on various futures trading markets, and as soon as the anxious price range we set is touched, the trading program will immediately place the order. The whole process takes as little as 10 milliseconds. But, just like that, we haven't even grabbed a single order. Us too. We also just recently updated our algorithm. It only takes 6 milliseconds per order. But still, we haven't gotten a single order. So the other side must be using high-frequency trading as well. And it's more advanced than even ours. Guys, remember what happened to us on high-frequency trading a few months ago? I suspect that it was the forces behind this account that stole our orders on high-frequency trading. That should be them. Check. They must be found out. I'll see who rushes to rob us under the nose of our Wall Street. Guys, make some preparations in advance. I estimate that the iron ore market in Sia and Xinjiapu is but just beginning. Next there's the iron ore futures trading on the two major exchanges of Agua, Nippon and our Eagle Sauce. I think the other side will definitely strike again. If you still have iron ore futures in your hands, remember to rush to buy them as soon as the market opens, lest you get popped again. If you've already cleared your position, try to see if you can take a plunge and cut off Summerland. That's right. We can't let the Sia side monopolize this benefit. A few hours later, iron ore futures open in the A3 countries. In the opening moments, waves of a few lots, Dozens of lots and even thousands of lots of iron ore futures contracts were thrown out as if they were fleeing from the market. And the futures price of iron ore has been falling all the way from the original $18 per ton. However, this decline lasted only 15 minutes, and then it became apparent that someone seemed to be secretly eating into these contracts. Seeing this, some of the indecisive people began to hesitate. Is this someone ready to start going long? Should I wait? In the event that someone does jack up the price, then I'll be able to lose a little less, and with a little luck, even make a profit. This hesitation then slowed them down to throw out futures contracts. As a result of this hesitation on their part, they completely lost their chance to escape. Just a few minutes later, a buy order for several million lots was placed and then quickly filled before anyone could react. And the transaction price, still $1 a ton. With this transaction, all the accounts that were leveraged were instantly blown up all over again, without a single penny left. Ah, Xia Gua, you're so mean. After a few more hours, the same scenario played out once again at the Sunset London Merchant Exchange. Finally, all eyes turned to Eagle Jam's two major exchanges. Here, too, are the last two places where futures on iron ore are traded. Will someone come to stop their deal? How to stop? Xia holds endless iron ore in one hand and tens of millions of lots of iron ore futures orders in the other. This iron ore, whether they are long or short, they have already secured the victory. But then, mustn't Kangaroo Nation cool off? They're Eagle Sauce's allies. Eagle Sauce won't be so bad as to see them die, right, allies? Ha ha, don't talk so nicely. They're just dogs. Do you think a man would care about a dog he keeps outside? Impossible. Don't forget, the Eagle Sauce commander is still looking after himself. And the fact is indeed as above. As soon as the exchange opens, the price of iron ore will fall all the way down wildly. Before that, several million lots of large orders down. The trading platform prices have already actively fall down. Then the mystery account reappeared, cleared all the sell orders, and then still sold at $1 a ton to a futures account controlled by Xia. In the process, the gang of futures speculators on Wall Street were all hands on deck, supplying all of their computer capacity to high-frequency trading programs, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to intercept orders that were sold at low prices. As it turned out, it didn't even grab an order. At this point, in addition to the more than 1 million lots of iron ore futures orders, the world's total of more than 17 million lots of iron ore futures orders for the next year all fell into the hands of the summer. According to the price of $1 a ton, Xia only needs to pay $1.7 billion to lift 1.7 billion tons of iron ore from the hands of the iron ore four giants. And on the same day that the Summer House of Representatives announced that it had more than 17 million lots of iron ore futures contracts in its possession, the four iron ore giants couldn't hold out any longer and declared bankruptcy. On that very day, 100,000 people lost their jobs overnight in kangaroo country. What's worse, with the bankruptcy of the iron ore companies, a whole range of ancillary industries built around the minerals collapsed. Immediately after that, the kangaroo country several banks that lent tens of billions of dollars to the four iron ore giants also declared bankruptcy one after another. Shasta, Kangaroo Nation's economy, falling apart. Star, Chapter 121, Changing the Master of Kangaroo Land. The Kangaroo Nation has been at the top of the list of the world's richest countries for the past 2 decades, and at one point even surpassed the table of nations as the world's richest country with the most wealth per capita. This is possible because they have a small population and because they are rich in mineral resources. In this, iron ore again became among them one of their richest resources. Beginning 20 years ago, as the kangaroo state consciously manipulated the price of iron ore up, their economy took off and soon became known around the world as a wealthy nation. However, buy iron ore to get off the kangaroo country did not timely industrial upgrading. They seem to be addicted to this as long as driving a digging machine to dig some minerals to sell out can easily get rich economic development model. They set up 3 iron ore mining companies, and with Eagle Sauce's lead, they partnered with the country of Amazonas to set up a multinational joint venture, later known as the Iron Ore Big Four. Then, further and further down the road of selling mines, with the money earned from the sale of mines, the kangaroos invested heavily in the tertiary sector, with all kinds of banking and finance, hospitals and community services, real estate transactions and transportation, among other things, and achieved very impressive economic growth. But they neglected to do so. All of this in the present day is based on their ability to consistently sell minerals and be able to sell them more and more expensively. And once the day comes when their iron ore resources are depleted, or when they can't sell their iron ore, then all this prosperity they have will be like a mirror and a pavilion in the air, going up in smoke. Back then, there were also some aspirants who had put forward this view, arguing that the kangaroo state should take advantage of its resources to develop its industries. But unfortunately, the offer was not accepted by the officials of the kangaroo state. So, when now, the iron ore market in the kangaroo state collapsed and the four major iron ore giants declared bankruptcy. The entire kangaroo country's economy then collapsed like a falling domino. The first to be implicated were the banks that lent to the iron ore giants. With the four giants declaring bankruptcy, the tens of billions of dollars they had borrowed from the banks instantly turned into a huge amount of bad debts, which directly led to the declaration of bankruptcy by these banks. And with these banks declaring bankruptcy, the people of Kangaroo Land were immediately thrown into a panic, fearing that the banks in which they had deposited their money and conducted their financial management would also have problems. They immediately demanded in droves to get back their share of the money from their bank accounts, and a run on the bank was thus formed. With this run, those banks had an instant liquidity problem. In order to ensure that their own funds would not be in trouble, those banks immediately made an emergency drawdown of those banks and businesses with whom they had lending relationships. In just a week's time, hundreds of companies across the Kangaroo Nation have declared bankruptcy after their financial chains broke because the banks siphoned off their funds. Many workers and white-collar workers wake up and come to work, only to find that the company has gone bankrupt and they have become unemployed. The stock market in the Kangaroo Nation plummeted instantly as the people ran and companies went bankrupt. In time, the entire Kangaroo Nation's economy fell apart. Faced with this situation, the Kangaroo Chancellor immediately initiated a request for help from his master, the Eagle Sauce Country, in the hope that the Eagle Sauce side would provide them with economic assistance to help them out of this economic crisis. In his opinion, just based on the relationship between the two countries, Master Eagle Jam would definitely lend a helping hand. But what puzzles the Kangaroo Chancellor is this. Facing his request for help, the Eagle Sauce commander, who had once again recovered and was discharged from the hospital, was incredibly cold. Aid? How? Your iron ore has fallen to $1. What value is there in aid? The Kangaroo Chancellor immediately said, No, 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 His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. It's not aid for our iron ore, it's aid for our Kangaroo Nation. Aid you? The Eagle Sauce commander suddenly laughed. What value do you, the Kangaroo Nation, have to offer us in terms of aid when you're out of iron ore? Without waiting for the Kangaroo Chancellor to respond, the Eagle Sauce commander simply hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Chancellor Kangaroo was at a loss for a moment. What does the other side mean? Without iron ore, we in Kangaroo Land have no value for aid? That's why, for so many years, the Eagle Jam country has been acting so close to us, signing all sorts of friendship and mutual assistance agreements. Is it really about our iron ore? And now, the Eagle Sauce country